Okay. Because I was going to do it, and then I had to get off because I had to jump to another. Yeah. I hope. I'm, doesn't
9:02 a.m. according to Google. We will now have a moment of silence, silent reflection, or silent prayer. Thank you. At this time, pledge of allegiance to the greatest flag on this great, beautiful country, the world of ours. I'd like to ask Mr. Tino Adame to please come forward and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Flag of the United States of America. Republic for which God. Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, or for the record, I'm sorry, this is the regular board meeting of November 2nd, 2021. I don't believe that date is correct, but that's what I just read, and I followed my script. So we are November what?
16.
16, thank you,
16th,
Chairman.
thank you, Madam Clerk. We can correct that.
Yes,
Thank you. And please, roll call.
thank you. Supervisor Miller?
Here.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Here.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Here.
Supervisor Rickman?
Here.
And Chairman Patty.
Thank you very much. Present. At this time, we have recognitions.
Yes, we do. Our first recognition is of California Water Services Company for their service to the American Legion Carl Ross Post. And I'd like to invite down Jeremiah Meacham and Shannon McGovern to receive this recognition by Chairman Patty on behalf of the board.
Of how to help out and make a difference in the community. So we do have a certificate of recognition presented to the California Water Service Company in recognition of your benevolence and generosity benefiting our veterans at the American Legion Carl Ross Post and the citizens of San Joaquin County in the free, rapid repair, we have to note, free, rapid repair of a water line that was beyond their ability to fix and pay for. We want to thank you for your philanthropy presented on this date of November 16th, 2021. And while we emphasize free, it wasn't free, but you guys stepped right up and helped out and served our community as always. A great partnership and a great example. Say a couple words and then I'd like to hear from the board members.
Sure. We certainly appreciate the opportunity to be here today, and it was a phone call. Chris had given me a call to let me know that there was a need out there, and I was on vacation, I guess, when the issue had bubbled up before, and regardless of that, we went out and we visited with, I believe, Boney and Scott from the Post, looked at the leak. We also heard the astronomical numbers that they were quoted for a repair or even replacing of their side of the service line, understanding, that they're not a for-profit organization and that they're serving the veterans of our community. We took a look at it, and it was something that we were able to step up and take care of immediately, and hopefully putting them in a position where they can plan, for the future and take care of that down the road. But certainly glad that we were able to help out in this situation, and a small token of our appreciation for the sacrifices that they've made of their time and lives, in our service. Are grateful for that partnership and to be part of the community.
It's one of those great happy success stories. Supervisor Villapudua, I know you made this all possible, so please lead us off in a few words from the board.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairman Patty. Well, Cal Water, I want to thank you and your team for coming out and helping these veterans. They're our heroes, and anything we could do for them is amazing. Shannon, I know you very well, and thank you for helping us out. And I want to recognize my Chief of Staff, Chris Rapay, for instantly thinking of Shannon and Cal Water, and you guys stepped right up to the bat and made a lot of people happy, and we really appreciate it. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Cal Water. Thank you both for being here. And I say it all the time, San Joaquin County is an awesome county, and one of the reasons is your actions, is that we take care of our veterans. We're very pro-military. Those that watch the Veterans Day ceremonies that we had here the past few days and actually got to go in person and say thank you. So your actions should be commended. Our veterans, we owe them a debt of gratitude that we can never repay, but we can do actions like what you did. So thank you from all of us. And God bless you both.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to thank you and Cal Water. You just consistently step up and give back to the communities that you serve, not just ours, but throughout your service area. And you're always looking for a way to be a good neighbor to the folks who receive their water from you. And we, as elected officials, we can't do everything. And so to have private members of the community who are willing to step up when a need arises, we're very, very grateful. And we appreciate our partnership with you. And we look forward to working with you for many, many more years. Thank you both for being here today.
And Supervisor Wynn, Vice Chair.
Thank you, Chair. I've had the pleasure of 7 years to work with Cal Water on SGMA and a variety of other water issues, and you are a premier organization. Sometimes we lose sight beyond your primary role that it's run by individuals who actually are compassionate and reach out to the community, as in this particular instance, to help. So I want to thank you because it's not the company, it's the people in the company that make these decisions. So greatly appreciated. I'm sure the entire county appreciates your efforts because what affects one affects all. So again, thank you not only for this particular contribution, but certainly for all the contributions you make in water and certainly San Joaquin County.
And I would say that as chairman of the board, I believe safely say that from now until the end of the year is Cal Water Day every day. So we appreciate it, and really truly, as my fellow supervisors have said, any veterans like to come up and just express for the record and say, thank you to Cal Water and the efforts of Supervisor Villapudua and staff Chris Rupe.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mireya Alvarado. I am with the American Legion Carl Ross Post, and also the Stockton Marine Corps Club, which is located inside the American Legion where you guys did the repairs. And on behalf of both organizations, I want to thank Mr. Villapudua because he's always stepping in to help us with Mr. Rupe. And then also thank you for your generosity, for the manpower that you brought, the equipment, the machinery, the time, the labor. We greatly appreciate it. As you know, the American Legion is home to a lot of combat veterans such as myself. And so what you did means the world to us. Coming back from these types of conflicts, oftentimes it's not an easy transition back into society. So we come back to our cities and we look for places like the American Legion where we can heal and where we can support each other. And more than anything, the American Legion allows us to never forget people that have paid the ultimate sacrifice, like you said earlier, continue to honor everyone that went missing in action, everyone that was a prisoner of war, and just all veterans in general. So from the bottom of my heart, thank you, and we really, really do appreciate your effort in helping us continue to maintain our post. Thank you.
Anybody else?
Thank you, Tino Adami, and I just say thank you, the board. And thank you, because when we got the bill for $31,000, oh my God, how many fundraisers are we going to have? And then when we got the word that you guys going to take it over, it really put a peace of mind that we'll continue with our other programs, and this is taken care of. So thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Guys, gather around. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have another recognition.
Thank you, Chairman. The next recognition is actually to the Board of Supervisors and will be received from Martha Bognot in honor of San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors' support of San Joaquin County employees who are serving in the military. And I'd like to invite Martha Bognot down to the podium.
Thank you. Good morning. Chairman Patty, Board of Supervisors. Nearly half of the troops deployed in Iraq and Afghanistan over the past 20 years have been part of the military reserves or National Guard component. The partnership between the military and civilian employers allows us for a more robust, better trained military force. We offer real-life expertise in our field of work. Thanks to my 17 years of nursing experience and civilian training in San Joaquin General Hospital, I was able to bring my experience and my expertise to the Middle East and drive best practice in infection control practices. Our efforts have really propelled best practice through military installations throughout the Middle East. San Joaquin County's support for the military reservists has allowed us the flexibility and for me, the ability to stay focused on my mission. Heading out the door personally, my biggest concern was my medical benefits and my family's well-being. San Joaquin County ensured not only that my military pay, my medical benefits, and my job's integrity remained intact. Not everyone that I deployed with could say that. So on behalf of myself, my family, and the families of other military members in San Joaquin County, a sincere thank you for your commitment to excellence to our military members. So I'd like to present you with this flag that was flown during my military stay in the Middle East at Central Command. And this certificate reads, in recognition of your support for our local men and women of San Joaquin County serving our country. This flag was flown in a KC-135, ironically on July 4th, 2019, in Iraq over a combat mission in support of Operation Inherent Resolve. Let all those who look upon this flag be reminded of the military men and women who maintain the steadfast devotion to protecting the freedom that it represents. Thank you.
Well, it's not often that we're receiving anything other than some recognition or a little bit of praise and a lot of criticism, but to get a recognition from our military and from you, and for you to have it and deliver it. I know that there are many people before us that made that decision possible, from everybody from the CAO's office and our administration and the board that supported it. But we are humble, and we really appreciate it. The very least we could do is support those that are serving our country. And so I know that our board members would like to equally say thank you. So just one moment. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you, Chair. On behalf of the board and really the entire county organization, thank you for this honor. It really is. I'm assuming this will go on display in either the lobby or the sixth floor lobby outside of the board chambers, but somewhere prominent where the public can see this. I'm very proud that San Joaquin County has employment policies that support our employees who continue to serve, and it's it's an honor, but it's very touching to us, really, because as the chair said, we're not usually on the receiving end of this. And so this is really special for us. And thank you very much for initiating it and for making this recognition. And we will display this flag very proudly.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. It's really not just us, it's the entire county organization. It's our human resources, it's our CAO's office, et cetera. So it's a team effort. And so we appreciate the recognition, but really I think the entire county organization deserves the recognition because we're all part of this. And frankly, you know, it's an easy decision to make primarily because without our military, we wouldn't exist. And so it's by virtue of your service and service of others that also work for the county that we're allowed to have the freedom and make the choices we do. So thank you for at least recognizing us, but really it's a recognition of the entire county organization. So thank you, and thank you for your service.
Thank you, sir.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chair. Well, thank you very much for this honor. It's quite an honor to receive, you know, such an award from the military. And I want to thank you for your service, and we really appreciate everything. Thank you.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. I mean, this is a huge honor, but, you know, we should be thanking you for your courage and your service. And as I mentioned just moments ago, you know, we owe you and all those who put that uniform on a debt of gratitude that we can never repay. And one thing that people need to realize also is a lot of those that are reserved and that are served are called away, and they do have jobs that they have to come back to. So I can guarantee you, as long as we're sitting up here, that that would always be in effect. If you get called to duty to serve your country and your nation, and that when you get home, we'll be here waiting for you. We're going to be here taking care of our veterans and those who serve and wear that uniform. So God bless you.
Thank you.
So while we're humbled to receive a gift, we are, you know, thrilled that you were able to go serve your country, but we're even happier that you're back home. And are you here? Are you going to deploy again, or are you back home?
Not in the foreseeable future. I'm here to combat COVID.
Excellent.
Yes.
So we're glad you're back home and with your family and your friends and in our community. So thank you so much. I'd love to take a picture, and I'll receive this. And Supervisor Miller's point, we're going to proudly display this. And this is, you know, we are receiving this on behalf of all of San Joaquin County and those from, as noted, our HR, the CAO's office, all of our administration, and the supervisors that support the policy of taking care of our employees.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Next, we have a presentation from the Continuum of Care, who's going to do the point-in-time update for 2022. Correct.
I've never been to a supervisor's meeting. Am I supposed to introduce myself?
We're having public comment shortly, but not right now.
We're here.
But this is you guys.
My name's Melinda Ramirez. I work for the Salvation Army Program Director for Homeless Outreach, and I'm on the Board of Directors for the Continuum of Care. Specifically, we're here to talk about the point-in-time count planning for January's count. I'll let Alex.
I believe, aren't we getting a presentation from our homeless director, Adam Cheshire?
I don't see him.
Chairman Petty, I was told by Kristen Birthwhistle that Adam Cheshire would be given the presentation, but it appears that they may have other representatives here today to give the presentation.
We were
I'm a
hearing,
little bit confounded because he's the person that we've hired and he's the person that works on behalf of homelessness. I know he's got his fingers on the pulse of all of it. So here he is right now. Thank you. We're a little bit ahead of schedule, Mr. Cheshire. Thank you. Excellent. Good to see you.
We want to understand the situation on the ground. These 3 bullet points are really kind of the key. And I will note that we count the homeless in this way, the unsheltered homeless in particular, because HUD mandates that we do, or more importantly, HUD mandates that continuums of care all across the country do this. And so typically that is supposed to happen on the odd-numbered years. That is the mandate. Well, in 2021, HUD did say, we don't want you to do a point-in-time count due to COVID. It was just simply too risky at that time. Certainly, Ms. Birtwhistle and others on the continuum of care locally said, we have a gap in our data. The last time that we did an unsheltered point-in-time count was in 2019, and we were really hoping to get that data in 2021. So this is an effort to try to fill that gap. But I also want to note that the continuum of care is going to be back at this in 2023 because that is the HUD mandate. So right on the heels of this, we're going to do this. The continuum of care and Ms. Birtwhistle, myself, and a lot of others are participating in this effort to do this in the last 10 days of January because that is the HUD mandate. We're going to continue the planning. It's just going to keep going because we're going to have to go right back into it in 2023. And we'll probably be back before you at that time to talk some more about this. This is a slide from the last point in time count in 2019, or more importantly, there's a data dashboard that Ms. Birtwhistle had directed her staff to create based on the report. I just want to note some of this is a little bit inaccurate or doesn't necessarily match up completely with the report. I would direct you to look at the point in time count report. I can certainly provide that to you via PDF, and it's on the COC's website. I really like the map of San Joaquin County, and it shows the numbers that were counted in individual communities. I think that's a great piece of this slide here. Another aspect of this slide, again, I would refer you to the report for a little bit more accurate information about what was determined and the data that was gathered out of the 2019 count. But again, this is a very good snapshot of the kind of information that we were able to pull down. Point in time count dates and locations by city. So because San Joaquin County is a huge area and is geographically very complex with the waterways and all of that, the idea of doing a single count on a single day throughout San Joaquin County is pretty daunting. So the plan is, and this is being replicated for 2022 in the same way it was done in 2019, is to have what we're calling connection events in every city, or I should say in the 4 large cities, so Stockton, Manteca, Lodi, and Tracy. I want to note where it says Lodi January 27th. Originally, and I double-checked this morning, the idea was to do that on January 26th, not on the same day, January 27th, as Tracy had. So I don't know if that's been changed or not. Like I said, I didn't see this until yesterday afternoon, so would want to double-check about that. But we are kind of a little early in the planning phase right now, and things really are going to start moving forward in terms of volunteer engagement probably around December 1st, and we're really going to be ramping that up as we get closer to January, the last 10 days of January. So certainly there'll be lots of opportunities, in other words, to sort of correct this if that's if that needs to be corrected. This is a volunteer flyer, something similar to what we did in 2019. Again, the first time I saw this was yesterday. I didn't know they had gotten this far. I have been getting asked by our local communities, is this flyer available yet? Certainly folks that did the count 2019 remember something similar to this from the last time. And we really want to get this out. I think this is a great tool, particularly for the supervisors or elected officials to be able to send around to their networks. So I'll be certainly reaching out to United Waste staff following this presentation to see if I can get my hands on these flyers. There'll be one for each individual community. I do want to note, for anybody listening, it says, you'll notice it says Stockton, Monday, January 31st at 6 a.m. to 5 p.m. I don't want to give the impression to volunteers that we are asking them to work 11 hours in a day. If you start counting folks at 6 a.m., likely, depending on the number of volunteers we get, and that'll be incredibly essential, you're probably going to be done by 9 or 10 o'clock in the morning. That was how it worked last time. And the hope is it's on a work day, folks can go to work, or if they so choose, following the point in time count. So don't want to give the impression that this thing is, you're going to have to be committed to an 11-hour day if you're volunteering for this count. The idea is we want to make this as simple as possible so that folks really, it's going to be a burden anyway, but we want to make sure that this is as burdensome, at least burdensome as possible for everybody involved. There will be a training, again, wasn't quite aware of that prior to seeing this slide yesterday. It says volunteer Zoom training begin in December, month of January 2022. I will get back to you on when the volunteer training will happen, or more importantly, we'll make sure that volunteers are aware when that volunteer training, I am not aware that that has been set yet, but certainly there can be some follow-up regarding that, and I think that'll probably be included, hopefully, in the flyers that we send around to the folks in the continuum in the county. There are, so in 2019, we had what we called a general survey tool. Were people willing to engage with you? Were the homeless willing to engage with you as a surveyor? Then you would use that one. If you approach somebody and they said, hey, I'm not willing to talk to you, okay, no problem. You turn the survey over, or you go to the section of the app where the observation tool is, and you just count them. What HUD is mandating continuums of care to do every other year on the odd-numbered years around these point-in-time counts is do a head count. That's what's being reported up to HUD. That's all they ask for. What we are trying to do as a local community is gather a lot more demographic information. What is the situation on the ground? And so that is why we ask the questions that we do. Some communities just do this head count. We don't think that's enough. We want to make sure that we can have some real data to answer some of the questions that folks like you and our other elected officials and the general public have. What is the demographics and the makeup and, frankly, the reasons why people are homeless out there in the encampments and so forth. And then there's this youth addendum, which is new for this time around. There's some guidance from HUD on that. Not sure where the progress is on that. Again, we're a little bit early in the planning stage right now, but certainly as time goes on, we're going to have that a little more dialed in, or shall I say, Ms. Birtwhistle and the committee will have that dialed in. This is just a list of folks that have participated in Ms. Birtwhistle's committee going forward. So I won't read that list to you, but you see got a pretty broad coalition of folks from all over the county. And then, so where it says COC request for Board of Supervisors, talking about recruiting volunteers, using your networks for that, spreading the word via your websites and so forth. There are aspects of the count that are being replicated from 2019, getting incentives and that sort of thing. So. I think that's something that we can certainly talk about offline, but this is some of the things that I think Ms. Birtwhistle had planned to discuss with you today. So with that, I know it was brief, but hopefully gave you a little bit more of a background on where we are at in planning right now for the point-in-time count. And again, this is happening the last 10 days of January. We're really going to be ramping up in the coming weeks on both volunteer engagement and determining where encampments are through an effort to map them. And that's something we did in 2019. I think we're going to have a little more support for that. For example, I've been meeting with folks at Caltrans District 10. They are engaged in a pretty significant effort to conduct outreach and support other outreach workers in San Joaquin County. Part of that includes mapping where encampments are in their jurisdictional area. And so I'm really hoping to be able to leverage that for Ms. Birtwhistle and this group. So again, with that, happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Cheshire. Very informative. Good little snapshot on what we're doing. Any questions from the board? Starting to my right, Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. Is there any of the regular funding that flows to the COC that is available for this HUD mandated point in time count?
No. In fact, none of the funds that are associated with the Continuum of Care program are able to be used for point-in-time counts. In fact, what those funds can be used for is really strictly rapid rehousing and permanent supportive housing. So, yes, it's yet another unfunded mandate from HUD, and we have several of those.
Okay, and then do we have any indication that some of our previous sponsors and supporters of this will be back online to help us again? I know we had folks donating incentives for people to participate. We had some folks writing checks. And we also had a tremendous amount of community organizations that provided groups of volunteers. Is that already happening, these folks being reached out to, and do we anticipate they'll be back?
I would anticipate, I would certainly hope. I don't know if folks have been reached out to yet. That's certainly something that Ms. Birtwistle has been spearheading. So if she's at that point, I'm not sure. But yeah, I would expect that, assuming we're asking for a relatively light lift in terms of incentives or that sort of thing, that folks would be willing to step up. This is an important effort, and I think folks recognize that.
It's along the same lines as the census that is done every 10 years for the general population, in the sense that funding for the next 2 years from HUD, and it's used actually in many other formulas, will be based on the numbers that we demonstrate through this point-in-time count. So it is really critically important that we get as accurate as possible a head count, because the monies that we receive and these numbers will flow also to the money that the county receives and the money that some of our cities receive. This is the data that will drive that. So this is really a very important effort, and I really hope it goes well. We haven't done it in a while, and COVID has been in the middle, and so we don't really know how that will impact it. But I'm optimistic, and actually, while it feels redundant, it's actually, I believe, a good thing that we're going to go ahead and move straight into preparing for a count in 2023 to get back on schedule, because everything that we learn from this point-in-time count will be immediately applied to the 2023 effort. So I'm disappointed Ms. Birtwistle wasn't able to be here, because we would have been able to get a lot more detail since she is organizing the effort and chairing the committee. But thank you very much for stepping up and providing this update. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? Vice Chair Wynn.
What type of questions are asked in these contacts?
Great question. And if you go to the San Joaquin Continuum of Care website, to the point-in-time count section, there's a whole section about the point-in-time count. Look at the report. The back of that report, it has an example of the survey, and I happen to have that in front of me here. So starting with question number 1, where did you sleep last night? That's the key question, right? Because if somebody says, well, I slept on a couch, HUD does not qualify that as a homeless person, even if you go and find them in an unsheltered encampment, right? So if the answer is anything other than street, park, under a bridge, by the river, any open space, in other words, any place not meant for human habitation, if the answer is anything other than that, you stop right there and say, thank you so much. If the answer is, yes, I slept in one of those places, you move on to some of the next questions, which is, what is your name, your date of birth, your social security number? Individuals may or may not be willing to provide that. If we can get 2 out of those 3 data points, that allows us, and really more importantly, the Homeless Management Information System lead agency, to deduplicate an individual. So let's say you and I are both going out to a particular unsheltered encampment. We both both surveyed the same person. And that person didn't say, hey, wait a minute, I already talked to somebody. We both turn in a survey for the same person. If we have their name, their date of birth, their social security number, last 4 digits is all we ask for, or some combination thereof, we can determine that who that individual is. So that's a really key point of the data that we're trying to collect. Have you ever served in the U.S. Armed Forces? What racial group do you identify with? Did you stay with a family member last night? Do you have any children under 18 with you? Do you have any pets with you last night? It goes on to ask questions about substance abuse, mental health issues. All of this, by the way, is self-reported, right? So it's just we're asking people to tell us about themselves in very similar way to, as Supervisor Miller mentioned, around the census.
One of the things that we've talked a lot about on the board in regards to housing these individuals, and yet we also hear in regards to the homeless that many of them, I don't know what the percentage would be, many of them don't want to go someplace for a variety of reasons, like, for example, they don't want to follow rules, they don't want to be told what to do, they have pets, whatever it happens to be. So the question is, would it be possible to determine, you know, in that questioning, just ask if they would be open to go to a shelter, and if they wouldn't, why not? And maybe we can overcome some of those negative opinions or feelings on that. And we talk about the 4 largest cities. Is this also done, for example, in my district where I have unincorporated communities like Linton and Thornton, et cetera, and cities like Ripon and Escalon, which have a very small number? Will there also be a survey done in those locales other than the 4 cities?
Great question. And I can talk about what happened in 2019, and my assumption is that that's being replicated here for the 2022 count. But, you know, again, I think that would need to be confirmed by Ms. Birtwistle. What we did for 2019 was had these connection events in the 4 large cities where we engaged 401 volunteers across the county on separate days to count the unsheltered homeless. In the smaller communities, Escalon, Ripon, and Lathrop, we engaged law enforcement. Also, by the way, in the unincorporated county. So in the unincorporated, it was sheriff's office, of course, and they were great too because we have a lot of folks living along the waterways, and because the sheriff's office has the boat patrol, that was a really key resource for us in the 2019 count to get a count of those folks out there. In Escalon and Ripon, I worked with chiefs of police in both of those communities and kind of explained, similar to what I'm doing here today, what the point in time count is, why it's important. And the reason we targeted the law enforcement is because typically, especially in smaller communities, they are the ones that are interacting with the unsheltered homeless on a regular basis. So it's almost a matter of course, right? As you're going about your duties as a police officer on the ground on any given day, you could potentially get a survey. And so that was kind of how we filled that in. And I think we found 14, I should say, Ripon Police Department found 14 in that community. I believe Escalon, it was 5 in Escalon at that time.
The last question, obviously we did the same survey or questions in the last point in time count. Is there any correlation or analysis in regards to then and now as far as do we have the same individuals? Do we have a new crop, so to speak, for homeless? For those obviously left, we won't know, but just a question is how are we trending? How are we progressing from then and now? And are we doing a better job? I'm assuming the numbers will probably go up. But again, it seems like when we do all this work and effort and surveying and questioning and documentation, et cetera, that data should be valuable in regards to a trend or a ongoing collection of information to show progress or lack of progress, especially in particular areas. I guess that would be my question as far as the progression of data and if we can make an analysis as to whatever, are we doing better? Or are we doing worse?
You bring up an important point and a key aspect of what we want to or need to accomplish in 2022 and 2023, which is back in 2017, we had 35 volunteers counting the unsheltered homeless countywide. We found 567 individuals. In 2019, we had 401 volunteers, and obviously we counted quite a bit more. I believe the number was 1558. The idea back then was we need to engage a lot more people to go out and count the homeless if we're going to do it at a point in time on a given day and get an accurate number. 35 is just not enough. So it is essential in 2022 and in 2023 and going forward that we are able to engage something like 400 volunteers to get an apples-to-apples comparison of the data from 2019 versus what we come up with, and that will be able, or that will enable the COC, really, at the end of the day, and the HMIS lead, through that analysis to determine what the trends are. If we can only get 100 volunteers for this count, there is going to be a limit to the amount that we are able to compare the 2019 data to the 2022 without that caveat of, we're not sure that this is as accurate a number as we were able to get in 2019 because we simply didn't have the volunteers. That's why it is so important for folks to volunteer for this. It's one day, it's a minimal amount of effort, and it's incredibly important to answer the kind of questions that you're talking about. In reviewing the previous report, that was kind of one of the things that we wrote about, which was that, you know, the situation on the ground was much the same as it had been in 2017 in terms of folks mired in unsheltered homelessness or chronic homelessness, dealing with issues of mental illness and substance abuse, struggling to connect to employment, all of those things. And some of the suggestions that were listed, and again, this is from April of 2019, expand emergency shelter capacity in terms of addressing this problem as a community, expand emergency shelter capacity, expand permanent housing capacity, develop housing with robust support services, prioritize the development of market rate rental housing, which is, you know, beyond the issue of homelessness, just the housing in general, and so on. There are several bullet points in the report, and looking back, we are doing those things. Have we completed those things? Absolutely not. But you talk about expanding emergency shelter beds. I mean, this board alone, as a governing body within San Joaquin County, is responsible for 788 new beds, at least being funded, and we hope that all of those come online. My work with Director Diederich and Healthcare Services in sort of leveraging the expertise and the resources of the Housing Authority to create more permanent supportive housing, especially for people with mental illnesses, which is a lot of the folks that we're going to find in unsheltered homeless encampments. It's all of those things where I go, you know, there's progress being made. We have a long way to go, but we really did start doing those things back then. And so I think if we continue to do those things and stay on the path that we're really on right now, there's this interesting aspect to all of that, which we couldn't have predicted, which is the silver lining of the pandemic. Huge numbers, huge amounts of resources are coming into our community in a way that they weren't before, and we really were unable to anticipate. And that's true for every community up and down the state and probably across the nation. I think if you're able to 10 years from now look at a line graph of where we were in terms of these solutions, shelter beds, permanent supportive housing, et cetera, versus where we wind up, you're going to see a big spike because the resources that are being leveraged right now are significant. And I think we, you know, certainly over the last few months, just here in this room alone, we can talk about the significance of the resources that we've been able to deploy around, you know, Lodi House and the new shelter beds and the shelters that are happening in Tracy and Manteca and Lodi and so forth.
Okay, thank you. One last comment. I would hope that, and I probably the sheriff and sheriff's department probably is key in this, is as we finish this point in time count to see, I'm sure we have new locations. You see them popping up everywhere around the county. I would like to see, for example, a list of the new location sites where the homeless are gathering and make a determination what's causing this. Is it just the fact that there's vacant land? Is it more accessible to, you know, downtown areas, whatever? I'm not asking for an extensive analysis, but I would like to know, you know, how we're growing, where we're growing, and why we're getting there. So, but anyway, I appreciate certainly your work and your comments, and look forward to seeing what that report looks like.
Thank you.
Any other questions? I do have a couple quick follow-ups, and thank you again for the brief. Some counties, I'm told, some counties do the pit count every year just so they can keep their fingers on the pulse. So we're not obliged to do it every 2 years. in fact, more information is better. You kind of see the trend instead of waiting 2 years. As we know, that's, these are people out there, and we want to have as much awareness and engagement as possible. That would be correct.
Yes. Important to note, counties do not hold the responsibility for conducting the point-in-time count, but of course, every city and county has a role to play and certainly a responsibility in supporting that. This is data that we want to be able to utilize just the same as the COC. About half of all California continuums of care do an annual point-in-time count. Typically, those are in the larger communities. We haven't quite gotten there yet, as I think I've illustrated here, and certainly you're aware, just from participating in the 2019 count, it's a huge effort. It requires, hundreds of volunteers, all counting on a single day. It's incredibly difficult. Not to say it's impossible, and we do it, but at least to this point, the continuum of care has elected not to do an annual point-in-time count. Certainly, though, that has been discussed. And I think that going forward, and perhaps we're proving it this time around, it may be difficult, but it's not impossible.
Understood, and it's great. There is an associated cost of maybe some safety vests, waters, giving people some basics, maybe starting off in the mornings, buying some boxes of coffee and such. Would you keep an eye on what those expenses are, if there is or isn't? To Supervisor Miller's point, maybe in the past there's been some sponsorship, but perhaps there's a cost, and I think it's nominal. Speaking with Ms. Birtwistle, she indicated like a $10,000 or $15,000 cost allocation, and I'm wondering if that's something that we might be able to, if it's not sponsored, you might want to bring to the board and see if that's something that we annually allocate to offset that expense, since the COC doesn't have funding and we're always knocking on doors asking. So keep your eyes on that, and maybe bring back to CAO Wilverdine that possibility if needed. We appreciate the public-private partnerships, but we also, I believe, have a responsibility, and we want to accentuate COC's levels of engagement and incorporate and mobilize as much as possible. So that would be great. And I found it's really informative. I mean, last time you had presented after we did a pit count, or maybe it was the time before, gosh, time flies by so quick, but we had a joint city of Stockton and county of San Joaquin joint session where we talked about and received all of this information, which was quite extensive. As you say, it's not just the numbers, but you're getting really a higher level of information that's helpful, I would think. So I commend you guys on that. I'm glad we do it at a bit more robust level. I would like to ask two things. First, I would note that I received a message from our DA, who is always highly engaged, and she knows that obviously this humanitarian crisis, but she's out walking the streets and talking to the people and getting help where possible, dealing with the homeless. But our DA, Tori Verber-Salazar, has dedicated 40 investigators to be available for security and counting. So that message came through, and I think that's of note and appreciated. Also, I'd like to ask if perhaps we can get Alex and Melinda, who are here, to come up and say a couple words. I know we've covered a lot of things, and supervisors have made some statements. You might want to share a little bit more information, please.
Yeah, I did want to share, there was a few points or questions that I had a little more information. Chris and I are co-chair of the pit count, we call it the pit crew planning committee. And so there was a few things I wanted to address that I think Adam and I have not had a chance to connect up till now. I believe starting with Supervisor Miller had asked, what was your question? There was something you had asked. Somebody asked about other organizations or other entities that are helping to contribute. And besides the DA's office, there are numerous. The San Joaquin Sheriff's Office, and I believe, don't quote me, but I believe every police department in the 4 major cities are agreed to help staff, like with their, like the officers from the DA. There's also officers in Tracy PD, all the PDs that are going to be helping with security and counting. I can't tell you the number of different nonprofits that are all dedicating staff that morning to help with the count. And there've been a few, not a lot, but so far, but one organization has offered to help fund the safety vest. We really wanted to get these, bright colored vests for the volunteers. And I don't know if I'm supposed to say which organization. One of them has offered to help with.
Let's celebrate somebody that's making volunteers. You should share. I don't think it's.
So it was the Hope Shelter, Cecily.
Shelter.
She had offered. Yeah, thank you. She's great. There's just a lot of people really. The staff time is a big one, and then helping spread the word. Alex can talk a little bit. We've made this incredible platform, make it so easy to manage and to sign up to volunteer. She can talk a little bit about that.
Hello, thank you. So the flyer, as of yesterday, is ready to go for at least Stockton. We are awaiting the logos for Tracy and Manteca, just to officially have that flyer so they can connect with the community. On the flyer, you can scan the QR code, and that will go to the sign-up website where there's a form, and you can select what city you want, and you'll be contacted by a representative to talk about the different positions available. As he mentioned, there's a long time period to volunteer, and so they'd be contacted with which type of volunteering they'd like to sign up with. You can also text the word PIT to 40403 and sign up through that as well.
Thank you, Alex.
And there are more positions available for volunteers, for folks that maybe aren't able to go out physically and walk around and help count. There's a lot of other roles that we need help with too, and we call it command centers for each count. In each city, we'll have a command center. The city of Tracy and Tracy CCC, for example, are working together as that city lead, and so we're going to have a designated place where everybody goes and counts and comes back and checks in. So we need staff for that to help with in-house there. There was another question. Oh, about the I think it was. I'm sorry. Vice Chair Wynn, is that right? Had asked about the data, comparing the data and the trends, and I believe you asked about more information like why don't you want to stay in a shelter and things like that. And separate from the PIT count, the United Way, the Office of Education, the Salvation Army, lots of different entities are at this time conducting surveys that are about a 15-minute long survey, and of the homeless. I believe there's about close to 500 surveys we're aiming to collect. We're pretty close to that number, and that survey asks the same questions you were asking about. Have you ever stayed in a shelter? Which ones? Why don't you want to? What prevents you from? And all that information, and that's going to be available too. I don't know exactly when, but I just wanted to touch on that separately to answer your question. And we did talk about the surveys this year for the PIT count. We're trying to keep them very much the same as the last PIT count for that purpose, so we can compare, so we can find a trend. I think that was all the questions I had.
Thank you, Melinda. I see Supervisor Miller has a follow-up.
Thank you. I just want to say, we receive public comments and regular comments here from folks who are Delta warriors. They are out patrolling in their boats, the waterways, some of them on a daily basis. I think the board might be able to help reach out to these folks and ask if they might be willing to help supplement the sheriff's boat patrols and get a more accurate count for our waterways, because they are very, very concerned with the condition of the waterways, and this would be a tangible way for them to participate in helping us craft some meaningful solutions. So I think we can reach out to Tracy and some of her folks and see if they might be willing to help out, and then we'll put them in touch with you.
That's wonderful. Thank you. Oh, there was one other comment I wanted to make about the law enforcement. Not all of them yet, but we're still working on it. But I know most of the law enforcement have agreed to, at least to the extent of their ability, to not relocate or dislocate the encampments for at least the week or two leading up to the count. And so that's really important. If we can get all the law enforcement to, within reason, put a stay on those cleanups, that's going to make it so much easier to find the encampments, to know where they are. So that was, and then the waterways. That's just another example of, there's so many different entities and agencies and people and organizations that use this data that we're trying to collect. It's so important. So.
And I will ask that when we're speaking about mapping and when it comes to encampments, is the sheriff available to come on forward and talk about the mapping and locating the encampments? Thank you. And as you're coming down, Sheriff, I will share that speaking with Director Balaji from Public Works, he has engaged on, and I know we have a lot of robust letters and support of people wanting us to do something as it relates to the Calaveras and other waterways. And this is a continuous effort, and we have a commitment from the state agencies to get engaged with cleaning up the waterways, and that's going to be starting in the next week or two. So as we're looking to do counts, we're also looking to clean up the waterway because we don't want more days of dirty water. So it's really a catch-22, but we are in favor of safe waterways and keeping the garbage out of the waterways as much as possible. Sheriff.
Mr. Chair, thank you for allowing me to come down. Just yesterday I was briefed by Captain Biederman of our Special Services Division. He's in charge of our Community Revitalization Unit. And we are currently in the process of putting heat maps together of all the locations of all the homeless camps that we have throughout our county. We're going to maintain that on a daily basis. We do work closely with Tracy and her crew out on the water, and they are very active in assisting us and giving us information and working closely with us. Great. So yeah, it would be a great opportunity for joining together. And I will talk to Captain Biederman when we get back, is not only just mapping where they are, and we're finding the majority, you're going to see 90+% of these camps now are on state property. And I've had challenges going on to state property, and but we're working closely now with CHP and Caltrans. And trying to work through those issues of getting onto state property and offering assistance and cleaning up. And so we will have an active map on a daily basis of where every camp in our county is. And maybe we can incorporate numbers of people that are in those camps as we go in each time. Our community cars and our CRU unit on a daily basis is out dealing with this. So we should have a tremendous amount of information to work together with and bring back and track how we're doing, where they move when we shut one camp down, where do they go to, and we track it that way and continue to offer those services. So it should be a nice way for us all to work together on that.
Excellent. And as I had mentioned when you were coming down, circle back with Director Balaji as well, because he's got a new commitment from the state as it relates to waterways and cleaning up. We're looking at compromising our levee system because they're digging in and they're doing a lot of things that are damaging the integrity of those levees, as well as the contaminants into the water. So. Yeah,
and we saw the massive problem we had on the last big storm that we had, and the pictures that we probably all saw of the cars floating in our levee areas there, and our waterways down with the homeless camps that were just floating, and all the trash that came with that, and the pollution, and so we're working closely on that, and I'll get with Director Balaji and we'll work closer on that.
Great job, well done. Appreciate you and your staff's dedication. Thank you. All right. Thank you all much, Mr. Cheshire. Thank you for presenting and answering the questions. It's a highly engaged issue and something that the entire community cares about. Thank you.
Thank you.
Moving on now is the time for public comment on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors that are not listed on the agenda, and matters and minutes, appointments, consent calendar, and closed session items. We request that you fill out a comment form and if you plan on addressing the board in person. Now, I know it's my understanding we have several dozen submissions online, so I'm going to ask those that are here to go first, and we can read afterwards. So for the record, there's a limit of 3 minutes for your comments. There's a device on the podium with green, yellow, and red light. I think we would all know what the red light means. The yellow light will come on 30 seconds prior to the end of 3 minutes. With regard to public comment, the law strictly limits the ability of board members to discuss items that are not on the agenda, and a discussion with boards regarding your comments. We ask that you refrain from personal attacks during your comments and that you address all comments to the Board of Supervisors, not to the audience. Comments from the public may not reflect the viewpoint of the Board of Supervisors. First up, I've got Ms. Kaylee Mahoney. Please come on down and introduce your guests.
Okay. I have Desmond and Cammie here today. Good morning, Board of Supervisors. I'm here as a constituent of our county to remind all of your duty that you were elected for as Board of Supervisors. A few items that I would like to cover today. Number one, Freedom of Information Act. Failure to disclose information to the public is a violation of this act. I see that it's not currently on the agenda to discuss anything related to the COVID update. If we are in a state of emergency, as Gavin Newsom noted last Wednesday in a press conference, then why wouldn't it be a priority for our county to discuss this? Could it be that we aren't actually in a state of emergency? Why is it that Dr. Park can regurgitate manipulated data but cannot answer any pointed questions relating to that data? Why are we making irrational decisions for our youth based on one death in children 0 to 17 years old in the last 18 months in our county? Number two, it has been said by one of you that we can't just end the state of emergency in our county. We would lose out on COVID funding. You do realize that by making that statement, you're committing fraud and you're complicit in bribery put forth by the state? Do you understand the legal ramifications of this? Number three, it has been said by one of you that you would be interested in partnering financially with a group if they were to need help in suing the school districts for discrimination. I don't mention this lightly. We remember all the claims that you make and remember that when they are empty. We remember those of you who are true to your word and don't hide. I forgot when we agreed, number four, I forgot when we agreed as a county to use our hard-earned tax-paying money for a county supervisor, our Stockton mayor, and others to fund a propaganda ad to promote vaccines. Here's something that isn't propaganda. The CDC has admitted in court that they have never conducted a study of the outcomes of vaccinated versus unvaccinated. The CDC admitted under FOIA, the Freedom of Information Act, that there is no proof that those with natural immunity have ever spread or recontracted COVID, including variants. While there are countless studies that prove those who have been vaccinated against COVID continue to transmit and contract the virus, why aren't these facts being shared with the public? I can only think of a reasonable answer to this. It's because you can't profit off of natural immunity. Number five, I suggest you all arm yourselves with knowledge regarding the ability you have in removing Dr. Park from her position. This includes ending the state of emergency. You would not be the first county in the state to do so. Placer County has successfully done this. Putting forth resolutions are great and give your constituents hope. We applaud you in those. Making a strong stance in saying no to an authoritarian governor who will perpetually keep us in a state of emergency, so as long as it benefits the government and not the people. I leave you with this. Are you serving the government or we the people? And Desmond.
Hi, I'm Desmond, and I want everyone to know God, and I just want you to pray that I don't want you guys to listen to Gavin Newsom. Hi everyone, I'm Kim, and we do listen to Gavin Newsom. The bag is always love God.
Thank you, Mahoney family. Next up, I've got Celie Flores.
Hello. It's Araceli. Last time you guys couldn't pronounce my name, so I wrote Sally.
I'm sorry, I got Celie. What was?
It's Araceli, but last time I wrote Araceli, you guys could not say my name.
Okay, welcome. Thank you for being here.
Once again, this shot is still in medical trials. We, humanity, are the trials. Data shows excessive mortality all around the world due to COVID vaccines. What changed? The injections they are calling vaccines were rolled out all around the world. Every country where the shot uptake is high is seeing a massive spike in deaths from things other than COVID. The obvious culprit is the shots. More young people are dying from COVID shots than old people. Not only deaths, but also serious injuries are on the rise from these injections. Things like heart attacks, strokes, blood clots, circulatory diseases, and neurological issues. vaccine-induced. The current government, if you have not noticed, is lawless. This is a war on humanity. Dr. Park doesn't have the science and she won't speak up for our county. She is a pawn for the state. The masks don't work unless everyone wears one. The COVID shots don't work unless everyone has one. The lies don't work unless everyone believes them. Everyone pushing this agenda is complicit in crimes against humanity. I'm asking for the Board of Supervisors to end this so-called emergency, fight back for the people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Flores. Next up, I've got a Caitlin Galvin.
Good morning. It is past time that this board ends the local health emergency. It is no longer a matter of funding, as has been said by members on this board. I asked board members at a town hall whether the local health emergency was going to last forever, and I'm going to ask that again. This virus is now endemic, like the cold, like the flu. It will be here indefinitely. Are you prepared to prolong this forever? It's a simple question. We will continue to support and appreciate the supervisors that supported the resolution banning vaccine passports, but the resolution is no longer enough. People are still losing jobs and facing discrimination. We have a tyrannical governor who frankly is a buffoon and a hypocrite who doesn't seem too concerned about hiding it. After a 10-day absence, he was seen at a posh maskless wedding indoors with hordes of people when our children are still being required to mask in schools. Regardless of whether he was fully vaccinated, we know that the vaccinated may have up to a 250 times greater viral load, according to a recent study out of Oxford, which means that they may more easily spread the virus than people who have not been vaccinated. They can still become infected and transmit the virus, so #science. This is not going anywhere, and we are going to have to live with it, and we will need to allocate resources towards educating our community on how to be truly healthy. What we have been doing in this state is not living. Living on your knees is not living. You as board members have a legal obligation to end this local health emergency because the numbers do not justify continuing it. We've listened to supervisors on this board ask very pointed questions of Dr. Maggie Park that have still not been adequately answered. California's COVID case rate is now 11 times greater than Florida, despite higher vaccination rates, more restrictions, and mask mandates. We appreciate that you are asking questions, but it is no longer enough. It is time to replace her with someone who is willing to actually look at all of the science and will not simply follow orders coming down from the state that are based on bought and paid for science. The Orange County Board of Supervisors is currently in the process of being sued for their refusal to end the local health emergency, as is required by law under California Health and Safety Code 101080. Some of them may face felony charges of fraud for justifying not ending the local health emergency due to fear of losing funding. The law does not care about loss of funding. They are under the same statutory authority as this board. In addition to CAHSA 101080, you are also currently in breach of CA Gov Codes 8630D and 37100. Our county is one of the highest paid out in the state, and I suspect that this is why our county is still operating under a local health emergency, despite that many on this board seem to be aware of the fact that the numbers do not justify it. I am a former speech-language pathologist for SUSD who worked with children with moderate to severe autism. My job was to teach social skills. I can't stand seeing what COVID has done to our kids. I'm also a mother of a vaccine-injured child. By the grace of God, mother's intuition, and natural medicine, my daughter is fully recovered from her vaccine injury, but not all kids are going to be this lucky. We have mandates coming from corrupt governments that are not based on science, and there are going to be lives forever affected by this, all of which is being justified by the state of emergency and our county's local health emergency. It needs to end now. We don't want funding if it has strings attached to COVID fear programming, government control, and discrimination. We need you to stand up and protect the California and United States constitutions you took an oath to. We need you to be brave and protect the sovereignty and medical freedoms of your constituents. Don't forget who put you in those seats. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Galvin. Next up, I've got Layla Ford requesting to speak.
Board of Supervisors, please stop this immigration of people like me. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Layla. Next up, I've got Riley Ford. Or Ryder Ford, I'm sorry. Ryder, come on down, buddy.
Good morning, board members. My name is Ryder Ford, and I am here again asking for a response to the question I asked the last time I spoke. Is bribery illegal? aren't you all breaking the law by allowing Dr. Parks to stay in power and keep the circus going? You can contact me direct through my mom's email, which is on my form. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ryder. Next, I have Rochelle Lau. Is that supposed to say Ford?
It's Rochelle Cole.
Thank you.
Good morning. So I am here today to again address the false imprisonment imposed by Dr. Parks. We have the numbers and we have done the calculations, and even with all the false positives, I want to know why Dr. Parks signed in a new quarantine order on August 28th of this year, when on that date there was a total of 6 deaths, and in a population of over 782,000 people, that equals to a 0.00007% rate. How does that warrant a forced quarantine order with a year of imprisonment and up to a $10,000 fine? That doesn't even touch on the fact that the case rate is based on false positives because the PCR is unreliable, which is why we have been asking for a bioethics board to review the test results with anything over a 28 cycle threshold. The inventor of the test, Dr. Kerry Mullins, stated himself that this test is not a detection method and it's used to simply amplify the cells, not to detect viruses. So again, this point that I continue to bring up is valid because without these numbers, there is no pandemic. And you all have been repeatedly put on notice, and by staying complicit, you all are just as guilty as those who continue to push the false fear. We are done with Dr. Parks and her tyrannical reign. We are calling for her resignation, just as we will call for yours if you don't do your jobs and put the people first. The word emergency has been violated and fraudulently used in this county because it does not meet the definition by law. 2 weeks has turned into almost 2 years. We are done with the fraud. Where is Dr. Parks with her guidance and reports as required under California Constitution Emergency Services Act? Stop selling our freedom for money. You have a duty to the people that you serve. You have a choice to make. Either stay silent and complicit in fraud or take a stand on the right side of history. The choice is yours. And I have one more thing to say about the homeless situation that's going on. You guys are talking about helping people. Well, I live in Manteca, and I think it's disgusting how other towns in Ripon, Modesto, I don't know whose program it is, but you guys literally scoop them up and you dump them in my town. Now, they're people, they're humans, they're not animals. You don't just shuffle them from one area to another. And right around the corner from my home, there becomes an encampment for a week to 2. I can't run with my kids because it's not safe. And I think it's sad. It's dehumanizing. You guys just shuffle people. I don't know who does it, but that's something you should also address. Thank you.
Thank you, Rochelle. Next, Mike Butler.
Morning. It's Mike Bochiller, and thought I'd come in here and see what it was like to stand in front of you all. I've been in the community and I've been in a lot of fundraisers. I've been doing a lot of volunteer work, and I've been running into all of you, and I celebrate you. Thank you for coming out and your support. Ms. Miller, I don't know what you look like. I haven't seen you anywhere. What I really came out to do was to support Tracy Glaves and the Friends of the Delta. You know what I mean? The Alliance. You know what I mean? That's out patrolling that stuff. I was fortunate enough to be invited on a cleanup out there at Calaveras. I know a handful of us. We got 3.5 tons of trash out of there in about 5 hours. There's another one coming up, and I came to invite you all. You know, you're welcome to come down there. It's a little grubby, and the people are there, but they're people, and there are people. They're in our yard, you know. So, at it this morning, man. You know, talk to the field owner. The harvest is huge. The workers are few. You know, and we need your help. We really need you to show up. You know, we didn't hire rock stars. You know what I mean? We need accessible people that are going to pick up the phone. They're going to be in public. They're going to be at the things. You know. One more point. You know, I mean, I I wasn't going to speak on this, you know what I mean, but the water quality is super important, but I think I just heard the SAR call this COVID a boon, a silver lining financially, and I find that very disturbing that we haven't counted anybody in it sounds like 3 years, and we're not going to do it again until next year or something. So I wish we would tighten the ship up. Elections are coming up. The voters are really paying attention. Things are changing. So I guess that's all I have to say. I'll see you next week. Thanks so much. Nice meeting.
Thank you, sir. So far, my last request is Ryan Randall.
Morning, board. My name is Ryan Randall. I have been recently fired from Stock Unified for not wearing a mask. There's another lady in Lodi, looks like she's going to get fired for not wearing a mask. So we're asking that with this state of emergency ends, there is no state of emergency. The first COVID deaths we had was last year, March 16th, the first day of spring break, when SUSD was told, we don't know if we're going to be coming back, but we're going to do this 1 week or 2 week to slow the spread, and that's been over 600 days. I went to the data from the county and from the state. From the county, when it mentions 2019, 2020, all the diseases that people die from, there's no mention of influenza, pneumonia, or the common cold. No deaths. Everything is just COVID now. The county data last year, February 15th, was the last day they reported on influenza. Then everything became COVID. We have a population of over 782,000 people, and almost 1,800 deaths from COVID. That equates to 0.23% of our population, which I would say is not an epidemic or a pandemic whatsoever. So I know that, Mr. Patty, you said that if we didn't take this money, we'd just be shooting ourselves in the foot. If you have to take the money, but I would request no more handouts, because the more money we take, we just keep admitting that we're in this state of emergency when we're not. People are getting fired, people are getting let go, people are losing their mind, people are killing themselves over this. This is not some fun thing to be parading around a mask to virtue signal to other people like, hey, I'm doing my part, I'm slowing the spread. Like when it's mentioned, different states are out of their lockdowns, out of the masking and vaccinating, and they're doing way better than we are. This will not end if we keep saying we're in a state of emergency. We do need to have Maggie Park recalled or resign or call for her dismissal. So I've been compiling the spreadsheet with all the data, and we didn't have any deaths really until January, end of December last year and early January, and since then it's pretty much fizzled out. And we've only had one death from COVID in a person under the age of 17. But yet my daughter's wearing a mask every goddamn day to school. And all these kids, it's becoming a normal thing for them. They think that if you wear a mask, that becomes your identity. I have people who are watching TikTok and saying, oh, you look cute in that mask, or, oh, this is my favorite mask. And just the fact that people say, do you have your mask, like it's something that belongs to you, is ridiculous. We are supposed to bear our face. God made us in his image. We should be breathing air. We shouldn't be breathing in our bacteria. That's going to be detrimental to these kids coming up here in the future when we start seeing that they're getting infections from the bacteria when they just keep breathing in their own oxygen. So just want to say, please stop this state of emergency. That's not a state of emergency. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. I see that we have our district attorneys come forward. As she walks forward, might I be one of the first supervisors to say happy birthday.
Thank you.
We appreciate you, respect you, and know that your effort and your commitment to this community. So thank you. Happy birthday.
Thank you. That means the world to me. Chairman, members of the board, CAO, Madam Clerk, and County Council, I just wanted to briefly bring you up to speed on a project that we're working here in San Joaquin County. Day-to-day life is getting more expensive in California, which already has higher percentage of residents living in poverty than any other state in the nation when the cost of living is taken into account. San Joaquin County is no different. 25% of our population live at or near the poverty level, with 15% unable to sustain a $400 medical emergency. That's because skyrocketing inflation rates push consumer prices nationwide up 6.2% alone in October compared to the same time last year, the largest annual increase in more than 3 decades. Gas prices have shot up nearly 50%, 49.6, with California earning the title as the nation's most expensive market. A gallon of gas can cost on average between $4.63, with the high that we've seen is close to $6. With communities, including San Joaquin County, Oakland, and Sacramento, notching their highest ever record average gas price. But it isn't just gas Californians are paying. More goods ranging from foods to used cars to electricity. For example, in some parts, home electricity costs have gone up 9%, more than it did last year. Priced eggs for meat, poultry, fish, and eggs have jumped 14%. Our community still struggles from the last inflation/recession. We saw an increase in number of people couch surfing, living in their vehicles in their street, and we're still working every day to remedy that. We cannot keep punishing Californians. So what we are asking, and I'm not here to complain, I'm here to offer some solutions and to tell you what the District Attorney's Office is going to do. We've sent a letter to the Attorney General today asking for an investigation into the price gouging of gas prices, and if there is illegal activity, the prosecution of those who should be held accountable for taking advantage of the good people in California. We pay our more than fair share. We work hard, and we will pay our fair share. But to use the increase and spike in gasoline costs that affects every component of everything we do is overburdensome and unfair. There is no logical reason, there is no natural catastrophe that would require gas to be at the price that it is, other than greed. So we will be asking for that. We will also ask the governor today to look for additional solutions to give our families some relief, to provide resources, whether it be through the infrastructure monies that are coming through, or through the reserve, or through the surplus that the state of California has, to immediately take action and lower the price of gas and help our families get through the holidays, through the cold weather, and with a lot less pressure on their back. So I just wanted to bring forward what the District Attorney's Office is seeing and one of the solutions that we're creating, and thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Ferber. Any other member of the public wish to come forward? If not, we're going to go to our written submissions, and there are numerous submissions. Madam Clerk.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm going to turn it to Chief Deputy Clerk Nicole to begin with some public comments, and then I'll finish up with the remaining public
How
comments.
many online submissions do we have?
I don't know exactly how many, but as of last night, we had about 19 pages, and I've received about 10 more this morning that I'll be reading as well.
Okay, thank you.
James Martin writes, added to the squalor is the crime that these people bring in. There seems to be no end to it. Seems like the county is banking on more revenue from the state diverted to higher salaries. A recent survey of 10 comparable California counties found that San Joaquin County has the 4th highest rate of salary and benefit costs. With little response or action provided for that, I've had enough. Every neighbor on my street has had their car windows smashed. I've had more items stolen in the last 4 years than in my entire 68-year lifetime. Now selling my home, which I've worked hard to build, and leaving the state. Our county and state has gone bonkers with taxes, fees, trash, and crime. Criminals pampered in our prisons, zero traffic enforcement. Can't blame the police. I'd quit too if judges kept releasing the same people over and over. Where's all the money? $21 million for environmental protection. LOL, Jim Martin, general contractor, retired. Julie Bowers writes, stop the victimization of our Delta waterways. Jim Derby, Pat Roshi, and Blake Hake write, stop the environment victimization of our waterways. Annette Stevens writes, please save our Delta from the hazardous waste that is allowed to pollute it. You have the power to save our waters. The voting citizens of this county deserve better from our elected officials. Daniel Webb writes, enough is enough. Stop the environmental victimization of our waterways. We need low-cost food and the jobs it creates. There is no water shortages, just mismanagement of our water system. MoreWaterNow.com. Jerry Wolf writes, as a resident and business owner on the Delta, I not only see but hear from so many customers about the illegal dumping and the amount of garbage that is becoming an increasing problem. We are now witnessing whole bags of garbage, ice chests, barrels, among other things that lie just below the water line. Stephanie Pearson writes, any further delay in the provision of shelter for the homeless who are inhabiting our waterways is cruel and cowardly. Take immediate action tonight to at least move the people to any kind of shelter, however temporary, so that you can invoke the Boise Law. Our community elected you to handle these issues, not take a cowardly pass. Next, a new task force of community members should be formed immediately. This should be comprised of local citizens, local government, and nonprofit personnel. It is clear that nonprofits cannot effectively handle this alone. Studying the root causes of homelessness has been accomplished. Do not use this as an excuse for further delay. Divide the homeless population up into groups: mentally challenged, families, and youths. Each group would have a different strategy for assistance, but house them first to get them off the waterways. An anonymous writer writes, stop allowing our Delta waterways to be polluted. Lowell King writes, please do everything possible to get the homeless and others to stop trashing the rivers over and over again. It is very difficult to clean up using volunteers and public resources, only for it to be trashed again by the same homeless people and dumpers. 80% of homeless do not want to work and do not want to change. They are the ones that do not care about trashing the rivers or the roadway. Need to make things too uncomfortable for them to move back to these areas after they are cleaned by volunteers in county and state. Need to make laws tougher, enforced to the maximum. Patrol these dumping areas regularly. Kick them out immediately. When one comes back, next time you look, there is a dozen and another huge trash pile. Figure out where the homeless go for food, etc., and place free dumpsters. If they had a dumpster to use, perhaps the trash will stay away from the waterways and the roadways. We need to come up with some program where the ones responsible are punished. Part of the punishment should include picking up trash. Thank you for Go Request. My wife and I pick up garbage on the roadside regularly. Sometimes a mess is dumped that we cannot handle. We use Go Request. Go Request is something that works well. Judy Ferrari writes, I live on the bank of the Calaveras River. The amount of trash floating down the river has increased significantly since the homeless are allowed to camp on the riverbanks. In a 30-minute outing in my kayak, I am routinely able to fill a large garbage bag with floating garbage, i.e. aerosol cans, bottles, styrofoam cartons, gas cans, even a 2-tier plastic table. Consistent monitoring and removal of these folks is the only solution. Where is the money going that is earmarked to house them? Diane Stone writes, Dear County Board of Supervisors, thank for the effort put forth to pass the resolution against vaccine passports for county departments. Although this is good, it is a tiny first step in the fight for personal liberties for the citizens of this county. What is needed is an ordinance that secures these positive steps in the broadest way possible. Forget about losing funds if you were to embark on this type of ordinance. Our freedoms far exceed the value of money. I did not see Dr. Park on the agenda for discussion of the governor's latest state of emergency extension. This is not acceptable. I would like for Dr. Park to present evidence to the citizens that continued mandates for this county that her department has handed down needs to remain in place. How long is this going to be tolerated? I would like to see this board host a town hall style meeting. We have questions and we demand answers, not statistics and what ifs, real answers. We will not continue to live in this tyrannical rule. Many have lost jobs for refusal to follow these mandates, and I am one. Our children, if in school, are unable to breathe fresh air or see others' expressions. Businesses are suffering and dying. Please step up and refuse to follow the dictatorship of the governor's office. There is no public health emergency. Priscilla Salamo writes, stop the victimization of our waterways. If you're not part of the solution, then you're part of the problem. Thank you. Jill Stevenson writes, we feel it is important to share our concerns with you concerning the ongoing garbage polluting the Calaveras River. We are members of Stockton Yacht Club and berth several boats in the marina. We continually witness a nonstop trail of garbage along the Calaveras. Removal of the vagrant population upriver, it would alleviate the problems, but that hasn't been the case. We have garbage flowing through the marina at SYC, getting caught in boat slips and littering the shoreline. We also participated in the Coastal Cleanup Day along the Calaveras in September and were astonished at the amount of garbage dumped in the river, including mattresses, bags of clothing, household garbage, and even bags of fecal matter. It was frankly disgusting to see what people dump into the river, treating it no better than a sewer. Not only is the garbage an eyesore, it's also a health hazard, and it is clearly a violation of environmental laws. Our waterway in the county needs to be cleaned up. As citizens of San Joaquin County and members of the Delta community, we expect you as elected officials to address these ongoing issues. Concerned Delta citizens Jill and Richard Stevenson. Jim Cumming writes, the evidence is overwhelming that the unrestricted dumping of trash and the washdown of human waste into the Delta is the very least a healthy hazard, not to mention a serious blow any aesthetic beauty offered by our beautiful waterways. The board has in its power to stem this and address its root cause. However, it will take some political courage to do so. When will enough be enough to make this happen? Someone has to get the ball rolling. Steve Benavides writes, a water blockade has been going on for years, causing groundwater to disappear, land to die, animals to die, water rationing, job loss, businesses to close. California built a great water infrastructure when they knew what they were doing. The pollution in the Delta kills the fish. Fix the problem. Quit using the water people need to flush the giant toilet, the Delta. The people have suffered and the fish have not benefited. The extreme environmentalists are running the show and it shows. Enough is enough. Frank Rousey writes, I'm for clean water. It's been 23 days since the last rain event that washed a lot of litter into the Calaveras River. I just rode my bike from I-5 to Cherokee Road on the Calaveras bike path to see what had been done to clean it up. I recommend that everyone see it for themselves to understand the magnitude of the crime against our precious waterways. I am a native of Stockton, and the Delta is what has kept me living here. We can't afford to wait another day to clean our waterways. There is a lot of posturing before the boots hit the ground. It's a waste of time and delays the work needlessly. Just do it. An anonymous writer says, take off the mandates. We do not want to be under emergency acts anymore. We would like a town hall meeting. We have questions that need answers. We are not in a public emergency anymore. Crystal Holt writes, we need you to help fixing the cleanliness of our waterways. Please help us remove the vagrants that are harming this important environmental resource in our community and remove the garbage from illegal dumping. This topic is very important to the voters and residents. I'll now turn it over to Rochelle DeBoard.
Thank you, Deputy Lee. The next comment was submitted by Robert Gregg, who writes, I believe time has long passed to address the homeless issue. Stockton needs to step up and be an example, especially on homeless encampments on our waterways. I have spent most of my life out in the Delta and have never seen so much garbage in our water and on its embankments. Everywhere I look on every canal are homeless and garbage. This garbage is washing into our Delta, lakes, and rivers. Please make this a priority to keep our waterways clean for the next generation to enjoy as I have. The next comment is submitted by Tina Carr, who writes, as a sailor, I see the banks of the Delta at a close range. It is very apparent that the amount of trash, abandoned boats, furniture, etc. has increased tremendously in the last few years. This needs to be dealt with. The Delta is the jewel of our area. I also see encampments that spring up which release human waste into the water. This is a very serious health risk. If you have not viewed this from a water view and want a true picture, contact me. Our crew would be glad to take you out. Jim Boheck writes, Board of Supervisors, I am writing on behalf of the Stockton Rod and Gun Club, organized in 1941. The Stockton Rod and Gun Club was formed for the purpose of conservation, preservation, and propagation of fish and game in San Joaquin County. Over the years, have seen the decline of fish from our area from the damming of rivers, quote, salmon runs on the San Joaquin River, end quote, and near extinction of the Delta smelt from the pumping of water from the Delta. Now we have the homeless camps polluting our rivers with their sewage and trash in our county. This needs to stop. You can't continue to allow this to happen. There should be an ordinance that restricts any camping within 500 feet of any river or stream without proper permits. I can't believe that there is no laws that prevent what is happening now along Mormon Slough and other rivers in the county. Please stop the environmental victimization of our waterways. Thank you, Jim Boheck. Roger Beebe writes, as one of the oldest clubs in the Delta and a member of the Pacific Interclub Yacht Association, Stockton Yacht Club depends on the health of the Calaveras River to continue its operations as both a marina and a cruise-in destination for numerous yacht clubs in Northern California. I'm sharing my concerns regarding the ongoing pollution of the river that jeopardizes our club's ability to do business and poses a significant environmental hazard. The flow of garbage downriver is constant, landing between boats, our docks, and the shoreline. It impacts guests who cruise into the club throughout the year to enjoy the river and the wildlife, but instead witness a constant flow of trash downstream during their stay. It also impacts other berthers in the marina who must endure trash around their boats throughout the year. In the winter, it can become a serious hazard when rain causes increased water levels and current that push even more trash into the marina. For the health and welfare of the public, San Joaquin County elected officials need to take action to address this ongoing problem on our Delta waterways. No excuse exists for allowing this pollution to continue, driven in large part by the vagrant population on the Calaveras River and many other Delta waterways. Sandy and Tom Meldon writes, I would like to address the issue regarding the homeless encampments along the Calaveras River. Being born and raised in Stockton, I was disgusted by recent pictures I saw of the encampments and the health and safety issues they arise. The encampments pose a real threat to our levees in that they must be free and clear of debris so that they can be inspected by state and local authorities to ensure their integrity in the event of a flood. Also, our fish and wildlife throughout the Delta are greatly impacted by garbage, abandoned vehicles, and human waste. Our Delta is already a complex and fragile ecosystem, and these encampments should not be allowed ever. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Bill Wells, who writes, Stockton has the best waterfront in Northern California. It is largely an unrecognized treasure that could be much better. Tracy Glaves and her San Joaquin Delta Neighborhood Watch group have removed tons of junk, garbage, human waste, and other things from local waterways over the last few years. She needs help and commitment from San Joaquin County to make progress on further cleaning our waterways. I strongly urge you to provide financial and physical support to her group continue to expand their operation. The Delta Chambers and Visitors Bureau has been putting on boating and other events in Stockton for decades. These events have drawn in many paying visitors from all over the U.S. Clean waterways are important to provide a positive experience for visitors. You need to clean things up not only for visitors, but for San Joaquin County residents too. The current level of filth is not only unsightly, but unhealthy also. There are two state agencies that should be able to provide support to assist you, the Delta Protection Commission and the Delta Conservancy. They both have large budgets, and as their names imply, they are charged with protecting and conserving the California Delta. We are here to support your efforts too. Best regards, Bill Wells, Executive Director, California Delta Chamber and Visitors Bureau. The next comment is submitted by Bill Smith, who writes, to the San Joaquin County Board of Supervisors, I suggest that you take a field trip to one of the many tributaries that feeds our Delta. This way you will see what has been done by the lack of action to remove the blight left behind from our many homeless encampments throughout the area. This is becoming an embarrassment to the city and county. The bio from the representative in my district states, continued, quote, leadership on regional water issues serving on the 5 Delta Counties Coalition, the San Joaquin Area Flood Control Agency, and the Sacramento San Joaquin Delta Conservancy, end quote. We need to do better than this, and please remember, boaters are voters. Sincerely, Bill Smith. The next comment is submitted by Kimberly Ann Miller, who writes, "It saddens me that y'all have allowed to happen to our California Delta. All the vagrants and trash polluting our beloved waterways is disheartening. For allowing the vagrants to pollute and live on or near the waterways, where are the environmentalists at? People from all over the world come to California to see what is projected in magazines, online, and in the movies. Yet all they see is homeless camps, trash, needles, vagrants, defecating, living on sidewalks, living on freeways, trees, and waterways, drug addicts, mental health issues due to the fact that all the state hospitals are closed, yet soon are prisons for criminals. Not the beauty of California that's projected on television. To continue to support a governor that allows this is criminal behavior. To dodge addicts while driving on Highway 4, northbound to the 5, to pass Mormon Slough that's full of vagrants, trash, and addicts. This is what people see, not only our native Californians, but visitors. This must stop. I was in Nevada this last month, and driving into California is night and day, from beauty to trash. Stockton and the California Delta deserve better. All of California deserves better. And our vote counts. Stop allowing our elected officials to trash California and our beloved California Delta. Last I knew, there were $1,000 fines for littering, and you couldn't walk on a freeway, let alone live on it. Yet all of you allow this to continue. Shame on all of you." The next comment is submitted by Sean Springer, who writes, "To whom it may concern, I am a resident of Stockton, California, and I reside near the Calaveras River, which I am gravely concerned about. As I drive River Road every day, I see trash floating down towards the main channel, helplessly knowing it will eventually be deposited on the banks or become submerged. This debris poses many different threats to our waterways. I have taken the initiative and volunteered for cleanups in my neighborhoods so I can be part of the change that needs to happen. While volunteering, I have seen an overwhelming amount of trash and hazardous materials are allowed to enter our waterways. From human feces, female hygiene products, needles, to alkaline and lead acid car batteries, aerosol paint cans, electronic waste, and thousands of non-biodegradable waste that take hours and days to remove safely from harm's way. I am also a boater, and I keep my boat at the Stockton Yacht Club, which also is part in the Calaveras River. And much of this debris gets entangled around our boats and props, causing costly damage and needles expenses for our recreational boating community. My son liked to fish from the banks, and he himself has snagged trash, prohibiting him from catching fish. My daughter liked to swim off the docks, and now she's scared to go in the water after seeing what comes out of it. We need help to preserve what we have left for our future. Please don't let this continue without attention. Sean." The next comment was submitted by Tony Faso, who writes, "Supervisors, my name is Tony Faso, and I am the owner of Delta Marine Sales and Delta Marine Yacht Center. We have 3 locations on the California Delta and have had, until recently, intentions on opening another soon. I am writing to convey my utter contempt and extreme disappointment in the current board's handling of the rampant illegal dumping on and in our waterways that is occurring in plain sight. The lack of action to mitigate this activity is negligence at the highest level and is bordering on criminal, as this is a direct threat to your constituents' health and safety. As a businessman who relies on the consumers' use and enjoyment of our waterways, I can report to you that more and more people whom have enjoyed the Delta for generations are now opting out for fear of the extremely dangerous levels of E. coli and other harmful bacteria that are a direct result of this lack of substantive action. Every available resource must be used, and every applicable law on the books should be enforced with rigor to ensure the public safety. This is a public health disaster, and it is your obligation as our elected officials to address this immediately. Sincerely, Tony Faso." The next comment was submitted anonymously and writes, "A few weeks back, a presentation was given by the Women's Committee, which led to a line of questioning by Supervisor Patty related to potential wage disparities in the country between men and women. One very recent action by the board came to mind when a 10% raise was given to deputy sheriffs, a male-dominated field, no doubt. This was done while they were already under contract. I don't know what percentage the clerical and administrative staff of mostly women received, but I'd be willing to bet it wasn't even half that much. So there's an example of how wage disparities exist in the county. The next comment is submitted by Kurt Page, who writes, Dear Board of Supervisors, my name is Kurt Page, and I own and operate West Coast Canvas on Fremont Street. I want to tell you that I have very strong concerns for the health of the Delta going forward. I had my shop in Tower Park in previous years, and I was exposed to too much more remote portion of the waterways. Since I have now had my shop downtown, I have been inundated with clients expressing their disgust at our surrounding waters. They have conveyed their intentions to no longer do their boating on the Delta due to the unsafe pollutants and gross water. Anyone with 2 eyes can clearly see how this is occurring, and it seems as though nothing effective is being done to stop it. You are letting one of the area's most treasured gift be polluted and disrespected, and most importantly, you are allowing the reputation of our entire area to be ruined by activity that is clearly illegal and a direct threat of our entire human and wildlife that uses it. It is shameful that more is not being done immediately. Please take action. Regards, Kurt Page. I do have additional comments that have been received this morning. The first one is anonymous and writes, as a San Joaquin County resident, I reject vaccine passports and mandates. Do not repeat our history of segregation and discrimination. The people of our county should be allowed to patronize all businesses. Do not divide our county. Let our country be free to make informed and medical decisions for ourselves and our families. The next comment was submitted by Jennifer McGill, who writes, Board of Supervisors, why is there no agenda item listed today for COVID-19 discussion, especially since Governor Newsom announced last week that California will remain in a state of emergency through March of 2022? I do not understand why this item has been omitted. We, the residents of San Joaquin County, need the use of this forum in order to hear directly and in person from Dr. Parks. This is so important because Dr. Parks presently holds the power over all people residing in San Joaquin County on health-related matters. It is her public duty to keep reporting and presenting her evidence that justifies her health orders, which subsequently keep San Joaquin County in a state of emergency. I implore you to place the COVID-19 discussion back on the agenda, starting with you next meeting, and then for all further meetings while we are in a state of emergency. Thank you. The next comment was submitted by Steve McGill, who writes, the CDC admitted under a FOIA, Freedom of Information Act, that there is no proof that those with natural immunity have ever spread or recontracted COVID, including variants. While there are countless studies that prove those who have been vaccinated against COVID continue to transmit and contract the virus, unnecessary enforcement of requirements is concerning. Please consider this as you are working to strategically mitigate the effects of the virus. The next comment was submitted anonymously, but states her name as Katrina Evans, a resident of San Joaquin County. I am urging you to help parents fight for choices when it comes to the vaccine mandates being imposed on our children. As a mom of elementary school children, I want to keep them in the classroom, but if our school district does not allow for parent choice, I will be pulling my children along with hundreds of other families. There has not been enough studies or trials done to know the long-term effects of those vaccines on kids. Quite simply, more research needs to be done, especially when COVID is not affecting children at the same rates it is affecting adults. Please advocate for us and help the school boards in San Joaquin County understand this needs to be an option and not be forced. I appreciate your time and all that you have done regarding the COVID passports in the community. Thank you again. The next comment was submitted by Jeffrey Larson, who writes, I addressed the board today to express extreme disappointment in your entire agenda using COVID money to fix or repair roads, as well as airport security upgrades, is misappropriation of funding. Also, issuing funding for a COVID response to PHS through 2023 is a joke. The health emergency should only be for 7 days with review in 14 days. Why are we issuing funding for 2 years if we don't plan on being locked down for 2 more years? You should be putting that money into the true health issues, which is our homeless living in canals and waterways. I am District 2 and live by Smith Canal, and the water is disgusting due to the waste and toxic garbage left behind. You are negligent in your ability to resolve this issue. Funny how a COVID resolution has no teeth, but Stanislaus County, Oroville, have freed their constituents from being masked and muzzled. Why haven't you done this for yours? The next comment was submitted by Megan Pritchard, who writes, Those of you that are continuing to push these mandates and are in support of pushing the vaccine and masking on people are experiencing Stockholm Syndrome. If you're not aware of what this is, it's the state in which the person being abused in the relationship forms a positive bond by its abuser. You are being abused, but you want more of it. You are also being bought by it. Tell us again how much money you've received from the COVID relief plan. Our county is one of the highest paid out in the state, and we will continue to abide by what the state and federal government pays out because you are too scared to actually do some digging into science and find other ways for our economy to come back. The minute we end the state of emergency in our county, fully open our businesses, schools, etc., and remove the quarantine testing requirements only needed during a state of emergency, we will be free of this. We need to allocate resources toward making our community healthy, not putting a Band-Aid that further perpetuates the problem. Megan Pritchard. The next comment was submitted by We the People and writes, the government does not grant right. The government has no right to grant anything. In a government of the people, for the people, and for the people, the government has privileges graded to it by the people. The Constitution was written to protect the people's rights from the government and to tell the government what privileges it was granted by the people. Never forget, we the people. And the final comment was submitted by Roger Kelly, who writes, Roger Kelly, lifelong resident, San Joaquin Delta Neighborhood Watch. It was October 26 when I met KCRA out on the Calaveras River in between West Lane and El Dorado to have witnessed the environmental disaster. Next week will be a month since, and no significant action has been taken to clean up the water or even the areas that aren't encampments. The timeline to get all of the agencies to meet and take action is unacceptable and needs to be accelerated. It was back a couple years ago, a friend, Adam Farrow, made a video of the enormous trash flow down the Calaveras River into the San Joaquin River and out into the Delta. That was the first time I met some of the Board of Supervisors at a private meeting to discuss options. I personally pulled out boat water heaters, trash, and tents and buckets with feces that got pinned against my dock. I'm just on person, it was everywhere. After all the storms, the garbage lingers, causing problems for wildlife, people, and boaters. After all the volunteer work I have done, it is a crime for you not to take immediate to clean the entire site so it doesn't get washed downstream immediately. And Chairman Patty, that concludes our written public comments at this time.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and I appreciate the robust levels of engagement. I will state that this board, and as chairman, I attempted to address the homeless issue. There were efforts and actions taken to do things different than what we could have done to address this issue. Not all board members felt the same about how to address it. We could have had a 300 to 350 person shelter, emergency shelter, up and running at this time. But again, this board did not see fit by the majority required to get there, and actions were taken to thwart that. So we will continue going forward. In fact, we're having a discussion today that may involve some levels of the engagement that continues this time going forward. And this board is well aware we have a homeless issue. It is a crisis of humanity and of epic proportion. I would hope that at some point we can come together and collectively work together instead of playing politics or divisiveness or thinking that one idea is better than another. We need to move forward with something. We need a level of commitment and in partnership, and it does take money. We have a $2 billion a year budget. I think we could find a few extra $1 million to help this humanitarian crisis. So while we're seeing this filth and this wasteland in the waterways and throughout our communities, this board is paying attention. We are highly engaged. I just hope and wish that we would have united and come together behind a plan that could have worked without the concerted effort that it took to thwart, stop, and prevent measurable action. So moving forward, Vice Chair Wynn, before we go forward, I need a motion to approve the regular board meetings of October 26, October 29, and November 2nd. I need a motion and a second so we can vote.
So moved.
Second.
Chairman Petty, I may need to do a roll vote. For some reason, I have County Council and CAO showing up as voters for this item.
Please do roll call.
Thank Thank you. Supervisor Miller?
Yes.
Supervisor Nguyen?
Yes.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Yes.
Supervisor Rickman?
Yes.
And Chairman Patty?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Vice Chair Nguyen, we have appointments to boards and commissions.
Thank you, Chair. I make the following recommendations in the form of a motion. First of all, Agricultural Technical Advisory Committee, 1 position. War Department position 1201.2, Alfred Nicolini. The Council for Quality Care and Education of Children, 1 position. Child Care Provider Representation, positions 2501.1, Dr. Suzanne Devitt. Health Commission, San Joaquin County, 1 position. Community Representative position 3302.2, Dr. Farhan Fadu. Parks and Recreation Committee, 1 position. At-large representative position 5106.1, re-advertise. Tracy Public Cemetery Board of Trustees, 1 position. Trustee position 6501.2, Scott Arvin Bright. The Veterans Advisory Committee, 1 position. Director of VA Palo Alto Healthcare nominee, position 7107, Susan Ferry. And Woodbridge Municipal Advisory Committee, 1 position. Member position 6601.4, re-advertised. And with that, I make that a form of a motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Do I have a second?
Second.
Quick to the draw. Supervisor Miller seconds. Adopted 5-0. Thank you. Next, we are on to consent. Supervisor Rickman, any items to pull?
No, Chair. Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua?
Negative.
Vice Chair Nguyen?
No.
Supervisor Miller?
No, thank you.
How about that? We are going to breeze through. I need a motion to approve consent items as presented. Items 1 through 30.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. Please vote if working. Adopted 5-0. Consent items 1 through 30. Next up, we have scheduled morning public hearings. Ms. Hopkins, before you come down, is it a quick briefing? Because I know a discussion item we have from CAO's office, and we have some legislative representatives here. Do you have a quick presentation, or how much time? Less than 10? Come on down. Thank you. I don't want to short circuit or supersede anything. I just wanted to be efficient in our time for our legislative representatives.
Good morning, Chair Patty, members of the board, CAO Wilverding, County Council Miles. Thank you for allowing Human Resources a few minutes of your time today to recognize service awards for our employees. San Joaquin County Human Resources is proud to be part of the county's Service Award Program, and this award program strives to recognize employees at milestone periods starting at 5 years through 40 years of service to our community. We have 1 employee with 40 years today that we will recognize. Employees with over 20 years of service are honored by the Board of Supervisors in this awards ceremony. This is our 4th virtual awards ceremony, and we do hope to return to in-person in the beginning of 2022. These honorees are provided with 2 long-lasting gifts, a service pen identifying the years of service, and a framed matted print. We'll show a sample of the framed matted print in a minute, but these are high-quality reproductions of 19th and 20th century original from the archives of the San Joaquin County Historical Society and Museum. 95 employees from 20 departments were eligible to participate in today's awards ceremony, and 27 employees requested to be honored publicly today. These awards cover staff who became eligible during the months of May of 2021 through August of 2021. There's also a photograph of each employee during our presentation. Retirees are also recognized as part of the Service Award Program. We had 50 retirees from 15 departments between March and April of 2021, and none of our retirees requested to be recognized publicly today. We will now honor our employees. I'm going to ask for grace and forgiveness in advance. There are a couple of names I'm not sure I will have the correct pronunciation for. So again, retirees, this is a sample of the photographs that we mentioned a minute ago. We have one employee from San Joaquin General Hospital who has 40 years of service to our community, Yvette Kinros. We have 3 employees who have 30 years of service to our community, 2 from the Human Services Agency, Gloria Atiano and Teresa Fonse. 1 from Public Works, Troy Botts. We have 5 employees that we're recognizing today with 25 years of service, 2 from the Human Services Agency, Rosemary Hamilton and Sidivet Pollock. 1 from San Joaquin General Hospital, Jose Fernandez, and 1 from the Sheriff's Office, Kathleen Yuturi. Our 20-year service awards this morning, we have 1 from our Assessor Recorder County Clerk, Rosa Arceo, 2 employees from Behavioral Health Services, Shirley Holloway and Jerry Lucetti. 1 from Community Development, Jessica Erler. Laura Estrada from the Department of Child Support Services. Natalia, do you know how to say this one?
Sabatnikova.
Thank you. This one I knew I would stumble over. My apologies. Environmental Health Services. 2 from the Human Services Agency, Lazaro Gonzalez and Dolores Jensen. 3 from Probation, Merlinda Corbett, Jennifer Gilmer Blacknell, and Paul Sylvester. 1 from the Public Defender's Office, Nelson Liu. 2 from Public Works, Jose Alvarado, Ted Nishimura. Our final group is 5 employees from San Joaquin General Hospital, all with 20 years of service: Annette Avery, Kevin Chaddock, Catherine Henderson, Deborah Perry, Vicki Zaragoza. We want to thank all of our employees for their continued dedication to San Joaquin County and thank the Board of Supervisors for your time today. Are there any questions?
Thank you, Ms. Hopkins. Let me bring it to the board, starting with Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for bringing this forward. You know, that's awesome. And 40 years, I'm just trying to wrap my head around that. But I just want to say, you know, thank you to our employees for all your dedication and commitment to San Joaquin County and all the residents that reside here. And when we talk about San Joaquin County, of course, it's not just the county, the unincorporated areas, but all our cities that depend on our resources and our personnel that we provide. And it wouldn't be possible without the awesome workers that we have here, a lot of them that you just listed. So if you're watching, thank you, and we appreciate you and your service, and keep up the great work, and God bless.
Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I would just like to echo what I'm sure all my colleagues are going to say, how grateful we are for our dedicated and really excellent service that all of our employees provide. They really are our face. I mean, when people say the county, it's not the 5 of us here. It's really the thousands of employees, county employees that we have, really delivering critical services to our residents. So on behalf of the board, thank them all very much. We appreciate their service.
We will. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. As previously stated, obviously, we all appreciate the work of all our employees. I know Supervisor Rickman mentioned earlier in the meeting, just the quality of our employees stands out. And I think all of us up here are very proud to to represent San Joaquin County, considering that our employees really are the backbone of the service to our community. So I want to congratulate certainly those all the way up to 40 years, but I think one of the things we lose sight of is they're not just employees, but when you accumulate that number of years in service, just the invaluable expertise, the relationships, just all the things that we gather along the way make them extremely valuable and a tremendous asset to the residents of this county. So again, congratulations to those who are continuing to serve. Certainly want to congratulate the retirees and thank them for their service also.
Supervisor Miguel Villapudua, representing District 1.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I agree with my colleagues. It's incredible how much time and service they've committed to our county and our community, and I thank you all for out there for all your hard work. Appreciate it.
And rounding it out, it gives us extreme pleasure to represent citizens of San Joaquin County as elected representatives and express our gratitude and their gratitude for the years of service, the dedication, the levels of excellence, and for being part of the San Joaquin County family of services. And we wish you and all of your family and friends continued happy years in San Joaquin County, and thanks to you, you help provide a much better life for many people with the services you have rendered. So thank you all. And next time we'll be able to do this in person, you believe?
Yes.
Yep, that's enjoyable. Thank you. Next up, we have under discussion a CAO accept and file the 2021 state and federal legislative advocacy reports. CAO Wolverding.
Thank you, Chair Patty. This morning, Jolina Voorhees, our CAO legislative analyst, will be coordinating several presentations covering federal, state, and water resources advocacy. These presentations will cover the major issues related to each of these areas. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Voorhees.
Good morning, Chair Patty, members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here to provide the year-end legislative presentations by our legislative advocates. San Joaquin County recognizes the need to protect its interest in Sacramento and Washington, D.C. To be effective in this mission, the county requires the legislative advocates to provide year-end reports to update the board on the legislative activity. The board letter provides an overview of the major accomplishments from the past year, and each of our legislative advocacy firms are here in person today to present their year-end reports. First, we have the state legislative report from Shaw, Yoder, Antweet, Smelter, and Lang, which will be provided by Paul Yoder, partner, and Karen Lang, partner at the firm. So first up, we have Karen and Paul here to give the state legislative report.
Good morning and welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. Karen Lang with Shaw, Yoder, Antweet, Schmelzer, and Lang to give you the first part of the report from the state, and then I'll hand it over to Paul. I'll try to be very brief. There was a lot happening this year. Obviously, COVID-19 was the overshadowing theme in the Capitol this year. Members were limited to 12 bills total that they could move to the second house, and because of the COVID-19 environment, we worked closely with your administrator's office to try to track down questions that needed answers, et cetera, related to dealing with COVID-19. We did work with the administration to try to make some changes to ERAP, which is the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, to make sure it was actually working for your landlords and tenants. Clearly, the legislature needed to make some adjustments once the program got rolling to make it more attractive for landlords. Again, building on themes you've already heard this morning, the legislature spent more money, and the governor together spent more money addressing housing and homelessness than they ever have historically. We did have an enormous budget surplus. The legislature and governor worked on a final agreement where about 75% of the surplus was on one-time programming, since our economy really ties more to the functioning on Wall Street as opposed to other economic indicators, and California collected more capital gains, revenues, and personal income tax withholdings in this most recent budget than ever before. And a lot of that money was dedicated to things like clearing the backlog of housing projects that remain unfunded through HCD. Clearly a lot of money put forward to existing channels where money went for homelessness, including the COCs, which we were talking about earlier. Cities and counties receive direct money, and of course a lot of funding towards developing more housing. Project Home Key was incredibly successful in the administration's eye. I think if there is continuing to be additional revenues beyond what was anticipated, I think you can see the governor planning to put more money into projects like that, which create a lot of new units fairly quickly. And I know that your community was one of the first to step forward with a project, and the administration was extremely pleased with the success. We are continuing to see a lot of effort around homeless populations that have mental health needs that go unaddressed. I think you'll see more activity in 2022 around this. There was definitely an effort in 2021 to deal with the population that is in custody for criminal acts that have mental needs, and there was an effort to align those folks back to the counties and to put them into your criminal justice system as opposed to keep them in state prisons. There was a lot of coordination across counties to push back on that proposal. I don't think it's going away. Certainly, if you're following the news, there's been a lot of discussion about what's going on already in county jails, and there will continue to be work in this area, and we'll remain engaged on your behalf. Certainly, water continues to be an enormous focus of the legislature and the administration, particularly during the drought. We worked extensively with your Public Works Department on the ongoing efforts around the conveyance project that the administration is pursuing along with the JPA. We are actually on Thursday going to be meeting with Secretary Crowfoot regarding a provision of the final state budget that allowed for CEQA exemptions for habitat restoration projects. It was a last-minute addition to the budget with very little notice to work on it. The Secretary has reached out to the de facto chair of the Delta Legislative Caucus, Senator Dodd, whose staff has met with the Secretary's staff now about how this is going to all work, and the Delta County Supervisors Miller and Wynn, as part of the DCC group, are going to be discussing how the Secretary plans to work with counties utilizing that exemption. We continue to plan on working to push back against the tunnel and to protect the welfare and livelihoods of constituents of San Joaquin County. And certainly, if there is another resiliency bond proposed, we will happily be working on that on your behalf to ensure that funding can't be diverted to fund a conveyance project that would disadvantage the Delta. Because there was so much money, basically every bond proposal across the spectrum, housing, homelessness, resiliency, climate change, all of those types of bonds were shelved because there was just enough money to pay for these kinds of projects without needing to engender new debt. I think you should expect to see, if revenues start to decline again, that there will be future bonds proposed. And then I wanted to cover very briefly and also commend your staff, the CAO's office, and your retirement board staff. There was a bill that dropped into print very late in the session that would have, it was intended to address something for Ventura County, but the measure was actually going to apply to all 37 ACT counties. Of course, you are one. We worked very closely and quickly to make sure that that bill was amended to not affect San Joaquin County and limit it to Ventura. The bill ultimately was sidelined at the end of the session. The legislature put it on what's called the inactive file. I do think you should expect to see it picked up again, but in its final form at the adjournment of the first half of the session, it was limited only to Ventura and did not have cost implications for the county. Certainly, we have spent a lot of time working with your child support director. Your county is one of the counties that historically has received the least amount of money per child support case. When Governor Newsom took office, he proposed to greatly bolster the amount of money that you would get. Then we hit COVID. That money was pulled back. It was restored again once it was clear that the revenue picture improved. And we're continuing to work on that with your director to try to make sure that we right-size the county's share of child support money as quickly as possible. We worked on a couple other measures on your behalf that are here on this PowerPoint. I know I'm going on a little bit long. Certainly, communicable diseases were a big point of discussion. I did get held. The county had concerns about how that was going to work. And on 989 Gabriel, It was a bill to basically create new burdens on local governments that had issues with a proposal for housing project. The county had an opposed position. It did fail passage on the last day of session. 336, your assembly member had a measure to improve how IFDs work, and that measure was signed by the governor. Senator Eggman had SB 548, which you supported. It helps move forward the Tri-Valley Rail Authority, and the governor did sign that. Finally, we will continue to be working with Senator Eggman on SB 656. The county wanted to make sure that the county's part of any new construct of a water district would ensure that the folks that would be subsumed into a newer district would be held harmless in any new rates. And I'm going to hand it over to Paul for this is the final slide, so you can do the looking ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Good morning again, Mr. Chair and members. Paul Yoder, Scheider, Antu, Schmelter, and Lang. So just looking ahead a little bit, now that we have an infrastructure package signed by the president, I think we think you can expect Governor Newsom to factor that into his January 10 proposed budget. Public Works is going to be very busy. There's a lot of money in that package for streets, roads, highways, and bridges. I think, frankly, one of the most amazing elements of that package is the money for bridges, because that's tough, even out of the SB1 revenues, to get those reconstructed, rebuilt, buttressed, and certainly we didn't have any prospects at the state level for new funding for bridges. I do want to say, though, having said that, and might as well talk about this as soon as possible, the projected state surplus going all the way through 22-23, if you use a 2-year projected surplus number, we're hearing rumors somewhere in the neighborhood of $50 billion. The governor himself, in an interview with Chuck Todd of NBC, said 14 billion out loud. He's already said 14 billion. I want to make sure everyone is aware at the same time, almost in the same breath, the governor said he'd already decided how to spend a lot of that money, and that was with new additional one-time payments to PERS and STRS. And so that was sort of admitting to the surplus, but also at the same time suppressing legislative interests and interest group interests in trying to spend more money. But one of the leaders in the legislature has sent the members of their caucus a memo that says they believe through 21-22 and then all the way through 22-23 that, again, the surplus could be as big as $50 billion. So want to mention that to you today. So there is the possibility that with the federal infrastructure plan, you may see the governor say, there's a lot of money in here. We actually have a one-time opportunity to augment that and to supplement that and to sort of supersize it, if you will, to use the fast food term, and get more money out there as quickly as possible in California. And again, Public Works is going to be very, very busy. On COVID-19, I want to make sure for the board and for the public, everyone is aware. I think it sounds like they are from comments made earlier this morning that the state of emergency has been extended through the end of March by Governor Newsom. We'll see what the legislature does with that. Frankly, when they come back on January 3rd, we're going into a third year of COVID or quasi-COVID in the Capitol, and frankly, most of the members of the legislature are ready to, I think, more fairly balance the different elements of government that we have in the state, and for the governor to not have so much unilateral authority, for the legislature to assert its co-equalness, if that's a word. On some of these other issues, I'm just going to go to the surplus again, and I'm going to say I think what the public can expect, what the board can expect, is a fair amount of additional spending proposed by the governor, again on January 10th. Yes, in the area of housing. Yes, in the area of homelessness. And we think, as I mentioned before, Public Works. Last but not least, in terms of redistricting, happy about the work. We've been able to assist the county in that regard. We'll see what the California Redistricting Commission does in the month and 10 days that they have left. There are approximately 30 members of either the legislature or Congress right now that are living within the same district under what the Redistricting Commission is proposing currently. And I think I want to close with this comment. When you look at all the money and you look at what's happening at the Redistricting Commission, folks got to fasten their seatbelts in 2022 in California. That much money and that much up in the air, if you will, politically, I think it's going to make for quite a stretch of months. We're ready to protect the county, as Karen mentioned. All the successes in 2021. We're ready to protect the county, go to bat for the county in every way possible in 2022. Thank you for letting us present today. Thank you for letting us represent this fine county. Happy to take some questions.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much. Very interesting. Yeah. And thank you for your guys' work and advocacy on our behalf, the county's behalf. Now, it's great to see the behavioral health services, for one, is finally, it seems they're finally recognizing the issue of mental health and even substance abuse. Hopefully substance abuse will, behavioral health would also cover. So it's nice to see that they're finally, after all these years, recognizing this. Do we know how many, the possibility of funds that we would get as counties?
So thank you for the question. Through the chair, two things. I should have mentioned under homelessness in that last slide, one of the things we certainly hope, and that we think will happen with the governor, from the governor in the next proposed budget, is moving beyond home key, that the next step will be more funds for the counties to address mental health and substance abuse issues. We absolutely hope and think that that's the next step from home key, and we do expect that. Also, if I may, you give me an opportunity to mention a bill, and it's a bill by one of your legislators in the area of behavioral health and mental health. SB 516 wasn't in our presentation earlier, but that's by Senator Eggman. What that bill would do is allow counties, in consideration of LPS actions, to take into account physical health issues as well as mental health conditions that may be extant. That bill made it all the way through the Senate. It's in the Assembly. It can still be moved in 2022. And two Assembly committees, the Assembly Health Committee, the Assembly Judiciary Committee, on December 15th are going to have an informational hearing. Senator Eggman is going to be allowed to sit up on the dais with the Assembly committees. It's fairly rare in the legislature, but she's going to be allowed to sit up there because she's done so much work in this area and because she has this bill, Senate Bill 516. And so just want to make sure everyone is aware of that bill. So you have money and politics, Supervisor, or policy, I should say, money and policy that could come together in 2022 on this issue.
I hope so. Another topic of water. What about storage? Was storage discussed?
We think there's actually, this is a thing where, first of all, there's an initiative, and I want to make sure the board and the public are aware. There's an initiative that's been floated. We don't know how many signatures they've gathered so far, but it would say that until the state reaches $5 billion in funding, that 2% of the state's general fund monies every year have to be set aside for water. This has got a couple edges on it for this county. It could fund projects, but the initiative very clearly says the word conveyance. Conveyance is, we think it says that in an unbiased way. There are a lot of conveyance projects being proposed in California right now. There's one in particular that you all have concerns about, obviously. But the initiative would fund a host of water projects. And again, up until $5 billion worth gets funded in California. More and more people are talking about storage and larger storage projects every day. Just saw in the news that folks in the East Bay want to expand. They want to literally double the capacity now of Los Vaqueros. There have been, marginal proposals over the last 15, 20 years, but this is a doubling of the capacity of Los Vaqueros. That's Silicon Valley. That's a lot of other people in the East Bay that want storage and more of it. So you look at that surplus as we've described, Supervisor, and again, given the governor's propensity to want to spend money in a one-time way, more money for water projects we think is something that's definitely on the table.
Well, if you look at storage, I know the voters have passed countless propositions over the years. I mean, we shouldn't be hurting on money if they do what they say what they're going to do with the money. But, hopefully, after this year, Sacramento realizes the importance of water storage instead of letting trillions of gallons go out into the ocean every year. I mean, my God, just look what happened here a few weeks ago with that rain, where it went. So, well, we can only, push and advocate for that. And my last item is under the American Rescue Plan. I know it's still up in the air, but have you heard anything about the, transportation? It's how much money possible the counties will get? I mean, I sit on the Council of Governments. I know our chair does, Supervisor Bill Apuda, and we all sat on there, and making sure San Joaquin County gets our fair share instead of a lot of these dollars going to Los Angeles and to the coast. And it seems like, we're always fighting for scraps here. And we have the 99-120 project, we have 205, we have the Valley Link, and just, the port, the airport, and all these different things. What can we do to make sure we get our fair share?
Well, the first part of your question, I think it's the federal lobbyists can correct me when they come up, but I think for roads, streets, roads, highways, and then bridges, for each of those pots, California is expected to receive at least, I want to say $4.5 billion for each of those pots, bridges being separate from streets, roads, highways. So a lot of money, and that's over, each of those is over the next 5 years. So what the Newsom administration decides to do in terms of metering out that money, we'll see on January 10th. In terms of the county getting its fair share, I think that's just something we're going to have to be working for and advocating for on your behalf next year, because I think the Newsom administration actually is going to have a fair amount of latitude in, once it gets the money, where it sends the money. And so that's one of the things where I certainly hope we're going to be going to bat and in a big way on the county's behalf next year.
Just, I'll end it on this, is, a prime example is, 99, 120, the interchange there, and, 205. It seems like local government, county and the cities, Measure-K funds and local funds are being used, almost solely for state jurisdiction. And it doesn't seem the state has put in their fair share of it. And it's something that we just mentioned, or I just mentioned on the Council of Governments the other day. And it seems like more and more responsibility for these projects are being thrown to local government, and the state's kind of, backing off a little bit. And it just seemed like a fairness thing.
I think, again, out of this projected surplus, supersizing what is in the federal infrastructure plan is something that you're going to see a lot of interest advocating for. And I think it's likely. It can happen very quickly. There was this drought package last year, and one of the things that happened in the very end of August, it was one of the last budget trailer bills that came up, there was a bicameral, bipartisan frustration and agreement that members want money for projects. They didn't want money to go into pots to be allocated through this state agency and department and commission process. They know what the water project needs are in their districts, and they want to see money that can go directly towards them. And I'd be remiss if we didn't mention that as well. I think, it's not just roads and highways, but in the area of water as well. Coming back to that, you may see the legislature push on the governor and say, we want to fund the 120, improvements to the 120. We want to fund groundwater recharge in San Joaquin County. We absolutely expect to see that next year.
Well, that's all I have. Thank you both very much for being here.
Yep.
Well, thank you for that presentation. You answered most of my questions. Thank you.
Vice Chair Wynn.
As always, an excellent presentation. Appreciate it. Also, I just want to recognize again the work that you did and your staff did on our redistricting with the state. Certainly appreciate your participation. Whatever. It's constantly shifting sand, so to speak. A couple things in regards to certainly the $50 billion. The district attorney was up earlier wanting to initiate investigation in regards to price gouging, which means overcharging for a commodity. Is there such a thing as tax gouging? Because if you have $50 billion excess, somewhere along the way, we're paying a little bit more than we expected to. And that's probably more a rhetorical question, so understand that. I read, and you reaffirmed in the Sacramento Bee in regards to the $4 billion for the infrastructure for roads, et cetera, and also the other one for bridges. I guess, and I'll probably ask our federal representatives when they come up, but my question is, California is the biggest state, population-wise and economically, and a whole bunch of other things. If we were to say 4 and then maybe another 4 for bridges or whatever, that's $8 billion. I know that's just, quote, infrastructure, which everybody thinks this is a great bill. But when we're talking over $1 trillion, it seems like $8 billion is just really a drop in the bucket. So do you have, at least from a state perspective, as far as receiving information from our either governor or legislators, what's the expectation of the total amount of money that California will receive on all, quote, infrastructure, or at least our share of that over $1 trillion package?
I think it is better for us to let your federal advocates
talk fine.
About that. Yeah, absolutely. If that's okay.
No, that's fine. And on the LPS, I have a concern because I know back in the 60s and 70s when we emptied out our state mental hospitals, it seems this is kind of going down the same path, and that was disastrous. How do they think that this is going to be any better, especially, again, by shifting it back as the federal and state government did to local governments? Again, we're receiving something that we don't have the money to care for. And I'm always leery because when they start these programs of moving them from the state to the local governments, and they give us some money, somewhere eventually that money seems to decrease, which then leaves the counties or the cities in some cases having to fund this program or have it, deteriorate. So what's the thinking on that in regards to the legislature?
Yeah, the good news is in last year's budget, there was $3 billion appropriated for what is called the continuum of care. Different continuum of care than for homelessness, but in the behavioral health system continuum of care. And you think of the different kinds of facilities, right, that folks with mental health problems can and are sent to. That's the continuum of care I'm referencing right now. $3 billion to add beds, to expand facilities, to potentially build new facilities. This county is kicking the tires on a pretty innovative multi-county project. And it's things like that we actually think can be funded out of that $3 billion. We also think, given the surplus, that there might be a possibility to augment that, Supervisor. The trick, as you all know, is operating funds. You expand a facility, you build a new facility, that's a one-time cost by and large. But staffing it is, that's the thing. To bake that into your budget for the next 15, 20 years, that's really the thing. And we are impressing that upon the administration, whether it's homelessness. Now I will mix the apples and the oranges, right? Whether it's homelessness or sort of more strictly behavioral health issues, severe issues that folks are suffering from, regardless, county staffing of those things or those functions, that's what we need the administration to really commit towards. And so we're working on that. CSEC's working on that. The Urban Counties Caucus is working on that. But that's the toughest part of this. It really is. So if the state, as Karen talked about, if the state wants to shift these LPS conservatees to the counties, what kind of commitment are the counties going to get for ongoing funding? Because the state's funding itself, right? The state has been funding itself to take care of these conservatees. So what kind of funding is the state willing to give the counties to basically do the same and do it for them? So we'll be working on that.
Well, that's a principle that I think is often forgotten by legislators in regards to funding projects, because it all sounds great and makes everybody feel good, at least initially. Yep. But what's the killer is the O&M. Yep. You just can't you just can't draw that out of thin air. The other problem when you talk about staffing, is, for example, and I'm sure we're not the only ones, but just finding, psychiatrists, psych techs, the clinical staff necessary to provide the treatment is a challenge nationwide, not just California. My point is, and maybe this is another bucket, but it would seem like the governor would provide funds to provide scholarships or kind of supplemental funding for colleges, even our hospitals. St. Joseph's, I think, they're on track to train 200 doctors, and I know our county general is on a similar path. But it costs money to fund those programs, and they don't normally have that in their budget. So, I mean, this is all well and good. I certainly appreciate the additional beds, but the reality is, unless one, we have the money to continue to operate them, but secondly, we have the staff available to hire, we're kind of just, rolling in a hamster cage, so to speak. We're not getting anywhere. So that's my concern about this particular project.
Just very, very quickly, there was some good work done in the last state budget, some money in there to grow the workforce. But everybody that is tracking this knows that more needs to be done. And I think you may see a pretty big workforce bill or budget, push for the budget for more funding by a lot of legislators next year, because it's just, and it's not just the numbers, there's quantity, but there's also, through different lenses, people tend to seek help in the psychiatric realm if they can get help from someone who understands them better. And the legislature, there are a lot of legislators who understand that from an equity perspective in psychiatry, from psychiatrists all the way down to every person in the profession, that the diversity within that workforce needs to be focused on as well. And I think you're going to see, again, a lot of legislators really want to fund that significantly next year.
Well, I appreciate that. One last comment on that is specifically, one of the problems we have, unless an individual voluntarily submits to treatment, you have nothing. And when I deal with families who have a family member who desperately needs care, but they're not willing to go, I mean, they're deathly afraid of what may happen. So not just the funding, but the legislative part in regards to, as San Francisco and I think LA and others have done a pilot on conservancy, those types of things. There needs to be some action to allow an individual who's outside our building here, for example, who has no idea that they need help, and to then, require them for the rest of their life to live in a cardboard box of the freeway is not compassionate. So the question, and then we talk about dosages or medicines or shots or pills or whatever. These are all things, even in our jail, we're basically restricted. So again, I just throw that out for the future, is that we need to talk on the other end of getting them in for treatment. It doesn't do anything to have the beds or even the staff if they don't come in to get help, and that's really the key. And the last question is, basically, there's been a lot of talk, certainly around the county and from cities in the county, is SB 9 in regards to the restrictions, in regards to what cities and counties can do in regards to development. I understand there's some pushback, I guess, from the League of California Cities. 241 cities are pushing back. Are we involved? Are you involved in that discussion?
I went to whisper to Karen and almost hit my head on the plexiglass. So that would have been fun, right? But you
Sure.
want
to... One of the questions we get asked about that bill is, are people forced to do that to their property, which is the increasing the housing density per parcel. Yes, there is an initiative that the several cities have picked up. It's in our weekly report under initiatives that cities across California are pursuing legislation to take back more control over their land use because of SB 9 and SB 6, which did not pass at the end, but had for reasons that had nothing to do with the land use implications. Those kinds of bills are going to keep coming from legislators, and I think you're going to see cities and other local entities probably respond through the ballot box, or attempt to anyway. This administration is pedal to the metal on getting as many units built wherever they can, as quickly as they can. And so I think that tension will continue and probably grow. The administration went after the city and county of San Francisco recently for a denial of a 161 unit.
500 unit.
Oh, sorry, pardon me, 500 unit project. That was a big surprise. That was they're going after entities everywhere over this, and that will continue, absolutely.
Okay, well, we'll keep us apprised. All right, thank you, Chair.
Sure. Supervisor Miller.
Thank you. I just think it's important that we all remember that the only reason that the state ever realigns anything is to reap a fiscal benefit for the state and force costs down to local governments. They never fund at the same level that they've been paying for the same programs. They always seem to imagine that somehow we have fairy dust here at the local level, and I appreciate they think we can do it better than they can, and 9 times out of 10 we can and we do. But there is a real financial cost to our residents. And so the other thing is, we hear the term equity all the time as it applies to diversity in our state. But I think it's going to be really important that we focus a lot of our advocacy at the state on geographic equity as well, because there are inequities that are baked into these programs. When we talk about staffing, the eastern and central part of this state, we suffer. We are never able to fully staff any of these programs, and healthcare is one of the worst. And whatever programs they come up with, they will advantage the coastal communities in terms of providing staffing and they can give us all the money they want, but if we can't get healthcare professionals to staff these facilities, then there is no way that we can deliver on taking over any of these programs. So I think we need to really advocate in a really pointed and effective way that this is one of the most prevalent inequities that exists in the state of California, and it behooves the state to help figure this out, because, unless they're going to let us, send all the programs to the coastal communities, and we know that's not going to happen. And besides that, folks who need treatment, they want treatment close to home. They want to be able to see their families. They not only want healthcare professionals that look like them, they want healthcare professionals that live in their communities. That goes a long way to overcoming some of that resistance to accepting treatment. So I think that's something we need to kind of build into all of our advocacy going forward, is to make sure that as a valley county, that some of those inequities begin to be addressed in a more meaningful way at the state level.
Understood.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The presentation is always great. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
Hey, I would just conclude and appreciate all the comments made and the headway you guys work on. And I know that we've got a federal presentation which will segue into a concern I have that was just posted about funding being withdrawn because of union changes in pension. So I don't think that's anything that you guys are working on. Is that correct?
Well, we are working on it in the sense that our firm represents the California Transit Association. So we're very aware of the issue, but it's a federal rule where there was a reversal and a significant one. And I we are working on it.
Okay.
But working on it means we're subject to whatever's going back in Washington, D.C.
We want to put them in the hot seat.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you.
Appreciate that. I will finish and say that you were able to sit through many people talking about our waterways, the pollution, the homeless, the homeless, the homeless, the homeless, the homeless, the homeless. It's a nonstop issue. It's the number one issue. You talk to anybody in this community, they're going to talk about homeless being the number one issue. The 100%, one absolute guarantee failure is if we do only the housing first approach. It is a guaranteed shortcoming, 100%. Now, we all know that people eventually need a place to go. We need the housing stock. We need, temporary suspension on CEQAs. We need a lot of things to lower the cost, the startup cost. But we need a robust level of buy-in in Sacramento for the emergency shelter model, where the entry, so we have somebody that's prepared to go into the motel room or the new apartments or the supportive housing or the permanent housing or you name it, but you cannot take somebody from the waterways, the roadside with a hypodermic needle in their arm and whacked out with psychological, emotional, mental health issues and struggling, challenged, and as I often say, this is a humanitarian crisis. You cannot take that individual and put him into an apartment. They need that entry point, and there's many examples. Haven for Hope, I had a chance to visit this several months back, and this county has attempted to do a emergency shelter. Would have been 300 plus people, as you heard me talk about, but not everybody agrees on the same thing. Some people have different ideas and different desires of how it should go. But the reality is that Sacramento, they need to pay attention to the emergency shelter, the entry point. Wraparound services, navigation, evaluation, support services. Yeah. Those individuals that are suffering and out there, that's somebody's daughter, son, brother, friend, father, you name it. We know it. I'm just exasperating it too. So I'm sorry. I know this is not a new subject, but there's so much focus on the housing first, permanent housing. I don't hear anybody at the state level talking about emergency shelter. And if they are, I'm missing it. So we do need that voice as well.
Can I, before we head out,
please,
Chairman, I will say again, I think the administration gets there is another step from Home Key. I really do. How that manifests itself for proposals and proposed funding in the governor's Jan 10, the next release budget, that waits to be seen. But I think the administration really does understand that without wraparound services, getting people off the streets, it's your success is going to be, you're going to be more lucky than good. And that wraparound services do need to be paired with Home Key and part of Home Key. We'll just see, we just don't know what the governor's going to propose on January 10th. We don't know yet, but we think they get it.
If we have an opportunity to engage with their administration, go over to Modesto, Stanislaus County. For some miraculous manner, unlike San Joaquin County, Stanislaus has 3 homeless programs that they support as a county. And one of them is in partnership with Salvation Army, right downtown Modesto. It's got several hundred people there. There's an entry point, there's an overnight emergency shelter, and then there's the support services, the transitional part. Seems to be a working model, seems to be an entry point. Versus, and you speak to everybody, tiny homes, shipping containers, you need this, everybody has an idea of what to do, but nobody seems to be doing it dollar for dollar. If you could put a bed up for $12,000 startup cost versus the hundreds of thousands that it takes to have a more permanent structure or the larger spaces for everybody to have their own tiny home, which is very effective. There's more than one way to get there. But dollar for dollar, we have seen presentations come to this board that weren't sufficient enough to satisfy everyone, but at least they showed dollar for dollar it's the most efficient, effective use, and that's the best entry point that I've seen. Others have different opinions, but I'm just expressing that it should be part of the dialogue.
Understood.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Great job on our behalf, and it's a target-rich environment, we know. Good job on the redistricting. Last question on that as it relates. They've been, I know this LA Times had a news article about San Joaquin County and how this major disruption, thanks to the efforts and the levels of engagement from the county in a myriad of levels. Question I would have is they're doing a final hearing. I think they mentioned something about an open hearing coming up, and you can register or be part of it. Are you guys slated to be part on behalf of the county?
Not slated yet, and if I may, for the public's benefit, the commission's going to be meeting the 17th through the 23rd, and people can you can go online, you can sign up, and you can make your comments. We're not set to do that yet, and I think really the best answer we can give you is we're going to wait and see what happens the first day or two. And then if we see the bat signal, then we'll get re-engaged.
Understood. I know that there's been a great level, and thanks to Ms. Voris and many throughout the county, we've engaged. I love the fact that we've had, organizations from chambers of commerce and community organizations and representatives of, all spectrums speaking up on behalf of San Joaquin County, staying collective. So I appreciate those efforts. And if you're going to pay attention and keep an eye on it, let's remind them some of the things that Vice Chair Wynn has done, some of the things that Supervisor Rickman have done, and the effort that the county's taken. And again, thanks to the behest of and the efforts of Ms. Voris and the CAO's office.
Yeah, absolutely paying attention. Absolutely. And then we'll see what happens.
Fantastic. Thank you so much for your time. Appreciate you.
Board members.
Before I introduce next speaker, I just wanted to quickly mention on the LPS issue that there is supposed to be a report at the end of November by the working group that's been formed as part of the trailer bill, which counties are heavily involved in. CSAC and the behavioral health directors are in. So there's supposed to be a report at the end of the month. And according to the report I've seen from UCC and CSAC, they thought that would be going well. The report has to come out by the end of November, or counties will get these people back in our systems. Second thing I wanted to report was then the UCC draft priorities for 2022. One of their priorities is to increase the workforce and to address the workforce issue. So when you're at the CSAC conference, you might want to go to the UCC board meeting, because that will be one of the discussion items on their priorities.
I will be there. Thank you.
So my federal report, next we have our federal legislative report, which is the general government, covers general government services from Carpy and Clay. This report will be provided by David Wetmore, partner with Carpy and Clay. So, Mr. Wetmore.
Welcome, sir.
Morning. It's nice to see you all again. For the circumstances, I'll take it this is the hot seat. Excellent. I've got some slides here. In the interest of time, I'll blow through some of them quickly because some of it's well known to you. But it's nice to be back. We've had a year and a half of virtual interaction. Supervisor Rickman, we hadn't met before, so it's good to see you. CAO, Wilberding, the rest of you, it's good to see you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. As in previous years, a lot of what I want to say is not conclusive yet because Congress has not finished its work for the year. So when I look through here, we'll see these 4 topics that I'll cover quickly. Some of them familiar to you, some of them new, some of them will be discussions going forward. So we'll learn as we go. The first item here, let me just talk about the budget. No surprise here. Last year's budget, the current year budget, was signed into law December 27th, a $1.4 trillion massive omnibus appropriations bill. That was the last appropriations bill that was put in place under an existing bipartisan budget agreement. And what the bipartisan budget agreement does, it sets the discretionary spending caps for defense programs and non-defense discretionary programs. Programs through the county are domestic discretionary programs. Until you can have agreement on the spending caps, you cannot negotiate and finalize the bills. See here, the president proposed a new budget April-May timeframe. It was somewhat delayed during the transition, where he's proposing increases both on the defense and the non-defense side, which is great. But there's an old saying, the president proposes and the Congress disposes. The House of Representatives, under the new majority, has marked up its bills using these caps, and they've passed 9 of the 12 bills. The Senate has been unable to process any of them. The reason is they don't agree on the caps. And you need the Senate to agree on the caps because it requires 60 votes in the Senate to pass a funding bill. All is to say, Congress missed the October 1st deadline. Congress missed the October 1st deadline. They extended current year funding through December 3rd, which is about 2 weeks from now. And I think it's pretty obvious Congress will not make that deadline, which means they will push it further down the road through a continuing resolution. Just this morning, it was reported that could be continued through December 17th, but that same discussion revealed that people think it has to go into next year. So what does this mean for you as a county? All the programs that you rely on for services to your constituents are in discretionary funding programs. And you won't have certainty. You'll have some stability because we predict funding will continue unless the government shuts down, which no one predicts, but that's always something that's there. And so we won't know the final numbers for any of these programs until perhaps as late as early next year. COVID relief, there's a lot of discussion about COVID. I wanted to go through a couple slides here. This is just for context. In 2020, 5 major bills were introduced. The principal one of the county impact here. I mean, they all have an impact in the county on your constituents, on Main Street businesses, on industries, and on individual citizens, of course, but also through county programs that support a number of domestic initiatives. The CARES Act included $150 billion in direct payments to all states and local governments with a population in excess of 500,000, which in your instance, you received a direct payment. But you know a lot of communities in this county and across the state that did not receive direct allocations, and they were coming to you or going to the state asking for help. The counties, as marked here, the county received $133 million through that, and that was obviously a good start into helping you address the public health emergency. But the new administration, as we saw during the run-up to the elections, now President Biden made clear he wanted to do more. And with the new Democratic majority, that's what he did. He proposed the American Rescue Plan Act. Here, a $1.9 trillion initiative was signed into law. Importantly, it provides direct payments to all states and all local governments in the country, irrespective of size. Whether you're an entitlement community or a non-entitlement community, you've received a direct allocation. And here, the county's allocation is about $137 million. You received the first tranche. The law devised it so you received 2 tranches. The first was you received earlier this year. You'll receive the second 50% about a year from the receipt of the first. Here you see the 5 categories where it can be funded. Pretty vague. So back here, I know the program folks saying, well, how do we implement this? Can we do this? Can we do this? What about this? Treasury put out an interim final rule to help start that discussion, to bring some guidance to the process. But that still wasn't enough, and a lot of local governments have commented on that. So we are waiting for the final rule to be published. Meanwhile, Treasury also issued a series of FAQ documents to try and start answering questions. The goal here is to get the money deployed as quickly as possible. But unless you have the certainty that what you're doing will not be penalized, you want to go slow. So what Treasury said here in the last line on the slide is, if they've said if funds are being used in a manner consistent with the interim final rule, while that interim final rule is effective, won't be subject to recoup. They're hoping that's going to be enough for people to move forward. But we're still waiting for that final rule, and we're not quite sure when it will come. Which brings me to the next slide. From the previous discussion and earlier discussions, you folks know how to deploy these funds better than anyone else. So local governments nationally have secured introduction of legislation with Senator Padilla, Senator Cornyn, a Republican of Texas, to provide more flexibility. And you'll see the 3 principal points. Giving you ability to flex your dollars for infrastructure-related activities. The National Associations of Counties estimates that San Joaquin County would be able to flex about $44 million towards transportation infrastructure initiatives, should this be signed into law. The second bullet basically does away with a complicated revenue loss calculation and says you can use large counties up to 10, you just take $10 million off the bat revenue replacement amount, and you can use that in the most flexible way possible. And under ARPA, the revenue replacement funds, which this $10 million would be, is basically general fund money. That's how people are looking at it. And the way NACO, National Association of Counties, is looking at this, the county would have a $10 million ability to flex those funds. This passed by unanimous vote in the Senate, which, double click on that, doesn't happen very often, so we feel pretty good about this. It's now pending in the House. Co-sponsors are growing, and we've been encouraging your delegation to support this, and we're hopeful we will see some progress going forward. So the topic of the day, infrastructure. 2021 was the year. Bipartisan bill passed, a large bill. President signs it into law yesterday. It reauthorizes for 5 years federal surface transportation programs that were put in place under previous laws, the FAST Act. These are basically apportionment programs that flow to states and are distributed to local governments through the federal programs. All told, it's almost $1 billion, including $550 billion in new money. And as you see there, of that money, $430 billion is largely allocated through a traditional formula system, and $120 billion is through competitive grants. Here you'll just see the top line numbers that have been reported. What I would just add to this, when I talked about the formula programs earlier, this law would increase funding for the Surface Transportation Block Grant, it's a formula program, from $52 billion to $72 billion. And it dictates that half of that will be suballocated using a population-based allocation that's been in place for several years. This is one of the most flexible accounts. It increases the off-system bridge program, which is important because most off-system bridges are owned by counties. Provides $12 billion in competitive funds for a new bridge investment program, a new program for at-rail grade crossings, $2.5 billion, and a new program, $5 billion competitive for airport terminal renovations. And there are going to be a lot of others going forward. But the big question is, well, what do we do about this? And that was your last discussion, Paul and Karen. Sometimes signing the law is the easiest thing. Implementing it's really hard. And this is a massive undertaking, and it's going to be under a magnifying glass. The discussions, when I've been involved in discussions with federal agencies and local officials, the first question is there any direct funding for local governments? Kind of answered that question. They're the apportionment programs, which flow down to local governments. And then there are going to be the competitive grant programs. Some are existing, some will be new, that each local government will compete for. The new programs, they're going to need time to implement them. It's going to be a pretty long process and a complex process to be able to implement them. But I think the administration's been pretty clear that they don't understand all of the needs, and they want to learn more, and they want to hear from local governments. And so they are coordinating and putting together a guidebook, a resource book, that will be created by the federal agencies, at which point local governments and others can look at their projects list, look at their programs, and match them up with this resource book to then begin pursuing them. The timing here is, I think a lot of people think that they're missing out. You haven't missed out on anything, and you won't. 5-year investment. It's not a stimulus bill. It's not intended to push all this money out the door in the next year. There will be some announcements. This is a 5-year program. And if some of you recall, the last time we had a major stimulus bill was under the Obama administration, $780 billion. That focus, the transportation focus, was on, quote, quote, shovel-ready projects. And everyone learned pretty quickly there aren't a lot of shovel-ready projects. There are a lot of shovel-worthy projects. They take time to put together. And it's costly to put them together. And so this bill is designed to address that. It also provides more efficiency in permitting and those types of things, which a lot of people have been looking at. When we look at the competitive programs, the new competitive grant programs, the existing competitive grant programs, we should assume that the administration will, like previous administrations, they will dictate what their priorities are, what they want to see in applications. And it's pretty clear this administration has labeled climate and resilience as a top priority. It's also labeled, they have a Justice 40 initiative, which proposes 40% of federal investments go to disadvantaged communities, those who haven't benefited from these kinds of federal investments in the past. And I mentioned climate and resilience. Environmental justice is another important issue that we should just not be surprised when the next round of competitive grants come out. They're going to be looking to address these kinds of things. A couple words about Build Back Better. This slide and the next one should have a big watermark that says draft, because it's still changing, but I at least wanted to let you know and report on it briefly. This started out as a $3.5 trillion investment in human infrastructure, as opposed to the stuff I just talked about, human infrastructure, soft programs, as they say. It's a very divisive topic. It's partisan between Republicans and Democrats. The Republicans aren't going to be supporting this. It's divisive between the Democrats. And so they're having a challenge of putting this bill together to try and bypass a Senate filibuster and to bypass the need for 60 votes. They're using this complex process called budget reconciliation, which has a lot of rules. But at its simplest, you have to have, every provision has to have more than a nominal impact on the budget and the deficit. And there's a process in the Senate named after a former senator from West Virginia called the bird rule or the bird bath or bird droppings. And it's a very complex review of every provision in whatever the House passes. And the parliamentarian will rule whether or not those comply with it or they don't comply with it. And that is subject to additional votes and things. So a lot of what the House may pass may drop out under a bird rule. So reconciliation has been used in the past several times. It was used in 2017 under the Republican majority for the tax bill. It was used in March for the ARPA COVID relief bill. And in terms of the bird rule, if you think about ARPA, the Democrat majority wanted to include a mandatory increase in the minimum wage there. That was ruled out of order. Currently, unrelated to you, people want to put immigration-related provisions in this. That is subject, potentially, to a bird rule. So whatever that House passes, and the Speaker only can lose 3 votes, that goes to the House for change. Now, they were supposed to vote on this 2 weeks ago, and it was delayed. Why? A group of Democratic legislators said, we want to see how much this costs. We want to see if it's paid for first. And so the Congressional Budget Office is doing that. It's a drill. It's a big, complex bill. A lot of scoring and modeling goes into it. Supposedly, they're saying they could have it done by the end of the day this Friday. Assuming they do that, and assuming the CBO score aligns with what people have been doing how they presented it, then the House most likely would pass it perhaps before Thanksgiving. And then it goes to the Senate for a completely different process, and we anticipate it will change in the Senate to get 51 votes with the Vice President in the chair. Here's basically some of the issues. Again, this may change, the numbers may change. 2 items I'll note that aren't here that are county related. Number 1, the SALT, state and local tax exemption. In the 2017 tax bill, they capped that at $10,000 per household, which greatly impacted high cost states and counties. This bill proposes to increase that to $80,000. So the SALT tax could be lifted to $80,000. Another one, which is more arcane and detail-oriented, but very important to you, and we just heard a discussion about behavioral health. Medicaid, the CMS, the Centers for Medicaid and Medicare Services, is interpreting federal laws such that if somebody comes into your criminal justice system, they lose Medicaid coverage. And once somebody's Medicaid coverage is removed, it's a hard, lengthy process to get it. And what happens is you have a lot of people that go through your system who are on Medicaid. When they leave, they've lost their Medicaid, but they're still coming in contact with the county for services. Without the Medicaid coverage, that becomes a county responsibility. The counties across the country have united to say you have to change this. And this proposed bill would make clear that 30 days before exiting the system, a person's Medicaid is reinstated. So that when they leave, if they need medications, if they need counseling, whatever they may need, it would be with the benefit of Medicaid subsidies. It's a common sense thing. Everyone agrees to it. The hard part is getting it done, and this bill is the vehicle to get it done. What's next? I already kind of went through this. The year-end pileup, a lot of the inside the Beltway newspapers call it end-of-the-year pileup, the cliff, et cetera. So we've talked about Build Back Better. That probably goes well into December. Talked about the appropriations funding the government. December 3rd, December 17th, March of 2022, I'm not quite sure, but they do need to enact a budget. That's the one thing Congress has to do. That's the one must-do thing here. The debt ceiling extension, we're bumping up against our debt limit again. Supposedly December 3rd or shortly thereafter. No one really knows what the X date is because it depends on how Treasury is managing the funds. But that has to be addressed one way or the other. A very partisan, very difficult discussion, and usually a point of leverage that requires a lot of people to sit down and try and agree to things. The Defense Act, I raise that just because the annual defense bill has been signed into law every year for the past 60 plus years. And here we are almost December and the Senate's starting to debate it. That just shows you how difficult it is to start doing some of the things. But the defense bill is also a great vehicle, because it is popular, to attach other things to it later on in the year. And I talked a little bit about here the miscellaneous measures, other things that will all of a sudden pop up that will need to be addressed. Just very quickly, I really enjoy working with you. CAO, congratulations to your staff team, supervisors, to the department heads and leadership, line staff. Very educated, informed, and accessible. They make our jobs a lot easier. In fact, we've got 2 more days of meetings later this week, and so we'll be talking about this in more depth. We'll be talking about next year. And with that, that's my report. I know you've got a few questions, so thank you.
Thank you. Starting to my right, Supervisor Miller, any questions?
Thank you. I don't really have any questions. Thank you for the great presentation. It's always really helpful when you walk us through some of these processes, because we aren't necessarily familiar with them, and it always helps us understand what we need to do and how all of this impacts us at the local level. So thank you very much for another great presentation and for your good work on our behalf. We appreciate it.
Thank you. I'm glad it's helpful.
Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. David, always appreciate your insights in regards to legislation back in Washington. When you showed the different categories or expenditures in the infrastructure bill, just a quick adding, it seemed like it came up around $500 billion. So there's another $500 million or more that weren't included in the numbers you provided on the different categories. So in opening, you said that there was $550 billion of new money or new investment.
Right.
Were those categories you listed, was that the new investment, or is that a continuation of the existing investment that's been provided on an annual basis?
The $550 billion is new investments, and most of that's in the transportation area. But there's also going to be funding flowing through climate. There's $8 billion for Western water. There's money for transit, obviously, airports. There's some public health programs that are also going to be received.
Well, I know there's been a lot of give and take, et cetera. It seems to me I don't know whether it's in this bill or the Build Back Better bill. I think it's in the Build Back Better. There was talk about $500 billion for basically climate change. Is that correct?
That's correct. That's the Build Back Better bill.
Okay,
I have trouble keeping track of them too, because initially this bill, when it passed the House, had a lot more climate-related provisions, and those were dropped out. And the Build Back Better reconciliation bill has a big emphasis climate and resiliency, but there's climate and resiliency in here.
And because you deal with congressional representatives probably almost on a daily basis, there's a lot of talk about the accounting aspect in regards to the total cost of the Build Back Better bill that may be, by the CBO, may be as much as $4 trillion. Does that really, with the congressional representatives, does that really resonate with them, or is it pretty much just whatever's in the bill that they want, they'll pass, and they're not concerned with the additional costs of the bill as opposed to 1.75 to $4 billion? Do they really consider that, or is it pretty much partisan voting?
I think they do consider it. I think that's why the price tag has come down based on public documentation, it's come down from 3.5 to 1.75 trillion. Still huge numbers. But that came about because of the precise point you've raised. And as I indicated, I think some of this will be renegotiated to bring the number down and address that number. And people do care. That's why the House couldn't vote on it. They, frankly, they didn't have the votes. They didn't have the votes to pass it because enough members said, we want to make sure that what you're telling us is proven out by the people we trust to score these bills. And that's where that is. Now, I think I shouldn't project myself. It's almost a hypothetical into the future. But my expectation is that if the CBO score aligns with how it's been presented, I think that will be enough for members of the House, a majority, albeit a Democrat majority, that will be enough for them to pass the bill. But I would also say that's not enough at this point for the Senate Democrats, because we're reading and we're seeing they're questioning a lot of this. And, you know, a lot of the offsets to pay for the larger bill were tax related. Corporate tax rate and others, those dropped off because people were very concerned about it would do to the economy. We're seeing inflation. A lot of the senators are saying, what's this going to do to inflation? Now, that's a debate for economists. However, it's a very real debate, and I don't think we can lose sight of it. Somebody mentioned earlier, maybe the public comments, the cost of a gallon of gas. You know, I drove in from the airport. I saw what the cost of a gallon of gas here. It's a lot higher than it is where I'm from in Virginia. So I think there's a lot more we're going to need to see before this happens.
Also, I understand that earmarks are back. So how is that going to affect your job or our job in regards to encouraging our representatives to support projects that we find are necessary for our county?
You're right. Earmarks are back. They were discontinued in 2010. They kind of ramped up in the early 2000s. There were questions of abuse, funding other unworthy projects. We've all heard of the Bridge to Nowhere, those types of things. When the Republican majority took over in 2011, they eliminated earmarks, or up until earlier this year. There was a pent-up frustration in Congress saying that the power of the purse in the Constitution is with us, the Congress. But when you eliminate earmarks, you're giving all the discretionary spending authority to federal agencies, the administration, and that's not how it should be. And we know our districts better, which is what I heard in the previous panel, which is true. So they've brought back the practice of earmarks under very strict, transparent rules. Each member could only make 10 requests. They limited the number of program accounts that could be earmarked. And they limited the earmarks could not be more than 1% of the discretionary budget. The House process, so in a very quick order, and the CAO staff knows this, you know, members all of a sudden when this was decided, sent out calls for projects, very specific forms, very specific disclosure requirements, and everyone had a couple weeks to get their list together and submit it. And some of those earmarks were submitted in the House passed bills. We haven't seen any Senate passed bills yet. So going forward, we're going to have a discussion about this, I think, on Thursday, about trying to establish sort of the process for how the county wants to pursue or proceed with the next round of what would be expected earmarks under the current Democrat majority, because we do anticipate there will be earmarks. So then the question is, you know, what are the accounts? What are the programs the county has that would line up with those accounts, whether it's a public health facility or a sewage construction facility or a mental health, a mobile unit for mental health or something for the sheriff? I don't know. And line those up to see where they fit and make the requests.
Well, my understanding is that it can only apply to basically funding a governmental project, which would be a city, county, state, whatever, which I assume, and you would have greater insight than I do, I assume that's as opposed to in the past where you could propose a private contract, a private project, which which then led to some of the comments you've already made, abuse, capital cronyism, all these things that the public is very concerned about because these funding go to a specific individual contractor or business as opposed to the request that all companies that can provide that service would participate. And so that's a correct assumption that it can only be a governmental agency that requests, and then through our governmental process of asking for businesses to compete or bid, that would be the completion of the projects to get the process to get the projects built. Is that correct?
I think that's a fair assessment. That was one of the critical reforms, doing away with the private sector involvement here. There are some nonprofits that are eligible, but there are instances of members of Congress going to jail. There was one member of Congress who actually had a kind of a cheat sheet. If you want so much money in an earmark, this is what's going to cost you, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Those are the abuses. But other abuses were that, in the middle of the night, the day before the bill gets signed into law, a new earmark showed up that no one had ever heard about. So imagine how hard you're working to put something in place, and you get displaced by something no one had ever heard about, airdrops. So they're doing away with those things. But a lot of the initiatives that I've seen, whether it's a workforce development initiative, that obviously has a private sector component, but you have a public sector entity running it, driving it. So then you can bring in your Main Street business, you can bring in your employers and others to help be a part of that solution.
Well, I appreciate that. I think us as a county, I think we try to propose concepts, ideas, projects in the generic sense, and then once the board approves it, normally we go out and ask other private companies to then bid on it so everybody has an equal opportunity, as opposed to what happened in the past with earmarks. Is it was kind of at least you talk about bridges, et cetera, it was kind of a payback in some instances to those who were favorable to a particular representative or party, which I would hope this has a more structured effect to prevent that from occurring.
That's the intent. One last comment here. We found a lot of the earmarks before they were ended, depending on your seniority, depending on where you were in the seniority of a committee, if you were the chair of a committee, if you were the chair of the appropriations committee, versus being a freshman in the minority party. These are the things that bothered people, because fixing a mental health issue in a freshman member's district versus fixing a behavioral health issue in the chairman's district, you shouldn't look at them through that lens. You should look at them through merit. And by forcing members to only have 10 projects and forcing them to rank their projects, help do that, or is helping to do that. We'll see. The proof's in the pudding. We'll see when the bills come out, if they come out. Now, I talked about a CR earlier, not to belabor the point, but if there's a continuing resolution just to keep the government funded, earmarks will not be included in that. I'll just caution everyone, if there's a continuing resolution to fund the government through next September 30th, all the earmarks in this discussion, it will be moot because earmarks won't be included in that. The House included earmarks in its House-passed transportation bill, which became IIJA. Those earmarks were rescinded in the Senate. There were no earmarks. So we don't know.
Well, thank you very much, David.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. I don't have any questions besides what my colleagues has just mentioned. I just want to say thank you. Very informative, kind of an eye-opener, and it seems like a lot of it is still up in the air. But very nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, sir.
Thank you for that present. I good to go.
Excuse me, Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you.
Do you mind if I act as chair and then I call on you next?
I caught myself. Thank you.
Is that okay, right?
Yes.
All right, thank you. I know you're used to being chair. You were chair, and you're going to be chair again in the future. But just in my last couple of meetings, I'd appreciate the opportunity to serve as chairman.
Absolutely. Thank you,
Okay.
Chairman.
So Supervisor Miguel Villapudua, representing District 1. You have a question?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair. Thank you for that presentation. Just curious, as far as homelessness goes, not just our county, but the state of California is just a home for everyone to come and camp out, and they're all over the state. Does the federal government recognize that, and are they trying to help us in any other way as far as funding and try to fight this battle we're fighting?
Which specific battle? There are many.
And we like in LA. I go to LA. They're all over the streets. San Francisco, all over the streets. In our county, they're all over the waterways. It's a fight that Supervisor Patty said earlier. This is the number one issue in our county and everyone's county, not just the city and state, but it's the whole state. It's crazy.
Back in Washington, D.C., I hear that a lot,
Right.
that crazy state. How can you work with that state?
Right.
To work for governors,
Right.
California governors, and it's a difficult place to run, and it attracts a lot of people, and that's obviously caused some challenges. I think it's understood. I think the programs are put in place to try and address that, but it's never going to be enough. I'll say that up front. California has 2 senators. Every other state has 2 senators. Sometimes when you talk about these funding battles, you're in a discussion with much smaller states. Sometimes there's limited sympathy. Getting to the housing, the homeless issue, I think the Congress views its role as funding the states, funding local governments through homeless assistance programs, continuum of care, those types of things, so that you make the decisions as to what to do with them. A lot of the discussion on COVID relief, allowable uses, and ARPA, a lot of people are asking the questions, well, how does this apply to housing and the homeless? And we're waiting for some of those answers. So I think they are aware of that. We talk about behavioral health, mental health services. They've taken steps to try and address that. Is it enough? Probably not. But that's what they've done within the role of the federal government without micromanaging what you do. And I don't think you want to federalize some of these issues. It'll make it a much more difficult discussion. But as we heard earlier, the state is looking at a sizable surplus. The state came into this through COVID with a sizable surplus. It received a lot of money through ARPA. I think a lot of people in Washington, D.C. would say, where's the state investing these resources to help address some of these issues? That's what I'm hearing.
Okay. It just seems like I don't care how big our budget is, we can't fight it. We need state and federal help. That's all I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
And thank you. And to that point, Supervisor Villapudua and I yesterday were discussing that basically 10 years ago, under the Obama administration, then President Obama, Barack Obama, had said, in 10 years, homelessness will be non-existent in the United States. And they've dedicated 200% more dollars. And throughout America, homelessness has increased by 20% on average, and in California, it's increased by 40%. So those allocations of extra dollars and doing it through HUD, because you're not homeless if you have a home. So if you have that focus on the housing first, and you start to look at the cost, and if you're thinking that's the issue, when it's mental health services, it's drug treatment, it's many other support services needed. But if the top-down mentality, that well-intent as it is, but 10 years later you have to maybe capitulate and say there's something additional that's missing or needs to be done. So I think that's, to Supervisor Villapudua's point, I mean, of all the districts in San Joaquin County, his district is the most impacted with, hundreds and hundreds of people living homeless. So, in Washington, there does need to be an examination of, what's the use of our dollars? Because if they think it's properly and efficiently used through HUD and through continuum of care with the focus on housing, which it clearly 100% is, then we're missing the mark. And that's not to say that there isn't a place for HUD and continuum of care and that focus, that support network for getting that bridgeway of some housing, supportive housing, independent housing. It's all pieces of the puzzle, but the biggest piece of the puzzle missing, as I exasperated earlier, is that entry point, that emergency shelter. So I think that's to the point of Supervisor Villapudua. I did want to touch on something I mentioned earlier. I was reading an article that the federal funding is being withheld due to retirement reform deemed illegal by decree and not passed through collective bargaining with the unions. What can you share about that, as it seemed like there was an incredible amount of money that was going to be withheld from the state of California?
And a big surprise. No one expected this decision to come out the way it did. It was fairly recent. I'm aware of it. The governor's been made aware of it, and I know he's already weighed in with the Secretary of Labor. The congressional delegation, the California, because this is California specific, the delegation is aware of it. And I believe they are looking for what that solution will be. I'll tell you right now, as I say here, I don't know what that solution is, but I will be sharing that with you, and you obviously will be sharing it with me once you hear about it from this angle to see if we can enact that. It's probably going to take a change of law. This issue came up several years ago, and there was a sort of an administrative workaround, I believe, that could help address that. I don't know if that's possible here. That would obviously be easier given the legislative environment we're in. But I think when all the California members of Congress get together on an issue that uniquely singles out their state, something like this, you're in pretty good hands to make progress. That's all I can say at this point.
Gotcha. Understood.
Yeah.
And thank you. I appreciate you guys are aware of it, and it's in the pipeline of whatever needs to happen. Thank you. I appreciate that. As it relates to, we have 50 plus congressional members from this state, two representing this region, I think for the most part, Josh Harder and Congressman McNerney. What level of engagement do they have as you're representing our county? Are they in contact with you on a regular basis?
Yes, I share with them a lot of information, whether I'm talking about the Padilla-Cornyn bill, we're talking about some of your other priorities in the public health space, funding for federal appropriation for some of your programs. We make them aware of all these things. We get feedback. We ask them to co-sponsor initiatives. They're beneficial to you. So we have a good dialogue. It's somewhat a little more difficult because it's all virtual. It's a little tougher in that regard, but we've all adapted to that, and it looks like that's going to be the way we operate at least for the next several months. But they're good offices to work with. They're responsive when we ask questions, when there are issues that arise that need special attention. They're always willing to listen and help.
Excellent. I'm glad to hear that. So in the state of California, how many other counties do you work with as a representative in Washington?
I work with, all a matter of public record, I work with San Joaquin County, Larry County, Fresno County, and Kern County.
Excellent. So I would just request that perhaps each supervisor might be interested in having a little more engagement with you as well. I appreciate that our Congress offices, our congressional offices are getting levels of engagement, but I'm unaware of any level of updates that come to me or any other board member. And they may be coming out. If I'm missing them, I'll make a point.
Absolutely. My goal is transparent communication.
Sure.
You folks know what we're doing and vice versa, and we will obviously want to do that. That's your priority to know.
Yep, absolutely. Appreciate the update and the information. I know you're keeping your fingers on the pulse, and there's so many moving parts, as people often say. So thank you. Unless there's any further questions. Madam Clerk, any comments from the public?
One more report. Mr. Chair, we have one more report to give.
Okay. At this time, Madam Clerk, do we have any public comments?
None on this item, no.
Great, thank you.
So lastly, for Water Resources Advocacy Report, which provides an overview of the issues related to water, we have a report from our water advocates, the Ferguson Group. This report will be provided by Christy Moore, Managing Partner for Strategic Development. So, Ms. Moore.
Mr. Chairman, we have Christy Moore from the Ferguson Group with us today. And for the two water and flood supervisors, this is a very familiar face. We meet every week to discuss the issues related to Delta and other things. And in addition to the water, I just want to make sure that we're aware that they also help us with the flood protection related legislation, funding and such. So, and I'm sure that as Mr. Yoder mentioned, that Public Works is going to be very busy. She's going to make us busy too, probably with more money coming from federal government.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Bellagio, and welcome, Ms. Moore. We look forward to hearing your report.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, or I guess technically afternoon. I'm going to keep this short. I always get to bring up the rear in these presentations, and so a lot of what we've worked on, David also reported on. COVID has definitely been a focus of Washington, on local governments and states, and so even on the water and flood side, it's morphed into our representation and our work with the county as well. So I'm going to quickly, I do have control. just very briefly go over what we have focused on this year in 2021 in terms of federal advocacy on water resources and flood protection and flood management, and then give a little bit of an overview of what we plan to focus on in 2022. So as David reported, the infrastructure package did pass, and so a lot of the focus throughout the year on the infrastructure side was related to water and flood on behalf of the county. So some of the elements that we looked at were and focused on were looking for funding sources and advocating for programs to help enhance the integrated regional water management and conjunctive use projects in the county, groundwater storage, and regional water sources resource partners in terms of supporting all the different water districts and conservation districts within the county as they looked for funding and to advance their projects as well. So it was a very critical part of what we were doing, is working with Public Works on the water side to help also look at implementing regional projects and priorities that the county partners on. In terms of one of the highlights on the water resources side related to the infrastructure package, the county was supportive of looking for funding sources and creating new funding sources that prioritize multi-benefit water resources projects. We'll talk a little bit about this on the flood side as well, because when you're talking about water, especially in the West, you either have too much or not enough. And so that multi-benefit project funding was something that the county did aggressively pursue. We were successful in, the county was successful in supporting the creation of a brand new program that was authorized and included in the infrastructure package for small storage. So I think a question earlier was about storage opportunities. So this would be for smaller storage projects. It's under a lot of the same funding that you have the larger storage, but more focused on smaller projects, including groundwater. So we foresee taking advantage of that and looking at projects to fund projects in the county in the future. There's also additional $1 billion for the Corps of Engineers and another $100 million for the Bureau of Reclamation just on that multi-benefit water resource and flood project. So something I wanted to highlight there. Moving on to the Delta issues, the Ferguson Group, my colleagues, Roger Gwynn and Mark Limbaugh supported, do much of the work on the Delta issues for the county and supporting the county's participation in efforts with the Delta Counties Coalition. I think Mr. Yoder reported a lot on what has been able to accomplish there over the actually, I think it was Karen. Sorry, Karen. Reported on a lot of the activities on the Delta side, still a key priority of our representation on the federal side on the county's behalf. Flood protection and floodplain management. Again, I highlighted a little bit about how the county focused on using examples of projects within the county that have already been successfully funded in ways to look at expanding how the federal government looks at water resources and flood control projects and flood management projects. But we also work to support SJAFCA in their quest to continue to fund the Lower San Joaquin River Flood Risk Reduction Project. We're also started to coordinate with SJAFCA and others in the region on additional ways to look at that multi-benefit operations side. So less on the infrastructure side, but more on the operations. We actually have a pending request in through the Corps of Engineers to make an authority change to allow for operational changes that also look at not just flood risk, but groundwater sustainability, ecosystem restoration and recreation, and climate resiliency. So we're working with partners in SJAFCA as on the New Hogan and as and on the Calaveras River in that regard. So that's just something that we recently started focusing on over the last couple of months. We'll also continue to support the funding levels for critical projects, including programs, including WIFIA, which we foresee being able to take advantage of and bring some funding down to the county to help hopefully address some of these flood protection and flood management programs. The NFIP, the National Flood Insurance Program. I'll do a quick overview here because there's not much to report. We're under, I think it's technically the 18th extension of the NFIP, which is currently authorized through the December 3rd, which correlates with the current continuing resolution. We fully expect to see another continuing resolution or another extension of the NFIP, most likely into next year, because there seems to be no agreement whatsoever on how to address the issues associated with the long-term viability of the NFIP from a financial standpoint. In terms of what we advocate for on a local level for the county is looking at addressing the ability to build in the floodplain, specifically to rebuild buildings and structures that were damaged by a non-flood event, and also ensuring that the floodplain management regulations on the federal side continue to work for rural communities and allow agricultural-based economies to continue, because much of the county's floodplain is most of the county's agriculture is located in a floodplain, and that's a critical issue to ensure that you're able to continue that from an economic standpoint. Waters of the U.S. I think we've been reporting on this several different times. Every year, this seems to be a different report. But the same general guide or the same general details. We're working to make sure that it doesn't impact the county's ability to do drainage ditches, roadside ditches, so on and so forth. And it's continued to be battled. It continues to be one of the most controversial rules where, depending on who is in control in the White House, it goes back and forth. So we're currently under review. The Biden administration came in and stopped the Trump administration's rewriting of the Waters of the U.S. rule, and we're ready to align for some stakeholder meetings next month in December and January as they open that back up. So I have a feeling we'll be back to talk about this again at the end of the year with the same exact report. Going on to 2022 and looking at the year ahead. As you heard, we do have the infrastructure projects. I sent an email to county staff this morning saying let's have some fun. So we've been talking a lot about projects and about looking at developing a list of county-specific projects as well as regional projects to look at different resources of funding for the future. The infrastructure package does open up quite a lot of money on the water and flood side, along with what we're expecting to see be finalized in the FY22 regular annual appropriations bills. Bureau of Reclamation and the Corps of Engineers are receiving historic numbers this year alone, and what they'll receive in the next 5 to 10 years out of the infrastructure package will be historic as well. Most of these dollars, unlike on the transportation side, will be open for competitive processes in some way. Either through direct work with the federal agencies, either EPA, Corps of Engineers, or Bureau of Reclamation or Department of Interior, or through the creation and augmentation of current grant programs. So a lot of what we'll be focusing on in 2022 is aligning the county's projects to those programs and figuring out the best mechanism and the best strategy to go actually secure those dollars and bring them back down to county projects. Earmarking will be part of this. Flood and water projects are heavily earmarked by Congress. There were several programs that were opened up by both the House and Senate for the earmarking process. And I think Supervisor Miller, you talked a little bit about equity. This is where equity comes into play. The federal grant process, especially on large infrastructure projects or programs, can be quite political. What earmarking does is allow the congressional delegation, either at the Senate side level or more specifically at the House level, start to direct those dollars down to projects that they know are a priority, and that equity issue starts to even out a little bit. So those are issues where we're diving into what has been funded already and what is pending in the bills to give us examples of the best way to go after projects for the county next year. This translates a little bit into the Delta issues. Again, will continue to be a big priority of what we're doing on behalf of the county on the federal issue. It's a high importance for the county. It will continue to be a large part of our work for you on the federal level. And back to flood protection and floodplain management. Again, a lot of opportunities. We're working to advance and develop some relationships with the Corps of Engineers to do some really innovative work on your watersheds related to floodplain operations and how that relates to water resources, so bringing everything together. You have been highlighted by members of Congress in your work in connecting flood plain management projects with water resources projects, so that's something that we're building on as well. And as I said, I'm pretty sure we'll be back here talking about WOTUS at the end of the year.
Thank you, Christy. One of the things that I wanted to highlight also is when Supervisor Miller and Supervisor Wynn, Chairman, when we visited the DC, there were a lot of support for these multi-benefit projects, actually. So like projects like this Acampo that the Ferguson Group helped us to pitch to the regulatory agencies, we're going to be continuing to look for opportunities for funding for projects like that. And there is also an interest now at the state side picked up to do those kind of work. And the second thing, Sigma is going to be a flagship thing for us this year, looking for advocacy on funding to secure any funding for project implementation once the projects are identified. So that's another thing that the Ferguson Group will be working on. Little did I know 6 years ago that the advocates are also there for us to help us from not happening the things that we do not want. I didn't know how to say that thing in a double negative stuff because I always thought that their job is to just advocate for what we want. But thank you to Ferguson Group on keeping a thumb on things like waters, right? There are a lot of other federal legislation that they alert us on time so that we can respond, engage our federal delegation. So those things that would impact our constituents here doesn't go anywhere beyond the desk of the author. So those are accomplishments that we do not mention that in this forum because we only show the things that we got you done, but there are a lot of things that they stopped at the press that is also helpful to us. So I just want to make you aware of that.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Quick question before I turn over to the board. There was a ballot initiative about 5 or 6, 7 years ago to increase water supply, and we passed it, and I understand there's billions of dollars waiting, but I don't know of any action. Can you give an update? Somebody just asked me about this the other day in a meeting.
I'd have to know more about which ballot initiative and which ballot it was. On the federal level, a lot don't go to the state.
There's a state program, and Fritz has it. Was it a Senate bill? Was it SB1 or
SB1? Yes.
It was Proposition 1, and it's...
Proposition 1, thank you. I'm sorry that you're unaware of it.
No, I didn't know which one, because there's been several on the state side in terms of ballot initiatives. How that addresses into the federal side is that a lot of those funds can be used to match programs on the federal side. So the amount of money that's coming out of the infrastructure package and the annual appropriations, that's how most funding does come out from the federal department or from the federal agencies to the state. Or to locals, a lot of that funding can be used to match. Not 100%, I'm not going to say it's across the board. You can match it because in some cases you can't. But I do know we have a lot of communities that are using that to match.
Understood. And so you're just addressing things at the federal level?
Just the federal.
Understood. Okay, thank you. I wasn't sure that you were state or federal, so now I understand. Thank you.
Only federal, yeah.
Chair Perry, there was about $2.7 billion allocated for water storage projects from that proposition, and they're yet to break ground, actually. They're still there, and allocated or not appropriated to actually build stuff. You were right.
Can we blame Mr. Buckman for not getting anything done here? Water storage. All right, thank you. Supervisor Rickman, before Supervisor Villapudua jumps ahead. Any questions or comments?
Thank you, Chair. I respect your position, unlike Supervisor McGill. But no, thank you very much. I don't have any questions. Very informative. I know water is a very, very, very complicated and political issue. So thank you for advocating on, not just on the county's behalf, but our farmers and residents and everybody. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairman. Just a quick question regarding water. Is there a risk the Metropolitan Water District trying to use the infrastructure funds to fight the battle against the tunnel that we challenge, that we oppose?
I'm on public record, right? So there are infrastructure dollars that they would included in the infrastructure package that they could access. Most of it will be on the water side, developed and distributed on a competitive basis. So if they compete and put in a request for funding that would enhance anything that they would want to do, any project, it's going to be in the same category of anything that the county would put in the same program. So that's the political answer, or that's the less political answer.
Is there anything we can do to stop it?
Yes. So there are ways. There are new program funding that programs created in the infrastructure package. And this is what your delegation has done, as Mr. Bellagio has said. Most of the time we're watching that, and we're watching to see that there is not legislative moves or putting in place legislative moves on our own to prevent large-scale projects like that from going forward and being funded on a federal level. And we've stopped it quite a few times in the history of the conveyance discussion.
Great, thank you for that answer.
Sure.
Thank you. And we've got our two water gurus.
Yeah.
Supervisor Miller, first, please.
Thank you, although I don't know if we really qualify as gurus, but still appreciate it. It's a pleasure working with you. And to Supervisor Villaputua, yes, we have shut them down on consistently by managing to get some language inserted, which we've modeled after our state language, which essentially says, it's a great program, you can use it for all these things, as long as you can't, you don't use it for this particular single conveyance. And so, and there's words and phrases that we use to dance around that, specificity for this particular conveyance, and size and that sort of thing are one of those ways we do it. But it's a pleasure working with you. You guys are masters at this. And I think that for us here, sitting at the bottom of the bathtub, water is just, it's always going to be a huge issue for us. And, Supervisor Wynn and I have, up to a certain point, kind of split the groundwater versus flood control duties, although we both now serve on the JAVCA. And that is an area where we have also done some really good work with our representatives to advance funding and projects, and we work very, very closely with the Corps on a lot of those projects. So thank you. I guess, we're just going to keep doing what we're doing and be vigilant and try through earmarks to advance funding for some of our really critical projects, and also to consistently stop some of the things that will be harmful to us and to the residents of San Joaquin County. So thank you. Great presentation.
Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. As always, thank you for your presentation. I also want to commend Roger and Mark and Joe for their weekly updates to the DCC. And just kind of an illustration of how much you support us. About 2 years ago, because we've all been shut down, I was back in DC with the Valley Voice Coalition, and we had a particular lobbyist from back there that one of the other entities had contacted, in other words, to contact the representatives and federal agency heads, et cetera. I was a little disappointed, so I asked Roger if he could help, and he did. He made a phenomenal effort in regards to making appointments with some representatives, which was tremendously beneficial, because they were representatives from other states, which were very interested in our water situation, Colorado, Arizona, et cetera. And I only bring that up because it's not just a contract that we have. It's a commitment that your team has in regards to making sure that you take care of us, as has already been commented on, not just helping us to advocate for things that we want, but preventing things that we don't want. And I think I appreciate that, because sometimes, as I've talked about earlier, we lose sight and we talk about, contracts and this and that, whatever. It's a commitment from staff, not only from the Ferguson group, but our county staff, certainly our public works department, and the other staffs that assist, like Jolene, et cetera, in regards to some of these efforts. So it's a team effort, and I want to thank you and certainly pass that on to the rest of the crew back in Washington, that we really appreciate not just their expertise, but certainly their support for our county in a variety of ways that probably aren't even listed in our contract. But again, so I thank you for that.
Well, thank you.
Chairman, if I may, right, we always say that with respect to the advocacy, the more they know about our issues and they feel the pain, the better, they are in representing our interests with the delegation in DC. So, to that effect, thank you, Christy, for that. We drag her for a monthly meeting, actually. Myself, Matt Zidar, and our Deputy Director, Joaquin, we meet every month, and we spend an hour with Christy. Thankfully, she's local, so she comes to meet with us. And so there is an organic transfer of information that happens in addition to our weekly Friday meetings. So we talk about everything. Actually, Supervisor Rickman is not here. We talk about Paradise Cut. We talk about CEJAFCA's Lower Sacramento projects. We talk about Firamar. We cover the whole gamut. So the thing stays in the back of their mind. I mean, I'm worried that she's going to ask for a desk and and an extra check there. So that's you put it right, very right on. It's a team, and I'm glad that they are part of our team to help us.
Thank you, Mr. Balaji. And I do echo what I said before, is I'm sorry that you're unaware of our money that we have available in the state, because we're just not getting anything done with it. And so I'd love to have advocacy, and maybe we can hire you to come knock on some doors up in Sacramento, because it's just not getting done. And that's unfortunate, because it's sorely needed. I did have a question, and I bring this up, and anytime I can, I just throw it out there. And having had the opportunity to be part of One Voice discussions in Washington and meeting with Army Corps of Engineers or different agencies, we have a constant challenge in this area with silt, and there's provisions against, and there's environmental actions against any type of dredging, keeping our canals a little bit open. And the reason why I say this is, as I'm educated and told, our levees were never built structurally to contain water. They were only there to direct. So as water, the silt and ground builds up, and the plants and all this life that's come into the delta, the water levels go higher and higher, and you've got more pressure on these structurally unstable levees that have had breaches in the past. So I'm just throwing back out to you. I know that even recently, as you look at flood control, there was a residential area that needed some work done on the levees, and they pointed out to Army Corps of Engineers that this is a flood risk. If there's a breach, you wouldn't be able to get in a barge to maintain service or stop that leak, that break. So, and when they surveyed, they realized that the water was only this deep, and you could not come in, and you would not be able to drop rock and maintain that crisis. So, I'm just floating out there. We've got all sorts of invasive species that are choking up our waterways, and boats and props and recreation. We've got the silt and all this buildup. And there just seems to be nothing that's ever done, because it's not environmentally endorsed, should we say the least. So I'm just throwing that out there, because it is something that is problematic for our delta, and at some point we'll have a break somewhere, and then one of the things they'll recognize, like, gee, we should have been able to dredge and maintain the integrity and the depth of these channels. And I'll finish with, I've had people say to me, I can bring you to places in the delta that used to be 15 to 20 feet deep that they used to fish, and now they're sandbars. They're just all loaded up with sand and dirt. So I'm just mentioning that. I'm uncertain if there's any dialogue going on to recognize this necessity and threat.
Absolutely, there is. One of the things that is covered by the county's platform is this very issue, is figuring out how to deal with not only your levees, and you have a significant amount of levees in the county. Along with that, you have them managed and maintained by multiple different types of reclamation districts, conservation districts, irrigation districts, so on and so forth. So that complicates the issues as well. So a lot of what we do with Public Works So I discussed our support, or the county support, and our support of your regional partners along those lines, because a project done in the county is a project done in the county. It benefits everybody. In my presentation, I talked a lot about multi-benefit funding sources on both the reclamation side and the core side. That was a different shift. That was a shift in the mentality of how the federal agencies are starting to talk to each other along those lines, and the programs are being opened up and created to address both needs at the same time. Ecosystem restoration is included in there. Fish passage is included. There's significant amount, we're talking billions of dollars for fish passage projects included in the infrastructure package, as well as ecosystem restoration. So I only touched a little bit. I have a memo here that's 9 pages long on just what's included in that bill on the water resources and flood side, as well as drinking water. One of the things I do want to point out, though, is that we have 2 recently confirmed heads of 2 of the major federal agencies that are responsible for what you're talking about, Bureau of Reclamation and the Commissioner, and Corps of Engineers on the Civil Works side. Both of them have worked together in California, and both of them have worked on the other side. So both of them understand what flood control is, even though they're looking at water supply and vice versa. That's a tremendous asset, not just for California, but for the West, and especially for Western areas in floodplains and under flood control management, because you're no longer going to have a situation where the other federal partner just doesn't understand how it works. The other thing is that this infrastructure package is historic. We talk about the Water Resources Development Act, which is usually passed every 2 years. It's focused on Corps of Engineers. And you have the transportation bill. And when David presented, he said the transportation bill became the basis for the infrastructure bill. Transportation bill is usually reauthorized every 6 years. Those are the only 2 bills on a consistent cadence of authorization. We now have 5 years of authority. Some of that will actually carry through to 10 years of almost every type of physical infrastructure that can touch a community, including broadband. That's the first time that's ever really happened to that degree. So I've had conversations with members of the staff at the Department of Transportation even months ago, saying that they were very hopeful Congress had passed this package, because then they can go across to their other federal partners and talk about stormwater management and coinciding those projects together for the first time ever, because they understand what their federal partners have outlined for them for the next 5 to 10 years as well, which has never happened before. So I think what you're talking about is something that we will start to see the federal agencies move towards. We've definitely seen Congress move towards that. And I give a lot of credit to the states and the local communities that have come to the table and said we need both. We need to be able to figure out how to manage when we have too much water and we don't have enough water, and we need to be able to manage that in a way that's environmentally sustainable, but also community sustainable. You still have to have the resilience on both sides. So.
Understood. Fantastic information. Thank you.
Sure.
You definitely have your fingers on the pulse of what is going on.
It's like I planted that question for you.
I love it. And lastly, I would ask then, because I'm this crazy, it's sometimes chastised, but I have this crazy, obscene idea of like, what more can we do? And so as it relates to water storage, and we have a state shortage, we have a dramatic infrastructure, and including the Western Hemisphere of the country, as we know, the Colorado River is exasperated. What more do you think we could do regionally, as well as in partnership with the federal government, so that we can just move that issue forward? I know there's a water initiative. You may not know, but there's a water initiative that's being floated about to get back on it was mentioned earlier, to have another ballot initiative for set-aside funding to increase storage capacities and other aspects of water infrastructure. So what do you feel we could do locally that would help spawn some type of, as this infrastructure bill is upon us, is there anything that we could do to propose, matching funds or use of funds or anything to trigger a greater level from the federal side of any type of support?
I think you're doing it a lot already. You do have a lot of very innovative projects going forward. Director Balaji talked about the Acampo project. The Acampo project used HUD funding and CDBG funding to do a water supply and flood control project that recharged the aquifer. That's very unique, and that has been something that actually Senator Feinstein's office took note of when we described the project to her staff and said, this is what we need to be able to do. That's the natural infrastructure. That's looking at ways to innovatively look at addressing your needs. on a small scale. So I think from a state perspective for California, a lot of conversation is had on big projects. You're in the middle of the Delta. You've got one of the biggest proposed projects probably this nation has seen. So that's natural, but you can also just start to clip away at it. And the small side, we have Sigma that we have to meet, and so you can look at that. That's one of the reasons why the county supported this new small groundwater or small storage program on the state side or on the federal side, is to look at ways of addressing storage in a different way, water management in a different way, and it all collectively comes together. I give kudos to the fact that you are very regionally focused on all of these issues, and not just within the county and SJAFCA and all of your water districts and conservation districts, but even beyond that. Delta Counties Coalition is a prime example of how you can come together to work together to address needs that meet everybody. And so I'd just say continue to do that. We've been working over the last few months to actually probably even longer than that, almost all year, anticipating that money would be coming out in a different way and large pots would be available for funding. So we were looking at making sure that they would qualify and that funding would be there for your county needs. And now we're on the project development side. So now we're looking and figuring out where your projects are going to go so we can continue to show that success. So you as a local supervisor, individually, I think the more that you talk about those projects, the more that you get that information out there and talk to your congressional delegation one-on-one saying we need this, and hey, did you hear about this project over here, the better.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Barring any other questions or comments from the board, any comments written in from the public or anybody here to speak on this?
There are no written comments for this item.
Okay, thank you. Then I believe we're concluded. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Very informative.
Thank you, Chairman.
All of our representatives.
Chairman Patty, can I ask clarification from either the CAO or County Council? Does this need action to accept and file? It's a board order submitted requesting action. That's why I ask.
It does say so. Do I need it, County Council?
There was a board order that was submitted. You might as well go
Okay, I'll take a motion to accept and
Move
receive the report.
to accept and file.
Second.
First and second. Adopted 5-0. Thank you very much. Appreciate the point of order. Next up, and we have, want a break for 20 minutes? I don't know that we're going to be done because we have a 1:30 hard stop.
That's correct.
Let's break for 20 minutes and then we'll start up with at 1:30.
Redistricting?
With our redistricting, which shouldn't take that long, and then we'll continue on. All right, thank you, appreciate it. Lunch break, 20 minutes. Supervisor Rickman, how nice of you to join us this afternoon. Okay. All right, welcome everyone. This is our afternoon session, scheduled public hearing on the 2021 supervisorial redistricting efforts and redistricting advisory committee's recommended district boundaries. Director Kwong.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board, your Community Development Director. So I'm here today. First of all, I actually want to introduce, it's an important time here, but to introduce to you the team that got you here to this point in terms of this public hearing. It's been a very coordinated, significant effort, and if I can say, really your A team from many different departments in terms of getting you to this process, through this process in a significant compressed time schedule. So from the CAO's office, we had Mo, Hatchef, and from my own office, Dave Bollinger, and then county councils, both Zoe and Kim from Mark's office, and of course Mark helped when he could. And then Glenn Fowler and Chris Chaffee from the Redistricting Partners company in terms of really a great assist here. And then we also had, even from the beginning, lots of help from the ISD department, Mark Thomas and his staff. And I want to also not forget, the effort here basically being so significant, again, in this compressed time and scheduling everything basically week after week. So we had a lot of assistance from Rochelle and her staff, as well as even from the beginning from Johnny Terry in purchasing. So really everybody came together to put all this together again in this extraordinary effort for the schedule to make this a very transparent process as well. And during the pandemic, I might add, in addition to that, we've been able to hold meetings virtually and in person, but also not only in Stockton, but also in Lodi and City of Tracy as well. Obviously, we only do this once every 10 years, and this time around we have new rules on top of that from the Fair Maps Act, and still we wanted to create a process that supported as much participation as possible. And so earlier this year, your board chose the Redistricting Advisory Committee process as a forum and a mechanism in which to further the Fair Maps Act and to obtain public input in the redistricting process. Your board also furthered the spirit of the Fair Maps Act by appointing a RAC to recommend plans for your consideration today. So at the end of the RAC process, there were numerous map submissions that helped facilitate the public process and input and the communities of interest discussion, and that resulted in 2 plans being recommended by the RAC before you today. I would say in the last 5 months, there has been significant public training, meetings, public workshops, and public hearings at the RAC. In the last 5 months alone, they've had at least 9 meetings, if not 10, in order to get to this point. The RAC meetings and with your prior board updates has resulted in just today up to 12 meetings or a dozen meetings for just the supervisorial redistricting effort. Our meetings have been both virtual and in person, as I mentioned, to support a greater level of participation. And we are nearing the conclusion as the RAC has concluded with their recommendations. And I and the staff are very appreciative of all the RAC's work and dedication to this effort. So today is a public hearing and an opportunity for the board to discuss 2 unanimously recommended RAC plans. We will be asking your board what changes are needed to make prior to voting on a final plan for the December 7th public hearing. This will be a 3-part presentation, not very long. I anticipate about 15 minutes, including myself, Chair DeBrum of the RAC, and then Chris Chaffee of Redistricting Partners, and I'll conclude the presentation with any questions that the board may have. With that, I'd like to introduce Chair DeBrum to the board.
Thank you, Mr. Kwong. Chairman Patty, Supervisors Miller, Nguyen, Philippudu, and Rickman, county staff, Mr. Chaffee, Mr. Fowler, friends here in the audience. Certainly is a pleasure to be here this afternoon to present to you our recommendations as they came forward. It has been a very exciting period, a very timely period that we're required to do. But before I begin, let me take this opportunity and to introduce you to the individuals who of the RAC who put out their time and effort to go forward. So if they would please stand if they are here. First, District 1, Robert Mooney, Oscar Valdez, and alternate Angel Ann Flores. District 2, Ann Baird, Mitchell Oster, and Esau Hernandez was the alternate. District 3, Mr. James Grunsky, Mike Morowit, and Mr. Steve White was the alternate. District 4, Vice Chair Pam Ibeck. Did an outstanding job, by the way, Mr. Wynn. Summer Panino and Mary Jo Mamie Starr. In District 5, Steve DeBrum was the chairman, Ms. Ellis English, and Mr. Richard Silverman. These are the individuals that certainly made a difference and made this process very exciting and worthwhile, and all their efforts that they put to it. I'm very pleased and very proud of these 10 individuals who sat on the RAC Commission, along with the 5 alternates. It was like going to court and having to sit there all the time and not being able to do anything, but they were prepared in the event that they were in need. So let me just tell you a little bit about myself. Most of you I know. I am the past and retired mayor of Manteca. I am I've served in production agriculture with also manufacturing agriculture. So I've had a very pleasing period through more than 48 years in the system. And then I was very pleased to be recognized as chair for this organization as we move forward. So as we start out, we started on June 30th with the first of 3 trainings. These trainings included discussion of the Fair Maps Act, the Federal Voting Rights Act, and the traditional redistricting criteria. We also were trained on public mapping tool, District R. Armed with this knowledge, we then held 3 public outreach hearings. The public could attend both in person and virtually. These outreach hearings were held in Stockton, Tracy, and Lodi. The focus of the outreach hearings was to collect community of interest testimony for as many sources as possible pursuant to the Fair Maps Act. The RAC members also made efforts to provide outreach to individuals and groups that were connected. Using the RAC development talking points, members spoke to many members such as the League of Women Voters, Kiwanis groups, and other organizations in the different communities, where we provided information on how the public and these groups can meaningfully participate in the redistricting. Ultimately, through the prolonged outreach efforts, we collected abundant public testimony, had 37 District R maps submitted, and numerous hand-drawn maps that were submitted. So after the outreach process, the RAC had 3 public hearings to create the draft maps that we recommended to you. These plans were developed by following the themes of community of interest testimony, our deep understanding of this community, and from your comments, the themes were Unite Tracy with Mountain House, respect the rural agricultural areas and their unique interests within the county, respect the Delta, don't split Manteca into multiple districts, unify the Port of Stockton to one district, and because districts have the substantially equal in population, that Stockton had to be split because of its size. For that split, we focus on utilizing major thoroughfares and neighborhood lines. We also listened to the comments that you made during the board meeting on November 2nd. And these included Unite North Stockton into District 2 along 8 Mile Road. Unite Waterloo with Murata and other rural communities. Ensure District 5 has agricultural land south of Manteca. respect the Delta. Unite Manteca and Lathrop into one district. And provide more than one map to the board for review. The RAC's efforts culminated in our last meeting on Wednesday, November 10th. And at this meeting, we voted unanimously to recommend 2 drafts plans that would come before you. I'm honored to be here today to represent the RAC as you review the district boundary maps. It certainly was a pleasure. We thank you very much for you have provided those names that work diligently. And as we set up here, or if we set in another room here on this site, we agreed to work amicably. We always didn't agree, but we agreed to disagree in a meaningful fashion. And that's what's important. And the fact that we were able to get a job done that we felt that at the end of the day that we felt satisfied and we brought to you was very meaningful. And from that, you would make your final decisions on what you felt that the map should ultimately look like. So thank you very much for giving us that opportunity to serve you.
Thank you, Mayor Durham.
Thank you, Chair. And so this is where we introduce to you the 2 draft maps that were recommended by unanimous vote from the RAC. I just want to pause a second and say that you guys really appointed a great RAC that really was thoughtful and deliberative and really sought to follow the spirit and the law and the language of the Fair Maps Act. So you're to be commended, I think, for that effort. So with that said, this is Plan A. From our last presentation to you on November 2nd, this is very similar to the D series that we showed you. And I think the biggest thing, the biggest change is that northern line of District 2 and District 3, that's 8 Mile Road. So you have that really nice divider, as one of you pointed out on the 2nd. You can also see from this visualization, the current lines are shaded. So this map really shifts District 3 from the western side of the county to the eastern side of the county. You can go to the next slide. And this is showing the same plan with the cities highlighted. So you can see in District 5, we've got Lathrop, Tracy, and Mountain House all whole. And I think one thing to note in this plan, other than the city of Stockton, we split no cities or census designated places. The other major change in this plan was shifting Waterloo into District 4, uniting it with Murata. And I think what was, I was amazed by at our last RAC meeting was there was a group from the Fargoa neighborhood in southeast Stockton that had pointed out that they were excluded from District 1 and that they'd been doing a lot of work in that area on new planning and new zoning with the supervisor, and they really wanted to be unified in that district. And everyone on the RAC was like, let's do it. So they really responded to public testimony. And so in both of the plans that we bring forward to you, we've got that Fargoa neighborhood, I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it, into District 1. And the citizen voting age population of District 1 is above that 47.7% that we need. Why don't we go to the next slide? So you can see on this slide that the District 1 citizen voting age population is at 48.9%. So it's 1.2% above that number that County Council is really focused on to make sure that that's a working Voting Rights Act district moving forward. The other thing to point out is both of these plans, both Plans A and Plans B, really have a high deviation because of really focusing on not splitting cities and following both the community of interest testimony and your input. So this plan's total deviation is at 9.7. We can go to the next. So this is Plan B. This is again, showing an overlay of your current lines. You can see that this plan really uses the architecture of the cores of the current lines, shifting District 3 back to the western side. You can see with this plan that, we can go to the next slide, that Lathrop and Manteca are whole in District 3, that District 5, from a lot of comments from the board, has shifted and included more unincorporated territory and agricultural land in the South County, and it stretches now to include Ripon and Escalon whole. District 1 is, I think, identical to Plan A. Country Club is whole, and we've got that Marfargoa neighborhood within it. And District 2 uses, again, the 8 Mile Road line as its northern border. You can see, though, that District 3 does have part of Stockton. And District 4 loses some population along the South County, but is very similar to that 7 around Tracy and in the Eastern County. Go to the next slide. So you can see, again, this plan has an upper deviation. It's at 9.5%, so we're just under that 10% threshold, which is fine. And that District 1 population, the CVAP number at 48.9 works as well. Next one. So today is really an opportunity to hear from you. If there are any communities that we missed, any alignments that we need to look at, any divisions between districts that should shift. Both plans are at the upper deviation, so if we do a swap, we're going from, you say we need to move a community from this district to that district, there's going to have to be population shift back into the district, to even everything out. But it's vital really today to hear from you and any input on these plans, or if there are other plans that you'd like to discuss. As David already stated, our next opportunity is to hear the plan that you push forward is on December 7th. We will need to have that plan public for 7 days. So that is and unchanged under the Fair Maps Act. So we would need to post by November 30th, I believe, to pass the final plan by vote on December 7th. There is, of course, time between, not a lot, but there is, as the deadline to pass the Fair Maps Act, or you pass your maps under the Fair Maps Act is December 15th. I think this one I'll pass back to David.
I'm going to go back to this for a moment here. Depending on the outcome of this hearing, we do have a little bit of time, as Chris mentioned, on December 7th to make any final changes, but we prefer that the changes are directed to us in the form of a motion to staff in terms of what the final map should look like on December 7th. And that way we would make it ready for your adoption on December 7th public hearing. To the extent that you will still have some tweaks or tinkering around the edges, I know some people don't like that term, but that there is, then we would ask for a timing where basically we need to have a finality of it so that we can post it by 7 days before the subsequent and the last chance to have the final hearing, which is December 14th as a regular Tuesday meeting. December 15th is basically a Wednesday, I believe, in terms of the necessary time for us for the constitutional deadline. So with that, our recommendation to the board today is that you accept the RAC's report, as well as the RAC's recommendations in accordance with election codes. And with that, we're open to any comments that the board may have for us.
Thank you, Director Kwong. So if I understand correctly, you want the board to authorize sending everybody to Hawaii so you guys can finalize what you submit to us in the next week or so. Is that correct?
Sounds good.
That's everybody good with that?
Yeah.
I'll bring it to the board and see where we are, but I just want to say from the outset how grateful we are, and it may have seemed like a thankless, because oftentimes your meetings were maybe unattended or people watching virtually, and you were just going forward with the task at hand. But you did it diligently, you did it collectively, and with just such a robust level of commitment and willingness to work together. It's really commendable. And a lot of people that did watch it and got back, I mean, you're shaping the county for the next 10 years, some 800,000 people. Lives are, and who the representatives will be and who they'll be voting on and things of that matter. And there's also a unique opportunity because 4 out of the 5 of us up here are terming out. So it really kind of opened up the parameters of what could be without somebody worrying about how somebody's a district or protecting territories. So I think that we collectively as supervisors will be looking at this with open eyes and listening to each other, and the feedback that what you've presented is a wonderful level of collaborative work, and we truly appreciate you, and the entire county appreciates your efforts. So thank you. I just want to say that from the very outset. Starting off, I'll go Supervisor Miller on my right. Any comments or questions?
Yes, and thank you for the opportunity to speak. Mr. Kwong, you and I had a discussion about input from the RAC, and I expressed my concern with map B that Stockton ends up chopped up into 4 supervisorial districts. 2 of those districts, Stockton has a much smaller number of residents and geography. And my concern is that at the expense of Stockton, all the other cities are kept whole, but Stockton is really not as well represented. And my main concern is on District 2, on the eastern boundary, which on this map B, I believe is the railroad tracks.
I think that's correct.
My concern is that the eastern boundary should be Highway 99, that this portion of Stockton, I have the exact same concerns that I had with the portion north of 8 Mile Road, in that it's being mapped into a district that is overwhelmingly rural and agricultural, and very concerned with Stockton's growth, and that they will be represented by an elected official that is quite obviously going to be focused on other issues. This area is also within the city of Stockton. And so I have, as we discussed, that's my concern. And I do realize that that means that either the western or the southern boundary of District 2 is going to have to contract to make up for at least some of those residents. So I do get that, but based on this map, District 3 is under the ideal, and so it appears that some of this area could be absorbed into District 3. I also have a concern on Map B with the cities of Ripon and Escalon moving into District 5, where they're clearly going to be not necessarily in alignment with the goals of the city of Tracy and Mountain House. I have heard from numerous residents and elected officials from this area, and without exception, they feel that the last maps where they were mapped into District 4, they feel that they were much more in alignment with their district, that their elected representative was far more attuned to their specific needs, and that they wished to remain in the more rural and agricultural focused District 4. So those are my concerns with map B, but by and large with the two maps, I don't have huge issues with, with the rest of the maps, but I do with this map B have these concerns, especially with the city of Stockton. I realize that my concerns with Ripon and Escalon, that's going to be a decision that the board is going to make, because they're essentially going to make the decision, do we keep Ripon and Escalon in a rural district as they prefer, or do we want to keep Lathrop and Manteca in the same district? Because you can't really do both. I mean, District 5 has to pick up that population somewhere, and it's clearly going to come from the city of Lathrop. So I can't speak for the rest of the board in terms of which one of those policies is a higher priority to the majority of them. From my standpoint, I think that having the districts 1, 2, and 3 all have a portion of the city of Stockton, I think that's important. And for me, that's a high priority. That's all I have for now. That's just kind of my first.
Vice Chair Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. I want to read a letter, first of all, and well, before I do that, let me thank RAC for your work. And by the way, Pam, you got rave reviews in Thornton. They loved you and did an outstanding job, and you've all done an outstanding job, so I want to recognize that. Supervisor Rickman and I got Shanghai drafted in regards to doing the redistricting for congressional, et cetera, and I can imagine in your particular roles how difficult it was, because I know with us it was really challenging considering the online survey, the telephone survey, the input, certainly with the statewide commission, et cetera. So listen, I can appreciate what you all did, because I can imagine the input you received, and I've obviously stayed out of it. But having said that, I do want to read a letter, first of all, kind of like going along with Supervisor Miller. This is Honorable Chairman Patty. The city of Ripon is currently represented as part of San Joaquin County Supervisor District 4. District 4 is made up of cities Ripon, Escalon, Lodi, as well as smaller communities such as Linden, Lockford, Clements, and Acampo. Ripon has the second lowest population of cities in San Joaquin County and has adopted less aggressive growth policies as compared to most other cities in the county. Because of Ripon's population and these growth policies, Ripon has a unique set of challenges that differ from the larger, faster-growing cities. The Ripon City Council has reviewed the two redistricting maps being considered by the board, Map A and Map B. The city of Ripon prefers Map A because Ripon would continue to be in a district with other cities and communities that share similar growth policies and challenges of slower growing communities. Additionally, Ripon, along with the other cities and communities, share a common priority of promoting and protecting the agricultural industry. The Ripon City Council appreciates the opportunity to provide input on this important process of supervisory redistricting, and sincerely, Daniel DeGraff, who is the mayor. That's one. Last night, I had the opportunity to attend the Escalon City Council meeting. And basically, I just provided them with copies of Map A and B and another map, which I'll show in a second. The response was almost instantaneous. One of the council members said, I'll just say, they said drop Map B because it didn't meet their desires in regards to continuing to stay with District 4. And ultimately, in their comments, it was unanimous from all 5 council members that they want to stay in District 4. They didn't want to be part of District 5. Historically, the other part, and I was involved because I was on City Council in Ripon when District 5 included the City of Ripon. And obviously 10 years ago, it was changed, so it became part of District 4. And I would say that initially, and be honest with you, the City Council had voted unanimously to resist that change into District 4, but because the process had already run its course, that was denied, and so we ended up in District 4. And I would have to say, from that time forward, I appreciate the fact that they rejected our request, because to be honest with you, immediately with the District 4 representative at the time, our visibility, our engagement in regards to Board of Supervisors began instantaneously, whereas the previous years that I was on the board, on the council, we had no contact with our supervisor at the time who represented District 5. So from a standpoint of, and I know Supervisor Rickman in District 5 currently, different supervisor, different demographics, different population, different whole bunch of things over 10 years. But again, I can't stress enough how both the City of Ripon and the City of Escalon have been homogenous with the rest of District 4, including Lodi, Linden, and all the other communities that were within my district. I did just, and I listen, trust me, I really appreciate your efforts, because I drew my own map, essentially, to address some of the concerns that were expressed and have already been expressed. And I have to admit that I was a little bit surprised on map A in regards to District 3, because it's a totally change in representation, because it's cylindrical as opposed to being, widespread. And so I don't know, Rochelle, do you have, if you can show that so people can actually see what I'm looking at. And I'll be honest, this is not my permanent recommendation. It's basically a draft of the possibilities that the board can look at in regards to maybe some redistricting. But essentially, and I'll start, it is probably the closest to what we currently have in regards to the county as far as representation. And I'll also say that playing with this tool, and I'm sure you all played with it to some extent, it is a challenge, and it has already been stated. A little tinkering with District 2 goes a long ways as far as population. And I'll be honest, District 2 and 3, I have no idea about neighborhoods, so I wouldn't even begin to say where the line should be separate. But I would also say that the difference is, one, it does include the city of Manteca and District 3, and it goes up, obviously, pretty much on the current boundaries that District 3 has, with the exception of going as far east as Pershing. It goes all the way over to 99 and takes off that corridor with 8 Mile Road. Now, again, and I would defer to Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Miller and Villaputa in regards to this, but my thinking was, in my experience with the residents south of 8 Mile Road, which I've had contact with, are probably homogenous, at least in my contacts, with probably the residents of Manteca. So it's a fairly similar representation of individuals. The other part of it is, and the reason for that is because when you get into District 2, if you go all the way to 8 Mile Road, you pick up population big time, very quickly. And the other part of which Supervisor Miller touched upon is having District 4 cross 99 into especially the Murata Southwest corridor, which is growing very rapidly. It is not homogeneous with the other side of the freeway, which is Murata, where the residents at one time asked me to put up a gate preventing people from entering Murata. So Again, I can only tell you the difference in philosophy between the two sides of the freeway. The other part of it is that as you go south, obviously, it does include the entire city of Manteca. And in District 5, as opposed to going all the way up to 8 Mile Road or the north end where we have District 4 and 5 meet, it does include Tracy, Mountain House, and Lathrop. And by virtue of that, because we've talked about this in the past, and actually from Supervisor Rickman's experience and mine in regards to the suggestions made not only by residents of San Joaquin County, but residents from Stanislaus County, as far as how they would like the congressional or assembly districts drawn. There are comments that, and nothing against the city of Tracy, but there have been suggestions made that Tracy does not necessarily reflect some of the priorities or values that North Stanislaus County would, certainly, or Ripon or Escalon. So again, not just different, not good or bad. And then the other comment that's been made in regards to Lathrop and Tracy is the Tri-Valley Link, and certainly the ACE commuter rail, which there's a very close relationship, certainly from the populations in both those communities, especially with the potential for the Tri-Valley Link being built, because Lathrop is a key component within that. And those two cities obviously have a mutual interest or community of interest, if you want to use that term, in regards to that. So again, it's just my suggestion in regards to a different look at this, because if you look at map A, it's a drastic change for District 3, and anybody, especially with Supervisor Patty being in office another 2 years, some of the people who supported him and voted for him, he no longer represents. Supervisor Rickman, who would move into that area of vacancy, although it's not highly populated, but again, these are people that did not vote for him, and he's probably going to be the longest remaining member. So anyway, all I'm saying is that District 2 and 3, and the bottom line is the one area that I couldn't play with was French Camp, because whether you go north or south, it just plays havoc. And the other thing is essentially, I didn't bring my statistics with me, but the populations of 2 and 3 and 1, I'm sorry, 2 and 1 and 2 are about 156,000 identical. District 3 is a little less, and District 5 is about 157, 158,000. So they're all within a few thousand of each other. And then in my districts, I think it was 147, 148. So it's obviously because of the lowest population. Again, I only present this from a standpoint that it keeps District 3 fairly similar to what it currently has and the voters selected as far as their representative. In District 5, it also provides what I think is the community of interest between Lathrop and Tracy and Mountain House, as opposed to Ripon and Escalon. And again, I won't be here after years, so whoever inherits this will deal with it one way or the other. But anyway, I propose this to the rest of the board members for input. If you want to reject it, that's fine, but at least I made some effort to homogenize, I guess for lack of a better term, the populations. And the real key, and I'll tell you, just playing with the tool, between Districts 1 and 2, boy, I tell you, you move 2 blocks, you've gone 10,000 people. I mean, it's just amazing. And again, I don't know the neighborhoods. And again, as far as the line across 8 Mile Road, I do believe that, especially since Supervisor Patty's district does have maybe a different demographic, certainly down in the city of Manteca, I just feel that like Spanos area, the Spanos Park, that area is fairly synonymous with Manteca, as Lathrop is synonymous with Tracy. So I present that to the board with the comments from the city of Escalon and Ripon, and certainly would encourage any suggestions, comments, rejections, whatever you want to do as far as that particular map as a foundation, a starting point. And believe me, I would leave it up to the experts, because I'll tell you, playing with that tool, it just drives you nuts. Because boy, I tell you, you go one block too far and you're in trouble. So anyway, thank you, Chair.
Supervisor Rickman.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Rack, for all you did, and thank you, Mr. DeBrum, for taking up the mantle as Chair. You did a great job in Manteca, and I worked with you in COG, and so it was a pleasure to see you back up there, because I know your experience. And, thank you all for taking time away from your families and, serving San Joaquin County and the rest of the cities. And it is a thankless job. So again, thank you. I think all our represented, we picked well. We picked quality people, so thank you. On the maps, right? I like the second map, and it's funny, and I mentioned this last time, and the district that had the most change over the last 20, 30 years has been District 5. District 5 originally, at least as far back as I could go, went kind of where it currently is this, and 4 had more of the north. And then it changes, and then we had just Ripon, and then it changes again and cuts out Ripon to what we're currently have. And so if any district has any complaints about change, it would be District 5. And even with this current, I love Manteca. And if you watched the supervisor meeting last time, and Manteca and Tracy have had a history going back, to the 50s. And, a large part of that is the Portuguese community, in which, I am Portuguese, so I'm very aware of that, and plus sports. And, it's nice to know that Tracy always dominated, because that's where I'm from, Mr. DeBrum. But, being the supervisor, even being the mayor of Tracy, we had a close relationship with Manteca, and me and Mr. DeBrum had a good relationship. And working with the Chamber of Commerce is another one. I love their chamber. The Manteca Chamber is top-notch, and they do a great job. So, when I talk about hating to lose Manteca, I do, but I understand it. I don't want to give it up, but, Manteca wants, have one representative, which I understand. So, it serves a greater good. But, when you talk about the cities here in San Joaquin County, if two cities have or most intertwined, it would have to be Manteca and Lathrop. They're right on top of each other. Here are some examples when you talk about community of interest. The Lathrop-Manteca Fire District provides fire protection for the city of Lathrop, and rural Manteca. City of Lathrop owns 14.7% of the Manteca-Lathrop Water Quality Control Facility with the city of Manteca. Schools within the city of Lathrop are part of the Manteca Unified School District. The Paradise Cut widening effort will reduce future flooding risk for Manteca and Lathrop. Manteca and Lathrop jointly funded studies and are working together with RD-17 to address 200-year flood protection and SB 5. The ACE, the Altamont Corridor Express, the ACE train, Lathrop-Manteca station platform is in between the cities of Lathrop and Manteca. Manteca-Lathrop 2x2 and Manteca Unified School District 2x2 committees. Lathrop and Manteca have appointees, currently Cantu and Mr. Helford, and 2x2 with each other, the fire district, and then and the MUSD. Manteca shares vested interest in highway commuter and goods movement with Lathrop and Tracy, and you can talk about Interstate 5, 205, 120, 99, and look at the transportation issues that are shared between the two cities that are having some issues, mainly truck traffic, big rig semis that are using roadways are coming from Manteca into Lathrop and vice versa. So there are some issues with that. So when you talk about a city that shares, Manteca and Lathrop is, I can't think of another city that has so much of a connection with each other. And, we talk about Valley Link, and this was the second time Valley Link, and hey, I was one of the people on Tracy City Council who pushed that largely. And there was approximately 750,800,000 roughly over a $2 billion project. So, realistically, is that going to be built within the next 10 years? Who knows? And it has, and it goes all the way up it will eventually go up all the way up to Stockton, so it just doesn't affect, South County. And then you look at, the agriculture side of it, and agriculture is our number one industry here in San Joaquin County, and it seems to me that District 5 keeps, cutting back, and, Tracy is the second largest city, and we have Mountain House. But what's outside of the city of Tracy, we have a huge agricultural land out there. Going from the north and south, mainly south, and all the way to the east. So it's expanding District 5 East will continue with that agriculture, which would be, representative. Hey, if you look at the last 3-4 supervisors of District 5, even as the population grows, agriculture has always been as our top concern. Just because of our city of Tracy grows doesn't mean that, we stop caring about agriculture. And then you look at, for example, the GMO, the growth management ordinances. I believe, Tracy has a GMO. I believe Escalon and Ripon has strategies to manage growth, and Mountain House has a specific planned community. So those are all things that those three cities share. I also like the fact that compared with the other map, the first map, Map A, is that you do keep Chairman Patty's district in the Delta, and which it has always been, and which has always been representative of that area, and it keeps 1 and 2 pretty much the same. And if you look back in the history, and Supervisor Wynn was correct, I looked back and did some research, and found an article in 2011, and it says, based on 2010 census figures, upon the objection of Ripon City Council Member Chuck Wynn, who requested that Ripon remain in District 5, currently represented by Ornelas. Nobody's ever happy when there is change, but you look at what the community of interest are and the population, and I think Map 5 works out the best. So, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Let's just check with Supervisor Villalpudua and myself. I'm going to hold comments. I know we have a public hearing that we're going to open up, so I will officially declare that our public hearing is open. Anybody from the public would like to come forward and speak on this behalf? Or, Madam Clerk, do we have any comments that have been submitted?
Thank you, Chairman. We did receive one public comment. However, it was already read into the record by Supervisor Wynn. It was submitted by the Ripon Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, then I'll go ahead and close our public hearing. And no public comments. Okay. I have a question. As we talk, and Vice Chair Wynn just presented a map that was kind of another parameter of possibilities. How many maps in total? Maybe Chairman and Mayor DeBrum, could you come forward and ask, as you worked together and wrestled with this in many discussions, how many maps do you think you all considered and looked at and reviewed and wrestled with?
We know that there was a total of 37 maps. Many of those were reiterations, some were in little specific areas of the even of a community that were considered. At the end, I'm not sure how many maps we actually came before us. Who's got
Well, I think there were 7 or 8 draft
I was
maps.
going to say 7 or 8 maps, but a lot of those were reiterations of one or another.
And as a committee that you all worked together and you narrowed this down to 2, why didn't you present 7 to us?
Because I think at the end of the day, when we took and evaluated everything that came before us, we had a pretty good cross-section of individuals who sought different things and felt that when it came right down to the end, the 2 that we came up with is the ones we felt most confident about.
And you deliberated over, you discussed, you had robust levels, and there was public outreach, and
Yes,
you guys weighed it all out and worked together to come to these 2.
Right.
Okay, and so we obviously have to move it forward.
A lot of it, of course, being from the agricultural sector, I heard a lot about ag and you know, whether it was 4, whether it was 5, whether it was 3, and the protection of the delta and the waterways, et cetera. You know, those were all things that came about and the things that we discussed, and ultimately at the end of the day, these are the 2 maps that we suggested and took a vote on and brought to you unanimously with a unanimous vote.
I appreciate that, and obviously a very deliberate, careful, thoughtful process that went into this. And I agree with Supervisor Rickman and anybody else. I mean, I'm certain that no matter what you present, there's going to be a change, and somebody's going to say, that's not the way I want it, that's not the way I think it's going to align. For me, the least dramatic departure is looking at just my district and looking at the consistency of the farmers, the agriculture, the Delta that I've had the honor to represent, and that being the west side of Stockton, where they oftentimes those residents take care of their farms out on the west region of this county. I personally like the second map, map B. If that's a map B, have we identified map A or B? Map B, for my liking, and I know that each supervisor's expressed their personal likes or dislikes. I think it remains true to pretty much the spirit, the communities of interest. I like that Lathrop and having an opportunity to represent part of Lathrop and part of Manteca, and having the opportunity to remain with those 2 in conjunction and working in symmetry, and then also maintaining some of the North Stockton and the West Stockton. I think it fits that Delta region of representation that I'm proud to have. And again, I know each supervisor has their interpretation of what works best, knowing that, you know, with certainty I'm here for the next 3 years, barring any changes or unforeseen developments or, you know, occurrences that may come down the road. But I'm inclined to like number B, letter B map. I appreciate the deliberate effort and action it took to get there, and I'm comfortable moving forward. I'm uncertain how Supervisor Villapudua is, but as we discussed this as a board. Thank you. Supervisor Villapudua.
Thank you, Chairman. First of all, I want to thank the RAC and our hard work, and I know this was very demanding. Appreciate Director Kwong doing all this work, and I appreciate my Mr. Mooney. I know he worked very hard for my district. I know it's kind of tough for me because my district on both maps seem pretty much the same, and Supervisor Miller's, you know, I think we're fair, and I know the argument here is 3, 4, and 5, and you know, it's pretty drastic as far as 3 and 5 looks pretty drastic change for me. And I know Supervisor Chairman Patty cares about his district and his farmers in the water, so it's tough. And so, you know, it could go either way, but A and B, you guys did a great job. But, I think it makes more sense if probably went with B, only because it kind of keeps something similar to what we have now. That's my logic behind it. Map A looks pretty drastically changed. I don't think anyone in the West knows Supervisor Rickman here. But anyways, I think B makes the most sense. I appreciate all your hard work looking into this, but it's up to you guys. I mean, I'd like to hear more discussion.
Supervisor Miller, I see a request from you.
Yes, thank you. I want to go back to Mr. Kwong, because when we spoke on the phone, you said you would have the ability today to sort of see what it would take to address my concern with keeping all of the city of Stockton within 3 districts. So it was essentially to move the boundary on the eastern boundary on District 2 to Highway 99. And where would that adjustment have to come?
So you need to shift, and I know.
So with the chair's permission, we'll go a little bit interactive here. We did this with the rack, and as we squeeze the bubble, so to speak, we'll see how the bubble pushes out other parts of the area. So we can start addressing Supervisor Miller's thoughts here. Dave Bollinger is going to start painting the county here. So are you working off of? Perfect.
Yeah, so I think one of the things you're seeing, of course, is the yellow district here is now well overpopulated, so now it needs to lose population. And so I think what will happen is that District 3 in this map will move east more into Stockton. I think that's one option.
It could also potentially wrap over that 8 Mile Road area.
Oh, you mean, yeah, District 4 could come down and take in the unincorporated portion?
Not District 4, but District 3 could pick back up some of the neighborhoods that are currently there, and those are highly populated.
Yeah, I think the issue is the teal district can gain some of the population, but it's really the lime green district, which is District 4 now. It's underpopulated by 21%. So I feel like Supervisor Wynn's map actually kind of does this change that you're contemplating, because the only way for where District 4 to go is, as Dave is drawing, is putting Ripon and Escalon back into District 4, and then moving District 3 farther into Stockton. And then you'd have to, basically he's redoing Supervisor Wynn's map to some extent, where now District 5 is taking Lathrop, and basically what you can do is have a unified Manteca in District 3 with northwestern Stockton, and instead of using, I think that uses 5, right? Oh, okay, it shows, okay. So, yeah, so you moving that line to Pershing, basically. And that would, I think, preserve District 1 where we need it to be, and kind of realign the districts for that, so that Stockton's only in 3. And I think one of the things that what we always want to say is that when we do live drawing like this, we need to do a double check at the end to make sure everything works. And we probably would do, like as Dave is doing, zoom in to make sure that we're not missing any census blocks along the edges of any city or census designated place, so that what we think we're doing is actually done. So I think the total deviation on this plan, so the lowest district is 150, and the highest is 161. So we've got, so a little bit over 6% total deviation. And I don't think Dave has touched District 1, but let's go check the CVAP just to make sure. So yeah, we're at 48.9, which is above the 47.7 we need to be. So I feel like I think this would be a map that would comply with the Voting Rights Act, would be within deviation, and would align to the comments, I think, of both Supervisor Wynn and Miller. We would, of course, double check and present this as a final option for you to vote on December 7th.
Okay. What I was trying to get at was, is there a way to get the city of Stockton within 3 supervisorial districts, but maintain the essence of map B, which would, addresses Supervisor Rickman and Supervisor Patty's. The only, on this one, Supervisor Patty is essentially very similar to the district that District 3 currently is, and the city of Stockton is split between districts 1, 2, and 3. The concerns of Supervisor Rickman are not addressed in this. District 5 picks up Lathrop, but it does not pick up Ripon and Escalon. I was just wondering, is there a way to address that? But it doesn't look like there is, because
really
the population is.
Yeah, this is really the binary choice we talk about a lot in redistricting, where the populations just don't balance, right? If you want Manteca and Lathrop in a district, then District 5 would need to go and pick a population, and that's why in Plan B, it goes into Escalon and Ripon, right? Because there's that swap. But you also have, in that swap, there's more, Stockton gets split into 4 districts, right, to balance. Because Manteca, adding Manteca into District 3 means District 3 takes less of Stockton. And because District 4 is losing Escalon and Ripon, right, it takes more of Stockton. So you have this, basically, like if you think about it, Stockton is the core of the county, and these 3 districts kind of rotate around it depending on which cities you put with each other.
Well, then from that standpoint, I have to say, because I represent residents in the city of Stockton, I have to say that I prefer Supervisor Wynn's map, because I feel really strongly that keeping all the cities whole is important. And I do appreciate that Stockton has to be split, but to put the eastern side of North Stockton in with a rural district, as Supervisor Wynn said, that would essentially like to gate them out. And that's not an exaggeration. That is really how it is perceived. Their economic interests in terms of business attraction and business development, their interests in terms of future development and growth for the city of Stockton, any of that growth that may happen on either, for now, south of 8 Mile Road, but at some point within 10 years, yes, there could be some north of 8 Mile Road. All of those issues and concerns for a very large population in North Stockton, they are going to be at odds for the rest of their supervisorial district. And I represent Stockton. I currently represent those people. And so I cannot vote for a map that is essentially going to disenfranchise them, because both of the other maps, in fact, all 3 of the other maps, keep the other city, they have minimized the splitting of the communities. Ripon and Escalon are whole regardless of which district they're in. Manteca is kept whole. Lathrop is kept whole. Lodi is kept whole. All of them are kept whole, but Stockton, my residents that I represent, are going to be cut out of a district and put into a district where their interests are absolutely not in alignment with the rest of the district. And so I can't I can't support a map that's going to split them out. So whatever has to be done, I will say that Supervisor Wynn's map creates much less disruption to District 3. It is much more in alignment with where the current districts are. So from my standpoint, going forward then, if that's a choice that has to be made, then I prefer what I would now call map C, which is Supervisor Wynn's map. I have to say that that I could support that map. I can't support map B. It's absolutely against the interests of thousands of residents that I currently represent. So I can't support it.
And I just wanted to point something out between the live draw that Dave did before and Supervisor Wynn's map. As you can see that this magenta district, which let's just call District 3, would take a lot more of northern Stockton, right? And when Dave was live drawing, he was using Pershing as the divider between 3 and 2, or 2 and 3. So I think there would be, with your motion, saying if there's a change in how you want to divide District 2 and 3 through Stockton, if you like Wynn's map, or if you would rather move it so it's more of an east-west split along Pershing, moving the line in district in Plan A. It's really kind of how you want the districts to look, and what if you want like northern Stockton kind of unified in District 3, or if you'd rather just do an east-west split along Pershing Avenue. Between District 3 and District 2?
I'll be honest, I don't think there's a huge difference from my standpoint. I think those are both logical dividing lines. I guess I would want to hear how Supervisor or Chair Patty would feel about that. It definitely expands District 3 into the city of Stockton. It would come into Pershing Avenue then. And then I'm assuming then the turquoise on this map would go further north. Is that correct?
No, this is balanced as it is. So you have District 3 with
right. Yeah. But this isn't the Pershing alignment.
No, this is not. This is Supervisor Wynn's map.
So what I'm saying is, if it comes into Pershing Avenue, then the turquoise sort of squeegees up north a little bit.
Yeah.
And I'm assuming then the north boundary is closer to 8 Mile Road.
Yeah. So I think Dave's trying to recreate what he did before, but basically, like you'll see.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's more in that configuration. I think the green district now has to go over to Pershing. So it'll start kind of at Country Club and go all the way up Pershing, just to balance population.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a question of that border, right? Is it more of an east-west or north-south?
From my standpoint, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. They both can make sense in terms of representation. Any way you slice it, though, North Stockton is going to be divided between districts 2 and 3, which I believe is as it should be, because I believe that the future for North Stockton is, it should be within those 2 districts. So from my standpoint, I could accept either one. If one is preferable to the representative of District 3, I'm okay with that.
Would you please zoom out so we can see the overall map? I mean, I have to say it's difficult. There's so many, and I appreciate Supervisor Miller, this possibility. It's so difficult, and as you know, you all saw a few dozen maps, and you can just see the pros and cons, and there's ways to get there. There's ways you could do this, and it numerically comes out. if you start looking at South County, and if you looked at my region, that Manteca Lathrop gateway, I think, is a strong community of interest. To Supervisor Miller's point, I mean, we are looking at different slices and dices, multiple slices of Stockton, which is a challenge. I mean, you could spend weeks doing this. Have you?
Actually, Chair, if I could just ask for both of us on this, these are changes that have been colored in on, that don't show, these are basically on map C, and what we were.
Yeah, so I think what Dave started from was map B, and then did the rotational changes, right? So moved Manteca, or moved Lathrop. Well, first off, he started in Stockton.
Mm-hmm.
Underpopulated. In underpopulated District 5, Lathrop. Underpopulated District.
Yep, so we moved in.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it. Thank you.
Same 30,000 population.
Thank you. I'm sorry to interrupt. I wasn't understanding the map.
No, thank you, Supervisor Miller. I mean, these are, again, this is all a very thoughtful conversation. The good news is, and I've expressed this in the past, I'm without emotional attachment. We're all going to term out. 4 out of 5 of us are terming out. So I wouldn't say that this is a sentimental reason. If I'm representing for the next 3 years and there's not crossover, if I'm flipped over to the east side of town, to me, that becomes a little confusing, and that's a dramatic departure. I trust this process and that the RAC has done their job, and you guys, the level of engagement you have. I know that we're not going to keep everybody happy, and that there's a multitude of ways we can slice this up, and you can try to minimize this and maximize that. But I'm still satisfied with map B at this stage. That's where I'm at with it. I really am. So I mean, I appreciate Supervisor Miller, talking, trying to get there, and Supervisor Wynn, the time and the energy to put this in, and very robust levels of consideration for all of us. But I also trust the fact that we appointed a RAC, and you guys have all reviewed and talked about and gone through, as I said, dozens of maps, and we are here with 2 in front of us. So that's my thoughts on it. Supervisor Wynn, Vice Chair Wynn, I know you have a request to speak.
Thank you. So the last map that you had, that was map B, is that correct? That you modified?
Yes, it began with map B.
Okay, it wasn't. I think we can bring up map C, can't we?
Yours, yeah.
Okay, so and the colors are different, and obviously the top one, 147, is District 4. But Supervisor Riegman makes some points in regards to Lathrop and Manteca, and I know, and they know. Obviously, Supervisor Patty and Supervisor Riegman know that probably long before they came on the Board of Supervisors, that the city of Lathrop and Manteca, and they've had, well, where's Mayor DeBrum? They've had their challenges, I guess I'll put it that way, over the years. But nonetheless, they've worked together because they do adjoin each other and they mutually benefit. But probably, and I don't know what it was before the last redistricting, but I suspect that probably the Board of Supervisors did have a share of Lathrop and a share of Manteca. So maybe it's been 20 years. Mayor DeBrum would probably know better, but anyway, I'm saying at least 10 years. So for 10 years, District 3 and District 5 have shared Lathrop and Manteca, and I've never heard a complaint in regards to, the cooperation or the relationships between the two, and certainly not between the supervisors. And so to say that, well, Lathrop and Manteca need to be joined together, I don't think that needs to be, because it hasn't been for 10 years and there's never been a problem. Plus, more importantly, I think because they have essentially, because they've split those two cities, they've had 2 representatives on the Board of Supervisors. So I don't understand when we talk about cities and their relationships and their boards and their commissions and their partnerships and all that, that is between them. We represent the county and various parts of the county, and we have, at least for 10 years, overlapped into some other districts or some other cities. And I haven't ever heard of a complaint because we've split a city in regards to 2 supervisory districts. So that's one issue which I don't think really holds a lot of water because it currently exists and it's existed for years and there's never been a problem, so why would it be a problem now? The second part of it is you have 2 cities who have voiced their strenuous opposition to being absorbed in District 5, and yet the board is willing to reject them and basically recruit them, or at least demand that they be a part of another district that they don't want to be a part of. And I don't understand the logic behind that, because if it were me, I would say if I heard from a particular, like say Lathrop, they wanted to be in District 3 or 2 or whatever, I would certainly take that into account, as the RAC has taken that into account. They've heard a lot of comments. So I'm a little perplexed because there's nothing from my vantage point logically of why we would make this change. And I think the real key is not so much Lathrop and Manteca, because as has been shown by Supervisor Miller and certainly by the map I provided, I think there's an opportunity to keep cities whole, which I think that's one of the RAC's goals, to make sure that happens. And I don't think that by virtue of that, and yes, I got 3 cities, but they're on the south side and north side of the district, so they do have common interests, but obviously, and they work together on various issues. So my question is, I don't understand the push to make District 5 into District South County, include Ripon and Escalon, who don't want to be in District 5, and I have no understanding of comprehension of why there's been this big push, other than if you look at the district as proposed and appears to be in favor by the rest of the board members, the only thing I can see is votes. Escalon and Ripon obviously are much more conservative than Mountain House and Tracy. And so for those who may be looking to get elected or reelected or whatever, I would suspect that there probably 25,000 votes would be helpful, or at least that's a population, not that many votes. And so I'm really confused as to why we're spending this much time in pushing a narrative which really overall, in spite of certainly the concerns of Supervisor Miller, which I agree with, and that's why my map took into account District 3, because I would agree with map A that District 3 no longer resembles what it currently is. And so it was my effort to make it as whole as possible based upon current configuration. And as I said, instead of stopping at Pershing, I went all the way to 99. The other part is it does take in all of Manteca, as District 5 takes in all of Lathrop. And those 2 districts have, at least for the last 10 years, have represented Manteca and Lathrop collectively. And so I don't see any big difference other than they're separated, but certainly those 2 supervisors can work collectively on issues that benefit both of them. So I don't understand the logic behind this of basically forcing 2 cities to belong to a district that they don't have to, simply because 2 supervisors think that Lathrop and Manteca need to be in one district, and therefore they need to go down and pull in 2 other cities that have not been in that district for 10 years. I don't understand it, and I'm confused as to why we're pushing this agenda when, in fact, even with Supervisor Miller's input in the changing the maps, she's basically replicated, to the most part, my map as far as trying to accommodate all supervisors in all districts to make sure that they represent the individuals who elected them or in the future will be representing. So again, I don't get it. It doesn't make any sense to me. and I hate to use the term, but somewhere along the way, it has to be political because it's not logical to me. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Chair?
Vice Chair Nguyen, just want to say I have a quick question. This was just mentioned by Vice Chair Nguyen, who's very astute, very experienced. When any discussions were going on, was there any thought, plan, or process that you presented map A and you presented map B? Was there a target or a goal to make one more partisan or more favorable to one party or another? It's a serious conversation, and it would be of concern. I don't think that would be anything that in any of the conversations you had to take into consideration for anybody. Again, 4 of us are terming out, but was there any thought? I see everybody shaking their head no.
Point of order. I have been informed that both Supervisor Rickman and Chair Patty did make contact with their RAC members, and my understanding was when we got the last map that was unanimously voted on to be forwarded to the board, the only reason why map B was constructed was because this board, 2 members of this board said they absolutely wanted to see a map with Ripon and Escalon. This configuration was requested. My understanding was that there absolutely was some direction provided to the RAC. If I'm wrong, correct me, please, but that's what I have been told, was that RAC members spoke to their supervisors, and not everyone, but that some were, and that, we can watch the video from the last meeting. This board directed another map to come back and provided some pretty specific information.
So, point of order, as you had requested. I believe if we watch the last meeting, we as a board spoke and we talked about up to 3 maps. So I'd like to see several maps coming back. And I think any discussion about South County, and yes, my representative called me up and said they saw the video and reiterated what we discussed. Did I call him in secret? I don't know that I was prohibited.
I never intimated there was a secret or anything like that, Chair.
Point of order.
I simply said.
Thank you. Point of order. But to insinuate that I contacted my RAC representative, he called me after he saw the video and said, hey, I got these notes. These are great. This is good feedback. So I don't know that there's anything secretive, because in that video that we could all watch, I believe Supervisor Rickman expressed his words about a different configuration than what we saw with the one map. So I'm not certain what the insinuation might be, but yes, I absolutely did speak with my RAC representative after he watched the video that was very appropriately shared with, I believe, all of you. So I'm a little bit confused as to any, shadow activity or insinuation thereof. Supervisor Rickman, you had intended to speak earlier.
Yeah, this is, my God, this just turned dark. And it's funny. You have 2 supervisors who don't get their way, and now all these accusations go on, and whatever. And it's funny how what Supervisor Nguyen was saying, that we're not forcing anybody anything. But even in the Lodi, in this August 2nd, 2011 article, I believe it's Lodi News, like I mentioned earlier, Supervisor Nguyen objected to Ripon getting out of the 5th District, and it's okay if he says it, but and now that there's maps that they don't like, and all these accusations, and it's ridiculous. To be quite honest, Supervisor Nguyen, I thought you would rise above what you just stated, and like this some kind of political move, like we wrote the maps, and it's just ridiculous. I'm going to call the question, and I'm going to make a motion.
Before we call the question,
actually, Supervisor Mr. Miles, call the question. If you call the question, it has to be dealt with correctly. Or
you know, this is another effort to shut up the rest of the board
no,
members.
it's, you know,
let
me
just finish my
you
comments.
attacked me. I have never done anything to you.
Let me just
you know,
make a,
and you
let me make
attacked,
a point.
You
let me
sit
make a
back
point
and
to you.
forth. You attacked Supervisor Patty. You attacked me, and I mean, my God, this is ridiculous. And because you don't get your way. And
not my way.
I got attacked by Supervisor Miller. I didn't do anything to anybody. I'm just sitting here.
Let me just,
Counselor, looking under, you know, Robert's
Supervisor
rules,
Rickman, let me make
or
a
the
point.
parliamentary procedure.
Excuse me.
And I'm going to call the question.
At this moment, Supervisor Rickman is recognized to speak. Supervisor Wynn, you will be given an adequate opportunity to speak afterwards. Let's not speak over each other. Supervisor Rickman, you have a question for County
I'm just
Council.
going to call the question so we can take a vote.
Okay. Supervisor Wynn.
Here's my concern. If we look at the last meeting that we're talking about, there was a presentation in regards to one of the maps that we presented, which was map A. After that presentation, our chair went over to Supervisor Rickman and had a conversation, which none of us were privileged to. You just did that again. Now my question is, why are you talking in whispers secretly to one another when we all in this chamber should hear what you have to say? What was the discussion? Could you share that with us?
I was curious, to answer your question, I was curious if Supervisor Rickman wanted to go have cigars after this board meeting. He was uncertain, but he'll check his schedule and get back to me.
Are you kidding me? That's your response?
That's my response. You just asked the question.
And so you're telling everybody in this chamber that you didn't have a discussion about this item, either in the last meeting or in this meeting, because then Supervisor Rickman made his argument in regards to the addition of Escalon and Rip in the last meeting, which is the first time I've heard this in all the maps that everybody has presented. Has that ever been a consideration to include Ripon and Escalon? I'll ask the consultant.
There was one derivation, I believe it was Plan C, that was originally introduced, and it basically, in a different way than current B, it cut the county in kind of bands, east to west. So you had a southern district, you had a District 3 that wrapped around Stockton, you had a District 4 that was on the top and wrapped around, and then the two core Stockton districts. So there was that map introduced early on in the redistricting process, but it was not pushed forward to continue to be a part of the maps towards the end.
So the question arises, if it died in the early beginning, what resurrected it?
So I think one of the things that we wanted to make sure the RAC did was present multiple options to the Board of Supervisors. So from the November 2nd meeting, we drew options based on your comments. It's actually, if you look at the presentation that was given in the PowerPoint slides, there are two slides that introduce the maps that were presented in the last RAC. One slide goes through all the community of interest themes that we've heard, and the second slide was a summary of your comments on November 2nd. And from those two pieces of information, because your comments on November 2nd were also community of interest testimony. You said them publicly, and we wanted to be as thoughtful with the RAC to make sure that they understood what you guys thought of the maps that we presented to you on November 2nd. So from that, we created Plan E, which is now Plan B. I'm sorry for all the changes in nomenclature on these, but or in title, but and so that's where we stand now.
Well, in two meetings, in two presentations you've made to us, especially the last meeting, I made the comment that would there be a way, because District 5 has grown the most, District 4 has grown the least, if there was a way to move the boundaries to accommodate the increase in District 5 and the decrease in District 4 without messing with the rest of the districts wildly to make them different. So again, Supervisor Rigman, I apologize if you think I'm attacking you. I'm just saying I'm confused as to why things are said after you and Supervisor Patty have a conversation without earshot of the rest of the chamber. So I'll leave it at that. I understand where you're all coming from, but I think it's unfortunate because it makes no logical sense, because what Supervisor Miller asked for, what I provided in the third map, I think is certainly making District 3 as whole as possible based upon what it is. And I'm sorry, but I don't see this board, and there's a continuation we do this, is going to the RAC, and the RAC did a tremendous job. I appreciate that. But ultimately, it's the 5 members of the board that make the final decision. So, you know, appreciate what they've done, the hard work they put into it, but make a decision based upon what you think is the right thing to do. And obviously, I think it was prejudged, but unfortunately, that's just the way it is. And again, I don't take back my comments in regards to the discussions that took place on this dais out of earshot of everybody else, because, and you're not willing to comment on it. So I can only think the worst, which I don't want to do. So anyway, Chair, you got it back.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Before I call on Supervisor Miller, excuse me.
Supervisor, oh, I'm sorry, Chair.
Just a second. Before I call on Supervisor Miller, who has requested, and our system is working, before I call on Supervisor Miller, I have a question for County Council. I know I've asked in the past, and it is not a Brown Act violation if I'm to speak to a board member. If I were to go to one board member after another, that would be a Brown Act violation. But it's my understanding, having asked you in the past, that it's within my right during the course of a meeting to speak to a supervisor.
Having an individual conversation with a single supervisor is not a violation.
Thank you. Just for clarity, I appreciate that. Supervisor Miller, I see that our system is working. You have a request to speak.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate it. First of all, I want to make sure that I say to the RAC members very clearly, I greatly appreciate your work. I did not say, and certainly did not mean to intimate, that anybody had behaved inappropriately in terms of the maps that are being presented here today. Nor did I intend, nor did I say that any board member had acted inappropriately. That was not my intention. What I was trying to clarify is statements were being made that the map today, 2 very different maps, one that has Ripon and Escalon in District 5, the other one had already been by and large presented to us, that second map had not been generated in a vacuum by the RAC members, that it was in response to discussions either with supervisors and most certainly from comments, supervisor comments at the last meeting. That's all I was trying to say. It was not that anyone had behaved inappropriately by bringing a second map here today. It's obviously my understanding that this is a policy decision and these are maps that will be approved by the board. We have the final say on this. I completely understand that. So Supervisor Rickman and Chair Patty, if you took my comments to mean that I was accusing you of some secretive or inappropriate behavior, I did not say that, and I did not intend to convey that to you at all. So I apologize if my comments sounded that way to you. That was not my intention. All I'm trying to say is our RAC members clearly received feedback from this board that they responded to and brought this second map. My comments in terms of my problems with map B are solely based on representing my residents of North Stockton, my current constituents. I have a responsibility to represent them. I believe absolutely 100% that map B disenfranchises a large percentage of northeastern Stockton. My hope today was that we could find a way to work that out and still keep all our other communities whole. I believe Supervisor Wynn's map, or the version we created here today, does the best job of that. I don't want in any way to make it sound like I'm critical of the work of the RAC. The map that was presented to us before did not separate out this portion of Stockton, separated out a little bit on just south of 8 Mile Road, and I expressed these exact same concerns then. So I don't want the RAC members to feel that I'm trying to criticize your work. I'm not. We all can see that this is very difficult. But I have to say that as a representative of Stockton, I cannot support map B. I can support map C, or the map that we created here today. Any version of that, I'm fine. And as I said, the western boundary of District 2, I'm happy deferring to the representative from District 3 on that. But I cannot support peeling off a very large percentage of northeastern Stockton and putting them in a rural district that is absolutely policy-wise at odds with their needs. Thank you. That's it.
Thank you, Supervisor Miller. I see a request from Supervisor Rickman.
Since I did call the question, and I'm going to make a motion, if that's okay with you, Chair.
Yes, please.
I make a motion that this Board of Supervisors accept the oral report on supervisory redistricting efforts and the Redistricting Advisory Commission's recommended supervisory district map B, with the plan for the board to vote to adopt a final supervisory district map required by the California Election Code Section 21500 at a public hearing on December 7th, 2021.
I have a motion. Do I have a second? Supervisor Miller? Or, I'm sorry, Supervisor Miguel Villalpudua.
I wonder if we could have some more comment from the RAC. Can I speak? Can I call some members of the RAC up?
Certainly.
Mr. DeBrum, may I ask you a question, please? When you first started the meeting, you said some members of Mara Fargo came before the RAC and spoke. Is that right? Is that correct?
I'm sorry, would you please repeat the question?
You said some members of Mara Fargo came before the RAC and spoke regarding District 1. They wanted to be in District 1. Is that correct? Yes. Were there any other members of any other districts speaking, like, for example, Supervisor Miller's district?
There was no supervisors at any of the meetings. Actually,
I'm talking about neighbors, constituents. Were there any other constituents there representing their district saying they wanted to be in a certain district?
No. Okay. Not supervisors, no. I'm having trouble.
Citizens.
Citizens.
Mayor, any citizens at the meetings, any citizens from any of the districts that have stood up and said what they do or don't want? I know that, for the record, Supervisor Wynn read what was submitted from Ripon.
At the last meeting, there was people from District 1 that were there that presented their very concerns.
I know. Were there any other people from any other district?
No. Not that I'm aware of. Early on, yes. Early on. Yeah, at Lodi, but I was referring to this last meeting. I'm sorry.
Okay. So people from Lodi saying they wanted to be in District 4?
At the Lodi meeting, yes.
Okay. Anybody from Ripon?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay.
No one from Ripon or Escalon that I remember. There may have been letters that have come in.
They didn't see this until Friday, as far as that. So there was never any concern from Ripon or Escalon prior to Friday and prior to this meeting.
My concern is the RAC worked really hard on both these maps, and they presented their two best maps. And map B does make it's closest to what we have now, considering like map A is just so different, between 3 and 5. And it makes sense, in my opinion, if I had to pick between the two. Although I do respect your map, Supervisor Wynn. But the RAC worked really hard on this map, on both these maps. And I think map B makes the most sense, if I had to choose between both of them. And I hate to pick sides, I know it's very controversial. Go ahead, that's it.
I have a motion. Do I need a second?
Bring the motion.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Please vote. We've adopted 3-2. Thank you very much. And it's an understatement to again say thank you to the RAC for all of your time and commitment. I know that we've all expressed, and this is a great, robust, this is the way it's supposed to be. We have to talk it out and get there, and we don't always agree, but we are moving forward, and thanks to the effort, and we appreciate the 2 maps that you narrowed down from dozens for us to consider. You've done your job, and this county appreciates you, each and every one of you. Thank you for your time.
And Chair, I said thank you to Supervisor, or to Mr. DeBron, but my other 5th District Rep, Alice English, thank you for your work.
All right. Next we have, going back in our schedule, we have a discussion item. Let's see where we are. Here we go. Approve the purchase agreement and joint escrow instructions with Eldorado Street Partners LP and 6 South Eldorado LLC for real property and improvements located at 6 South Eldorado Street, Stockton, California, and 49 South Hunter Street, Stockton, California, at a purchase price not to exceed $11 million. Authorize the Director of the General Services Department to execute the agreement and approve related budget adjustments. There will be a 4/5 vote required. Director Cunningham, thank you for patiently being with us today.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Supervisors, Council, CAO. I'm Marcia Cunningham, the Director of General Services. With me today is Connie Hart, the Assistant Director of General Services. We are here today to present the detail related to the acquisition of 6 South Eldorado Street, previously known as the In-Shape Building, in 49 South Hunter Street, which is the parking garage adjacent from the building. At the end of the presentation, we will allow for questions and share our recommendations. At this point, I will turn the presentation over to Connie.
Good afternoon, Chairman Patty, members of the board. The property recommended for purchase is, as Marcia stated, at 6 South Eldorado Street in Stockton. The owners have offered to sell the property, which includes the parking structure at 49 South Hunter Street, to the county for $11 million. The estimated value of the property as owner-used space is between $135 to $165 per square foot, or a range of $11.8 to $14.4 million. By comparison, the purchase price of $11 million equates to only $126 per square foot. The property includes 87,197 square feet of usable space, including the basement. Without the basement, the square footage of the 7-story structure is approximately 74,000 square feet. The 2 parcels are situated on 1.5 acres and includes the 4-level parking garage with 156 parking spaces and 14 additional spaces in a surface parking lot for a total of 170 parking spots. In 2019, the county contracted with LDA Partners architectural firm to conduct a level 1 building assessment. Then, in October of this year, the county contracted with Aztec Consulting to inspect the building and provide an update regarding the current condition of the property. Aztec Consulting estimates approximately $1.5 million in system repairs over the next 3 to 5 years. The county confirmed that the elevator system was completely overhauled and updated in June of 2020, and an old issue with water intrusion in the basement has been repaired. Additionally, fire safety and ADA systems have been brought up to code. In order to inform decisions regarding longer-term system updates, GSD will obtain the services of an architectural engineering firm to conduct a level 2 building assessment after close of escrow. That report will be made available to your board. While the specific amount needed for tenant improvements is unknown at this time, based on current market conditions, it is estimated that tenant improvements will be in the range of $90 to $130 per square foot, or $7.8 to $11.3 million. Of course, this estimate will be further refined once GSD staff has met with the occupant department or departments to determine space needs and the design phase begins. GSD will bring a request for an increase in appropriations for initial repairs and tenant improvement costs, including furniture, fixtures, and equipment to your board for consideration. Additionally, the seller has offered a $200,000 credit in escrow to close before December 31st of this year. Since the county has already begun conducting due diligence, and this is an all-cash transaction, GSD anticipates that escrow can close before December 31st, and thus the county will realize the $200,000 credit, in essence reducing the purchase price to $10,800,000. There are currently 4 tenants in the building, excuse me, occupying 20,852 square feet. The 4 leases will be assumed by the county, and terms range from Aspiranet in 5,247 square feet with a lease termination date of March of 2022 to SJ Sarah occupying the entire 4th floor at 10,616 square feet with a lease termination date of June 2030. Immediately upon finalization of the purchase transaction, GSD staff will meet individually with each tenant to discuss next steps. Regardless of whether tenants remain in the building or not, there is sufficient vacant space in the building to accommodate a number of county departments. At this time, I'll return it back over to Marcia Cunningham to discuss planned uses and our estimated timeline.
What are the planned uses? One possibility at the top of our list is to continue to use the properties in close proximity to the San Joaquin Superior Courthouse, or as we call it here at the county, we call it our Justice Campus. Potential occupants include district attorney, public defender, sheriff's alternative work program, and law library. Some of the advantages to a Justice Campus is cost savings for those departments that are directly associated with Superior Courts. Less travel time, easy access, services all in one location, lower costs for some of the unexpected repairs. We are currently spending between $200,000 and $500,000 per year, keeping various buildings functional. Additional parking for county staff, which frees up the much needed space in the city parking garage for constituents, allows for consideration of future development of an additional parking structure. And beyond the Justice Campus, there are other departments that are identified as needing additional space or new office space. Next, I will talk to you about the timelines. The slides indicate that we are projecting between 18 to 24 months to be at full occupancy. The slides also indicate the various quarters that we have projected major milestones. So the first item of completion will to complete the purchase transaction for the property by the end of this fiscal year, at the end of this year, 2021. We will complete the level 2 building assessment and provide the report back to the Board of Supervisors. We'll commence necessary building repairs and upgrades and meet with the department to determine their space needs. Complete design of tenant improvements and return to the board to request approval of the tenant improvements and appropriations of funds. Thus far, I have taken us through to the end of fiscal year 21-22. The remaining milestones projections take place during fiscal year 22-23. The construction of the tenant improvements will be completed. Installation of fixtures, furniture, and equipment, and departments move in the tenant improvements and move into the building can likely happen in phased approaches during May or June of 2023. Before I proceed on to the recommendations, I'd like to first thank CEO Jay Wilverdeen for his leadership, his support, and being instrumental in making this project become a reality. County Council, Mark Miles and Jason Morris. And thank you to my general services team, especially Eric Fallon, the county property manager, Daniel Moore, capital administrator, and Connie Hart, assistant director of general services. I'm sure I have not named everyone who has assisted, but thank you all who have had a part. Recommendations. Complete the purchase, recommendations, redoing my previous slide. The following recommendations are submitted for the Board of Supervisors consideration. Approve the purchase agreement and joint escrow instructions for the acquisition of 6 South El Dorado Street and 49 South Hunter Street. Authorize the Director of General Services to sign and execute all documents necessary to complete the sale. Authorize an increase in appropriations in the 2021-2022 public improvement budget and use of unprogrammed fund balance from the Capital Outlay Fund in the amount of $11,005,000 to cover the purchase price and closing cost. Connie and I are both here to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Director Cunningham. Turning to the board, to my right or left, any questions? Not seeing anybody noted. Nobody has anything to say at this point. Do we have a public? We have to have public comment on this, as just for.
Thank you, Chairman.
See any public? Anybody from the audience? No. Any comments submitted?
Through the chair, no. There are no public comments.
Okay, thank you. Bringing back to the board, nobody else has asked to speak. I'm struggling with this one, and I'll tell you why. We had an opportunity to put up a homeless shelter a while back for people that are unsheltered, and it was going to be 6 million plus. Was going to be was the presentation, and that's for people that are unsheltered, living in squalor, filth, a humanity crisis. We have a district attorney's office where they have offices. The people have a coffee machine. They have computers. They have desks to sit at. And we're going to spend $11 million, and we couldn't allocate the $6.5 million that was asked in partnership with the city. I'm really struggling with this. I got to tell you, I'm really struggling with this. Because, and I've talked with our CAO about it, and I mentioned that I'm not okay with this because of this issue. A few days later, after thinking about it, and I know that we were talking at one point, Director Cunningham, if we were to build a DA building, that was going to be something like 50, 70 million, something. What was the number?
$73 million.
73 million. So we buy this one for 11, and we put another 10, which I can't imagine we're going to spend 10 million, but okay, let's say we're into 20. Then we're saving over 50 million. So I'd expressed to our CAO that if we're saving 50 million doing this, and I'm having a hardship with it, that I'd like to see us put 10, 12, 15 million aside for a homeless plan. I mentioned that to you, Director Cunningham, so we can help our homeless, make a commitment to it, and bring back a plan to the board that we need a 4/5 vote. And, you know, CAO Wilverdine, I'm speaking with you this morning. You had mentioned that you spoke to other board members, and you've set aside $6 million. We're saving $50 million. We're looking to do an office for people that already have offices, yet you couldn't find it in your heart to put $6.5 million aside to help the homeless when we needed to, and when it came to the board. So I have to tell you, I'm struggling with this. I really am. It's a smart move. I know, Director Cunningham, I told you 3 years ago that for 10.5 we could have bought this building, and I got that from somebody that was looking to that was representing the building. We came back with an appraisal of $5 million, and they laughed at us and walked away. So it's wonderful. This is a fantastic opportunity for us to save 50 plus million. But I really struggle with the fact that this county is unable to make a viable commitment in funding. And I understand there may be more dollars out there, as our CAO pointed out. He's engaged in conversation. And I'm going to look forward to hearing from the board. And some of you may chastise me, and that's fine. We all have that prerogative. But, you know, my struggles are, and I'll spell out, let me map it out. We did up to $3+ million for one of the 3 cities we put dollars out for, and their homeless population is somewhere between 100 to 200 people. And we were going to put out $6 million, which the city didn't jump at. And speaking with CAO Wilverdine and talking about 10 to 15 million, and said, 12 million might be a good number to bring to the board to set aside. We may use 3 of it. We may use 8 of it. We may use 10.5 of it. I don't know. But at least we'd have a commitment of dollars before it gets absorbed elsewhere for this board to actualize if and when a plan needing 4/5 vote, we could have that dollar set aside. And I have to tell you, I don't know that, when you have almost 1,000 homeless people unsheltered, we were going to give $3 million for 200, up to 200 people unsheltered. We have 5 times that amount, and we're only looking to have double the dollars instead of $3 million, 6 or 6.5. Why wouldn't we look to have a robust dollar amount of 10, 12, 15 million that we set aside in a lockbox? Can't be actualized unless 4 out of 5 agree, and we don't all agree on everything. But I'm just struggling with that I believe this county is lacking its commitment to helping the homeless. And it's evident by programs being torpedoed. We just saw people sending in dozens of letters today about the travesty on our water, and we all know the human travesty that unfolds. And we have an opportunity to get a building for people that already have an office to work out of. And when I mention that I'd like this board to have that discussion about locking aside X amount of dollars, it's completely washed over, completely ignored, and we settle for a lower amount. And I have to say, I struggle with it. I really do. This board has, high levels of engagement. We are accessible to the public. We hear the outcry to help the homeless. But I don't believe we actually put our money where our mouth is. And I'm disappointed in that. I really am. Supervisor Miller, I see that you're requesting to speak. Please.
Thank you. First of all, I don't see these two issues as being linked. I agree with you, Chair, that this is a good deal. I think it makes a lot of sense. Where I differ from you is your statement that the district attorney's office are essentially fine. They're not. They're crumbling. They're falling apart. They're unhealthy. They have mold. They have asbestos. They have leaking roofs and ceilings, and in almost every respect, they're not adequate at all. And so I do believe that the district attorneys require a new facility. That's been on our capital improvement radar for quite some time. So this deal that we're looking at today provides a whole host of options for us that we currently don't have in terms of what do we do with this other building? How do we bring it down? How do we repurpose the land, the space? What can we provide for our in terms of the county for facilities? What can we provide for Stockton as the county seat? It just opens up a lot of options for us. So I am very much in support of moving forward on this, and I'm pleased to hear that we have the ability to close before the end of the year. Secondly, in trying to make this case that the county is not doing our job or our fair share to address homelessness, just on shelters, this county has allocated over $16 million in the last 12 months. That's just in the last 12 months. We, as a board, basically, at your insistence, last December, we voted unanimously to dedicate 100% of our state HAP funding to shelter. The city of Stockton has also contributed millions of dollars, along with us, to increasing shelter capacity here in Stockton. So it isn't that we're somehow shading Stockton and we're sending all the money to the smaller cities. In fact, the reverse had been true prior to this last allocation. to Tracy, Lodi, and Manteca. And I would say that the reason that this has been discussed numerous times, I can pull you up agendas from last year on at least 6 different board meetings where a shelter, a standalone, brand new, separate shelter in the city of Stockton was discussed by the board. So we've talked about it a lot, kind of every which way around it. But what I would say is the big difference between the last round of shelters that we approved for the smaller cities was that they came forward with city projects that they had developed, that they had funded for large portions of it. They had identified operating money, and it was a one-time ask. There was no ongoing commitment being asked of the county. It was the cities were proposing shelters, and the county stepped up and we closed their funding gap. And I completely support that effort, and I salute Supervisor Rickman for bringing those projects to the board. We still haven't received that kind of a proposal for a standalone, brand new, separate shelter from the city of Stockton. And I would say that this board would certainly be receptive to listening, and I know our CAO has been in discussions with the city manager about this. I have spoken to several city council members to let them know. I know Supervisor Villaputo has, to let them know. Bring a proposal, develop whatever you think is needed for the city of Stockton and bring it to the board. So I think that our county staff, including our CAO, has been very receptive to listening to what the board has said and what priorities we have put forward. And I, for one, am very grateful for their efforts. And I think if the city of Stockton opts to create an additional separate shelter, or who knows, maybe it'll be a totally different expansion, an additional one on an existing campus. I think the county stands ready. I know I do, stands ready to look at those proposals with the same clear eyes that we looked at the proposals from the smaller cities. And I would be happy to help provide some funding for those proposals. So that's the only place that I differ with you on. I do think that we've listened, and I think we have gone a long ways toward dedicating funds that we have been allocated, and also granting our own county funds and ARPA funds and CARES Act funds on different projects to address homelessness. So going forward on what's before us right here today, I know there will probably be more discussion, but at this time, I would make the motion that we approve this item as recommended by our staff, so that we can close before the end of the year and get that $200,000 savings.
Sure. Thank you, Supervisor Millen. And as usual, your thoughts are very succinct, very accurate, very carefully thought. And there's more symmetry than not, because we all know we need to help homeless, and this building purchase for me has segued into a homeless discussion, which is open and endless, but it's the most pressing issue other than COVID that we could think of. And so where I'm struggling with this is the dollar amount that the CAO had expressed he put aside, which was $6.5 million, based on a prior discussion and allocation. I'd be more comfortable if we got up to, and the CAO and I had discussed somewhere in that 10 to 15 range. Would you be in favor in any way of asking and directing us as a board, speaking, this is our position, speaking and asking and in an agreement of asking the CAO to put away up to $10 million available to the city to come to us with a plan. So we're really enticing the city to do something. There's dollars out there available. They may use 4 of it, they may use 8 of it, they may use all 10 of it. And let's see, I'll come down from the 12 or 15. Let's get up to $10 million available from the county that we would need to approve on a 4/5 vote. Would you be favorable, something like that?
I'm not prepared today to horse trade up here on an item that's not agendized and not before us. I would like to deal with what is on our agenda, and then if there's going to be additional conversation, I think we can either have that with our county administrator or we can have that at a future meeting. But for today, I don't think it's appropriate for us to veer off, and I would imagine our county council would probably agree with that.
County council, is there anything, and you have to forgive me, because when speaking with the CAO, I had specifically addressed to him, he had mentioned he could put it aside. I felt it's more appropriate that the supervisors speak about it because we represent the people. So I thought it's better that the people see that we are engaged in this, and that, you know, before we're buying buildings, if the CAO has the authority to put money aside, we should pretty much identify what that dollar amount would be.
You couldn't take action today to set aside funds for a homeless shelter because that is not on the agenda. You could give direction to the county administrator to come back at a later date. You could give direction to the county administrator to have further discussions with the city of Stockton, generalized direction along those lines, but the board cannot take action to set aside those funds today.
Understood, and the board doesn't need to, I think that it would be more of just take direction, as CAO head Wilverdine had pointed out. He can do it without discussing with us. He can do it without needing any authority. He's able to, you know, put it aside in a fund, and it kind of stays there. I was just disappointed that at the low number, considering we're saving $50 million and we have a human travesty unfolding around us. I just think we should have a bigger commitment than $6 million to get a shelter up and running. So appreciate the comments, Supervisor Miller. This is just where I'm struggling, guys, and I appreciate the conversation as a board. Supervisor Vice Chair Wynn.
What's the balance of our capital outlay fund?
Approximately of unprogrammed would be approximately 68 million, Jay. Does that sound right?
I think it's around the $70 million number.
Okay.
I don't have the schedule in front of me, Supervisor Wynn, but it's around that number.
So how much of this project would be taken from that fund to complete the building? I mean, would be the total? Would we use not only the purchase of the building? Would we use it for the repairs, for all the things that are included, or does it come from another pot?
So one thing that we're going to do is look at the county facility fees. If there's an opportunity to show that there's growth and that we're able to use funds from CFF, we will do that. Right now, though, we're looking at using capital outlay, and it's always been programmed for law and justice. This has always been programmed through capital outlay that this project would move forward.
Okay, so it would just be the 11 million, or would it be additional costs based upon the needs of the renovation of the building, other than CFF?
It would be the additional cost of the TIs, and then we estimated, you had asked us to fine tune those costs. If I remember right, it's between 7.8 million and 11.3, was it? 11.3. And then for the estimated repairs, it's 1.5 million.
Okay, so how much of that, of the capital outlay fund would be used for those costs or those expenditures?
All of it, unless we can tap into CFF.
Okay, so, and that would reduce the balance to around what? After we paid for all those items?
Well, that's a programmed, so those funds would not touch the 70 million, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Supervisor Wynn, we have $42.2 million already programmed or earmarked, if you will, for a law and justice building. Obviously, that's not the 70 million that we have now, because as the cost escalated, we just left the programmed amount as what it was. What we would do is let's just say we spent $25 million. I'm just picking a number out of the air to be conservative. By conservative, I mean aggressively high. We would pull that $25 million out of the 42.2 that we already have earmarked, and as Director Cunningham was saying, it wouldn't impact our unprogrammed balance because we'd be swapping out program money for other program money. We'd actually have residual program money left in what was being programmed. So where our savings comes, this 50 million in surplus, if we were to do this theoretically, as our chair had mentioned, we'd have approximately 20 million of surplus programmed money from the Law and Justice Center, and then we'd also have the 30 million we would have had to dip into our unprogrammed money to add to that had we gone with a full build-out option. So I hope that answers your question.
It does. And so based upon the needs of the county in regards to projects or buildings, structures, renovations, all those things, what's the estimated cost for all those list of projects overall? Just general.
So we had brought to this board a 10-year facility master plan, and it's approximately between $210 to $310 million, depending on escalation and when we're able to build the buildings.
And so obviously we're underfunded.
Correct. So anything we can do to save money to move forward from a building perspective is something that we want to do. We want to oversee the money we're using and do it in the best interest of the taxpayer and this board. And if we could take what we're saving from here and it could cover the 6.5 million. In addition to that, we probably could do another building.
Okay, so in other words, although we incur a savings, we are still behind.
Correct.
In regards to funding of the projects that we have on our list for future. So savings obviously would be utilized in some future project. Otherwise, if we didn't have the savings, we couldn't build that project.
Correct. And we do have more than just the DA building that is being held together with duct tape.
Yeah.
That we have emergencies, that we can't get parts for the infrastructures that's there. And we are spending a significant amount of money annually. It has been 12 years since we have built a building here at the county. So we're behind. We're behind in what we need to do. And there's a number of buildings in the same situation. Water issues, mold issues. We have very old, dated buildings. And it's critical we start to do something about it.
Okay, so if we had $6.5 million laying around, we could do some things.
Absolutely.
Thank you. I'll second Supervisor Miller's motion.
I see a request from Supervisor Villapudua.
I was going to say, I think it's a great opportunity, and I appreciate you guys' hard work on this, and I was going to second it, but we have a first and a second, so thank you.
Supervisor Rickman, any comments?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, like always. You guys do a great job. And no, I think it's a great opportunity. We jumped into the homeless thing here, and I understand where the chair is coming from. And, I know we spent a lot of money already. I mean, I think when I asked for how much money we spent last year was $20 million, and I guess we'll probably be going over that this year. So apparently throwing money at the problem isn't going to solve it, and continuing how we've done it in the past isn't going to work because it just keeps on climbing. And, I think we discussed it earlier. This housing first model doesn't work. And, listening to all these letters that we've had, you can tell people are upset. I know a lot of those folks aren't in my district. However, we all share the Delta, and with all this rain, God willing, if all this rain we have this year, the problem's going to get any worse. So I think there needs to be a different direction than what we've had, and we had a good start I think in the beginning of this year, working with the different cities, and it just seems like we've come to a complete stop, and we're reverting back to the stuff that hasn't worked. So we need Stockton as a partner. Stockton is essential in this cog to get the homeless crisis and humanitarian crisis under control and get folks help, emergency shelters or say whatever it may be. And I don't have a problem with putting money away or reserving a certain amount of money for what Supervisor or Chair was talking about for Stockton. Doesn't mean they're going to use it all, but at least we have it there for them when they need it. And Mike, how much money have we spent this year so far on homelessness?
I believe in the last 6 months, Supervisor Rickman, it's been over $22 million. $22 million since I've been CAO.
Oh, and you haven't been here that long, and either have I. But that's more than last year. So in 2 years, over $40 million, and we still have another month to go. So I'm sure we're going to be spending more money, and the problem is continuing to get worse. So something needs to be done, and talking about it, having folks come up here and talk about homelessness and is talk. We either do something and change directions and get the emergency shelter, transitional, vocational training. I've been harping on mental health and substance abuse. Something has to change. And so with that being said, Jay or CAO, I don't see the problem putting, we have 6.5, putting 10 million or whatever it is into a lockbox, use the old phase, put in a lockbox and until Stockton needs it, and so that's where I'm at on that. So, but the in-shape city building, hey, we're saving tons of cash, which can be used on, God knows, we have a lot of things that we can spend that money on. Like for example, what?
South County Park.
Okay, I'm just saying. But thank you very much.
CAO Wolverdine.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to share some thoughts that I've spoken to each of you independently about, and mainly for the benefit of anyone who happens to be listening who hasn't heard it before out in the public, is that, as you mentioned earlier, Chair, I have in our capital outlay fund programmed or earmarked $6.5 million. And the basis for that, kind of like the basis for anything that we've programmed in the capital outlay fund, has some sort of a basis for the amount that we set aside. We typically will not do that. We'll leave it in the unprogrammed until we have some sort of a plan, which in that case will generally bring something to the board, and then your board will decide whether or not we want to actually appropriate that money for an actual expenditure. I have no ability to appropriate $1 on anything. That's all up to your board to be able to do. Now, what I will say is I did program that $6.5 million aside based on the work that was done by Cindy Basso last summer when there was discussion and a presentation brought to this board about what a capital contribution would require in order to set up a shelter for 250 to 300 bed homeless shelter. And so that was the basis for the 6.5. I have on multiple occasions talked to the Stockton mayor. As you may recall, Supervisor Villapudois asked him to come down, and if he would be interested in taking a 6.5 capital contribution, he said he had to speak to his city council. I have talked to a couple of the city council members over the last probably 4 weeks, 6 weeks. I've also talked to the city manager about that, and I mentioned to all of them along the way, if they brought an ask that was more than the 6.5, depending on the pleasure of your board, I think that's something that might be available for funding. Certainly, as you heard this today, the money is unprogrammed in our capital outlay fund. It would be what the appetite of your board is in order to appropriate that kind of money. I can program money, but only you can spend the money. So that was my logic behind the $6.5 million, and I've mentioned on multiple occasions to the city of Stockton that I was pretty comfortable your board would go higher for a well-reasoned plan that would be brought before this board like the other 3 cities have done previously. So I just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Thank you, CAO Wolverine. We have a motion and a second. Motion's adopted 4-1. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time in our agenda, we are on to, and I believe, unless I've missed anything, we're at Board of Supervisors comments and committee reports. Starting on my left, Supervisor Miller, anything to report or share?
Yes, actually, just very briefly. Last week, Supervisor Wynn and I, along with our Public Works Director, Mr. Balaji, traveled to Los Angeles to meet with the new Executive Director, Adele Hajikali of the Metropolitan Water District. It was a very positive meeting. It was really just an initial introductory meeting. We shared our some of our materials from the Delta Counties Coalition. We took it as an opportunity to express our position on a wide variety of projects that we supported, including storage, groundwater recharge, stormwater capture, you name it. We talked about that we are not about saying no, that we're about saying yes to smart regional projects. He was very positive and wanted to continue the dialogue. And so we are very, very cautiously optimistic, but we're hopeful that the conversation can continue and there may be some projects that we can partner with. So I just wanted to update the board that we had taken that step, and I see Mr. Balaji back here, and I wanted to thank him for setting it up. It was really his connections that we were able to secure the meeting, and so I think it was a very constructive use of our time. So that's it for today. Thank you.
A question for you, if I may, and if you could share, what was the feeling on the tunnel? Where do you think the new director was looking at how we could work collectively on water storage and diversifying our supply?
It was interesting. He made the statement that he currently publicly supports the tunnel. I thought the use of the word publicly was interesting. I wasn't sure if he said that just because he thought it was something, we would want to hear, that he maybe privately doesn't support it, or if coming in with fresh eyes and really looking at the finances of this huge, massive project, if maybe he is thinking that perhaps there could be better investments for Metropolitan to make that would actually secure some new additional water for them. And that was really the way the conversation went, was, we could partner on things that would actually increase the water supply and give you access to water in dry years. How about we talk about that? He was very receptive to that.
Fantastic. I appreciate that. Great information to share, and I'm glad you guys had partake on it. I hope you didn't drive down, because I know Director Balaji drives 55 miles an hour to save gas, so that would have been a long trip. Supervisor Vice Chair Wynn, do you have any comments or anything to share?
I would just add that he came from the city of Los Angeles. He was part of Mayor Garcetti's water cabinet, which, if you followed Mayor Garcetti, he's been for well over a year suggesting that the city of Los Angeles, which is, I think, had 5 members on the Metropolitan Board of Directors, has opposed taking more water out of the Delta. He is very aggressive in his water cabinet plan to diversify stormwater capture, a whole host of water projects to reduce the dependence on the Delta. So I agree with Supervisor Miller. I think he was open and very knowledgeable, and certainly we look forward to having future conversations on issues of mutual interest.
Fantastic. Job well done. Supervisor Rickman, anything to share at this time?
Thank you, Chair. And I got a few things, and I just want to share how great it was on Veterans Day to actually be out there celebrating with the community and seeing our veterans out there, our families coming and pay their respects. I know I attended events in Tracy, Lathrop, and Mountain House, and as I mentioned before earlier in the day, you know, going to these events, it shows how patriotic we are as a county and, you know, the folks in our cities. And, you know, when we honor and remember all our veterans, past and present, and I just want to say thank you to the cities that were holding these, you know, Mountain House, Lathrop, and Tracy, for allowing me the honor to attend and say a few things. Also, that same day between events, you know, I joined Supervisor or Chair Patty at the first annual Central Valley Senior Care Network Appreciation Lunch here in Stockton, and recognize our essential workers and, you know, all the great things that they've done and how they persisted through and continue to persist through this COVID pandemic that we're in. I also want to give a shout out. You know, we just had the playoffs in football here on Friday in South County and Stockton. Well, I didn't say San Joaquin County, but since I represent South County, and it is a powerhouse. You know, Kimball beat Wood for 44-32, and Manteca beat Sacramento 54-14 to advance on to the next round, which will be on this Friday. So two great teams in South County that is pushing it. Hopefully they'll, you know, go all the way, and I believe they have the talent to do so. And on Saturday, this past Saturday, I want to say, you know, give a shout out to Jazz Senga, who's our planning commissioner, and Harry Dillon, who's a Mountain House board member. You know, I joined them for the Mountain House Toluca community to celebrate Diwali. Mountain House is a great community, and we had a great time. And I want to say happy Hanukkah, since we will not be here. So happy Hanukkah to everybody, and happy Thanksgiving. Enjoy your time with your family and your loved ones, and have a great time. So God bless you guys, and thank you, Chair. And I'll turn it back over to you.
Supervisor Villapudua.
Just want to wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. No comment. Thank you.
The busiest guy in San Joaquin County, going to multiple events and nonstop.
Been a long day. Been a long day.
Well, then I'll take your time. Thank you very much. First, I want to mention that for all of us to gather for a great photo at the Airport 599 groundbreaking on Tuesday the 9th in Supervisor Villapudua's district, there was a long task to get there. We have to thank, of course, supervisors before us, our now Assemblyman Carlos Villapudua, Steve Vestalaritas, Ken Vogel, Larry Rustaller, you know, Bob Elliott, Leroy Ornelas. I mean, everybody worked on this, including most on this board now, to get it to the finish line and sign documents and you know, kind of help initiate whatever we did. But we got there. But I have to say, I had no idea that the cablé would compound every step, and it was just bad, higher and higher. And the most fashionable dressed and the biggest trooper was Supervisor Miller, with very nice shoes on, but she treads right out there in the mud and the clay, and it was arduous to clean up, but we got a great photo. So I appreciate the spirit of the board to get out and do that. Just shows your commitment and our willingness to get our shoes dirty, to say the least, for a good photo and representing progress in our county. So I know we were all proud that day to be part of it. Also, I'd like to note that I was present and honored to give 15 graduate certificates to the second class of our, it's a collaboration with Paul Castro, the County Office of Education, as well as the Fresno Regional Workforce Development Board, what's called a High Roads Construction Career Valley Build Training Graduation Ceremony put on by California Human Development Soto Training Center right here in Stockton. It was a great event. A lot of young boys and girls, young and men and women starting off their life and given pre-apprentice training. About half of the class was already accepted into apprentice programs, and so we need vocational jobs and positions filled. And there's a big opening, as we saw from our economic development presenter. There's 11 million jobs out there, and many of them are in very good careers. So this is a local program that is in motion, and very proud on behalf of the board to be there. We also all were able to celebrate and attend the annual Veterans Day tribute at Bob Hope Theater, as well as others throughout the community. And then we had, most of us were there, myself and Supervisor Miller. We're at a press conference, thanks to Julina Voris and others that made that possible in conjunction with the City of Stockton and our Peter Ragsdale, our Director of HUD, talking about the housing shortage, and it was a call to action for public and private partnerships. So it's something that we remain involved and engaged and looking for answers and solutions in the short and long term for housing, as there are shortages, as Peter Ragsdale pointed out, over 22,000 doors short here in San Joaquin County. So those are my reports. County Council.
I'm sorry, Chairman.
Yes, Clerk of the Board.
If I may ask County Council, I received a public comment regarding our last discussion item. It looks like it came in at 3:48. I just noticed it at 4 o'clock. I just wanted to check with County Council if he felt I should read it for the record. Okay. Through the chair, the comment was submitted anonymously and writes, no, Board Supervisor Miller, we do not need a building specifically for the DA. Are you saying that every room is occupied in that giant courthouse building? I agree with BS Patty. Stop it with these county building projects and please help with our homeless and housing rent problems. And that concludes the public comment.
Did you read that correctly? It didn't attack me anonymously? Thank you. County Council.
The board will meet in closed session on the items listed on the agenda. There may be an announcement following closed session in the matter of San Joaquin County versus Dow Chemical Company.
So we will come back.
We will come back.
Okay. We are adjourned to closed session at this time. Thank you. I was thinking we'd be done by 2. Yeah, thank you, Ben.
Huh?
Okay, we got nothing else here. We are back in session. County Council with a report, please.
There are no announcements coming out of closed session.
All right, thank you very much. Then we are adjourned until December 7th, 2021. Wishing everybody a great, happy, safe Thanksgiving and a good holiday up ahead. Thanks.
you